Central starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Happy July, Northeast Ohio. Welcome to July and the sweltering heat. I'll take this over snow any day. We have a heat warning till Friday afternoon, but the heat warning could be about Miami. It could be about 250 other things as we get ready to celebrate our nation's birthday over the weekend, and maybe there are 250 different rumors about LeBron James and where he might be headed and what he is going to do as the NBA free agency window opened yesterday at 6, and the heat just came into your house with a thought of LeBron James returning.
The Heat? Giannis?
Yes,
Giannis?
maybe, perhaps. Returning
LeBron's
to
going
Northeast Ohio.
To the Heat? With Giannis? Bam?
Thanks, Jeff.
Jimmy Butler going back?
Brick Wall Phelps strikes again.
Well, you said Heat and LeBron.
I was talking about the weather. I was talking about all these other things. All right.
Okay.
Thanks for playing along. That annoying voice is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for being with us today. Dan Mennigan is here today. I wasn't going solo. I'd just like to give you space when you start the show, and I was trying to get to my point.
Well, you said Heat and LeBron. I got all excited. I thought, wait a minute, we have an answer?
Why would Miami not be on the list for LeBron James as he is seeking basketball happiness? And I think Dan Mennigan wrote that and put that perfectly, because that's what he's looking for, especially when you hear his agent, Rich Paul, speak. He is seeking basketball happiness. Jeff, welcome to the show. Meredith Kane is also here today. She's at 216-474-0092, as are you if you want to be a part of the show. Here we go. We're not even 24 hours into this, and LeBron James just has become front and center. And while I would have been ecstatic about this, I don't know, 10 years ago, or when he came back and helped this team win a championship, I just don't kind of get it. LeBron has become the center of the basketball universe again, and maybe this is his last shot at doing it.
Kind of.
That's everywhere I turn. No matter whether it's sports talk or TV or even opening up the paper or checking out internet stories today, LeBron. He is front and center, something he has done since high school in 2003. And here we go again. But you've had a little time to think about this. You tell me, Jeff.
But it's happening now. And this has to be taken the right way. I think it's happening now not because of what he is as a basketball player, but who he is as a sports figure. And I say that with him still being a very good basketball player. I've said he'd be the perfect fit into what you have here with the Cavs right now.
You've been saying it for a year.
I think he'd be terrific. But I wouldn't expect him to be the man. I wouldn't expect him to be the team's leading scorer or offensive option. I wouldn't expect him to be the second leading offensive option. I wouldn't expect or maybe even want him to be the third leading scoring option, offensive option on the team. And that's the weird thing here to me. Everybody is all hot in a biscuit. That's Dan's line, by the way. I like using it. Everybody's all hot in a biscuit over a guy who's still playing really good basketball, but not the same kind of basketball that he had before, and he's 42 years old in December. And I think, okay, drop him on this team, and I love it. Blow up this team to get him here, and I wonder what the hell are you doing?
I wonder exactly the same thing. LeBron was 26 in the NBA, averaging just over 20 points per game last year. Now, I mean, can he do that again? Is that the missing link for this team? And how does this team get there to be able to bring him in without messing with what they've done? I was listening to Joe Varden on the morning show this morning, and again, he brings home the point that this team made it to the Final Four last year. they are poised to be in a position to make another run at trying to get the NBA Finals next year. You get a little health here, you get some bad health somewhere else. I think they're in that competitive group in the East, which got a lot better over the last couple weeks here with the draft and now with NBA free agency. Is LeBron James that answer? That's the question. Is he the key?
Here's the thing.
And I'm not expecting LeBron to even play 20 minutes a game.
Andy, he'd be really good as a fit on this team. Really good.
But is there a but coming?
Yeah. I don't know that you move heaven and earth to bring him in because I think he'd be a great fit, and I don't need him to score 20 points a game. You know, if the Cavs could add, here, you ready? Jonathan Kuminga. Okay? And would I rather have LeBron for a year or two or Jonathan Kuminga for 5 or 6? I think I'd rather have LeBron for a year or two.
I would too.
But if it doesn't work, you could put Jonathan Kuminga there, and younger, athletic, has a history with Kenny Atkinson from Golden State.
Yeah.
And he could help you as well. And you don't have to move heaven and earth to get him. All you got to do is pay him a little bit. And if LeBron, if you have to move Evan Mobley and don't get a guy like Jaylen Brown back to bring in LeBron, that makes no sense to me. I would think, and I would think LeBron would rather drop right into what's going on here. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, if you want this to be attractive for LeBron, you just, and we'll get into this, you just lost 2 guys who you pointed to as, these are great wing defenders for us. Well, you just lost 2 of them. Dean Wade, Keon Ellis. Make any argument you want, the Cavs will tell you those guys were key defenders for him. If you have a backcourt of James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, LeBron on the wing at the age of 42, and you trade the defensive player of the year to, if you bring in Jaylen Brown, that means you've got 3 guys who don't play much defense, Jaylen Brown and Jarrett Allen. Now, you brought back Thomas Bryant. He's not known for his D. Would you move Jarrett Allen in a sign and trade for LeBron?
I'm not moving the big guys because you're not getting a big guy back.
Andy, I couldn't agree with you more.
Why would you?
I couldn't agree with you more. We've been saying that for weeks. I do not understand. And if you're LeBron, I'm never going to tell anybody what to do with their money, but I am going to make this point. If LeBron is looking for happiness here, this might be, think of all of the rest of us, but then think of the world these guys live in.
Right.
If somebody wanted to pay LeBron $35 or $40 million a year, but he'd be happier in Cleveland, do you think he's going to miss the $25 million that somebody else would pay him $35 or $40 for a year or two? And if he signed for the vet minimum here of like 15, something like that? I mean, honestly, with the money that guy has made during his career, on and off the court, do you think he's going to miss $25 million?
No.
After tax, 12? After all the expenses come out? Do you think he's going to miss $12 million? So if you're holding out for money, and I no reason to think that he is, that's all ego. That's nothing but ego. He's not going to miss $10 million. He's a billionaire. What's 10 bill? What's 10 million for a billionaire? Nothing. If he wants to be happy and he thinks that Miami is the place, well, he can go there for a vet minimum. If he thinks that happiness is in Cleveland, living in his fabulous house, then just sign. I mean, don't disrupt this team to bring him in. Don't do it, because that to me kind of defeats the purpose. He would be phenomenal dropping him into this lineup. Phenomenal. Imagine him playing next to Jarrett and Evan and just being out on the wing, doing his thing for, you said, 20 minutes a game.
Yeah, that's it.
And then you get to the playoffs and you crank it up to 32. He would be phenomenal. And he could make that happen right now. Hey, Rich, call Kobe, get it done. Vet minimum, 2 years. Let's go.
Easy.
Done. Cavs would sign up in a heartbeat, and they should.
But Rich, we'll play the bite for you coming here in a couple minutes. But Rich had said happiness. Like they're kind of putting money aside at this point.
Well,
and trying to
hope,
figure out where he can be happy.
Don't you hope?
Yeah, I almost have a little bit of a Jeff Phelps philosophy on this.
What?
Okay.
Oh my God, Andy! I'm so
what would
sorry.
this be? I know it's
sorry.
weird. This is weird, and this was something else that hit me. Like the boys, his boys are obviously. Bronny just got a guaranteed deal with the Lakers, which I think is hysterical, man. I think LeBron. I'm sorry, but on this side of the fence, it looks like LeBron stuck it to the Lakers with Bronny. And what do you get? Like $2.5 million,
like 2.7 or something,
guaranteed for next year. So I think that's awesome.
And now they're thinking roster spot, 2.7 mil. Okay.
Well, the other part of it is if you're another team and you want to prove to LeBron that you want him, why wouldn't you go out and offer something silly to the Lakers to pick up his son, right? Bryce is in college and probably another year, probably sit around there. He'll probably play another year ball there before he hits.
And he was redshirted last year.
Yeah, so he's got another year, and we'll probably see what he's going to do after that. Here's the Phelps factor on this. I mean, he's got a middle school daughter that plays volleyball, right?
Yeah.
That's probably one of the reasons why I wouldn't leave L.A. or why I wouldn't go too far away.
That's volleyball central out there.
Well, there's some really, really good volleyball here, too.
Well, not compared to California. But
yeah,
Andy,
true,
if you're really good, it doesn't matter.
It does. Well, you're on the road every weekend.
Right,
anyway.
you're on the circuit.
It's the same thing LeBron and the boys all did
with
for basketball.
Sure.
It's exactly the same thing. Yeah. And if you need a great laugh, there's a woman on Instagram called, I think she's Volleyball Mom 207. Man, she defines every parent that's ever lived youth sports and the youth sports life. So part of me is thinking, if LeBron wants happiness, whether he's talking about being back here, being a part of an organization that knows him and understands his needs and his wants and how things change and trying to be happy, and also trying to find a team that will make him competitive next year to give him the opportunity to get another championship, if that's what's on his bucket list, is to come back to Cleveland and win another championship. He's got guys here who, as Joe Varden was, as I started to, contemporaries here. Guys that, with James Harden here and Donovan Mitchell here. These are guys that he's played with before and would know exactly what he's getting into. And if he's looking for guys to go to dinner with on the road, that's where you're going to find yourself, right? And so I think there are a lot of good options for him to want to be here in Cleveland. I'm just curious about the chase and how much is it worth it, and where you are as far as bringing LeBron back for the chase. If it's a good fit, it's a good fit. Let's see how it plays out. I don't know how long it's going to take for him to make a decision, but should the Cavaliers be basing everything they want to do in the offseason on trying to move away from a couple guys that they had on the roster yesterday? We'll talk about that when we come back. And trying to, just completely change everything they have to bring LeBron in. I don't know that that's where I'm at, and I think LeBron needs to be a piece of the puzzle, not the puzzle. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. We're talking about that. Jimmy Watkins from Cleveland.com at 11.
Don't let summer slip away.
of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. A lot of people talking about what's going on with LeBron James, and we're going to play some clips for you here coming up in a little bit, just about where they think he's going to land, what he's going to do. I'm kind of lackluster on what I think Cavalier fans want, Jeff. What should Cavalier fans want? Like, I want him to come here and play, be the fifth starter, be able to play at a level that is going to help and facilitate what is currently here to become competitive in an Eastern Conference Finals and to be, a bona fide 100%, hey, man, the Cavs really have a good chance to win this thing next year. I think that's what LeBron can be. I am a little concerned about the age. I know that guys in the NBA, no one wants to think about this, but, man, when guys hit a drop-off point, they hit a drop-off point. I don't think LeBron's going to let his body do that to him, and I think they're going to have to.
What do you mean he's not going to let it? You mean he's going to quit first?
No, I just don't. I think that the way he takes care of himself. I was just reading this thing, and I don't know if it was an older thing. It just talked about how much sleep LeBron gets and what kind of sleep LeBron gets.
Really?
Yeah, just about how
sleeping in one of those chambers.
No, just it's about being in a room that's completely dark and pulling away from media and stuff like that would make sure that you get.
Usually there are reporters in the bedroom.
No, that's just not. Yeah, I'm not saying social media and staying away from what other people are saying or what kind of situation or things that can distract you while you're sleeping, which I think is good for all of us. I mean, if you can get 8 to 9 hours of sleep a night in a completely dark room, and I've just been reading some stuff because I've been sleeping like horribly lately. And I'm just trying to figure out a way to sleep better and feel better.
And that explains it.
Well, does that give you everything you need to know? No? Yeah, maybe. Contemplating, looking away, not going to answer. That's where Menigan is at this point.
That good comes from talking there.
Oh, come on. But just to be able to be in that, the other thing I was reading too, this
Tell me,
sidebar, that the whole getting 8 hours of sleep thing was created by mattress companies. Does that sound right?
I don't know.
Think about it. Who stands to gain the most by saying, doctors say 8 hours of sleep is exactly what you need? Who stands to gain?
Does it matter if it's 3 or 8? You're still going to sleep on a mattress.
Oh, I don't know. You can sleep on the floor. You can sleep on a couch. You can sleep on. Who stands to gain the most?
You could sleep 8 hours on the floor.
I'm just saying. I mean, what the cavemen used to do, right?
Built their own mattresses.
I guess so. They do. They needed 8 hours of good, hard sleep on a rough floor. Anyway, just how he takes care of his body is, to me, I think is amazing. I mean, look at what kind of shape he's in.
How much money he spent on it.
Yeah, well, but it's been worth it for him, right?
Sure.
I mean,
he's already the 9th oldest player to play in the NBA.
What's the oldest? Are you looking at a list?
Nat Hickey.
How long did he play?
Almost until he was 46.
Wow.
But his last game was in 1948.
And how many teams were in the league, too, back then?
You want to know legit?
Yeah.
You're thinking these days, Kevin Willis played till he was in 44, closer to 45. Robert Parrish. Now, what do these guys all have in common? Kevin Willis, Robert Parrish, Dikembe, Kareem. They're all centers.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. And so they weren't running like crazy anyway. The smaller guys who played a long time, Vince Carter. Vince was over 43, but just barely. So LeBron's closing in on that. And Bob Cousy came back and played late. Played a little bit with, I think it was the Royals.
Sorry. So we get into this whole LeBron conversation, right? And what do fans want? What's the best scenario for the Cavaliers as far as I just don't want to chase him. But it feels like you almost, like we were joking before about the thought of, well, I mean, if you really wanted to make a commitment to LeBron, would you call the Lakers now and offer some kind of draft choice or a player for Bronny to bring him on the roster before you even need it? Now, do the Cavs need a player like Bronny? Didn't they just sign a couple
they
guys
have
that are
about
just
14
like,
of those guys, don't
yeah.
they?
But would that be a way, like I could see.
Can't have enough guards.
Right? But couldn't you see a general manager saying, you know what, I really think LeBron's a missing piece in this thing. Let's go get it. Let's go get Bronny first.
Cavs traded for Bronny James. There's no way LeBron's not coming here. Right? You're right. There's no way he wouldn't come here.
I don't know. Is there? Maybe there is a way he wouldn't come here.
I can't even imagine.
I don't know. For Bronny, he'd probably be better
off.
leave
the kid alone in the house?
Yeah, he gets the house to himself. Could you imagine the parties there? Oh man.
Goodness gracious.
I got to tell you guys.
You can only hope for an invite, Andy.
Good time to be friends with Bronny. All right, so let's also talk about something else the Cavs did yesterday. They let Keon Ellis and Dean Wade walk yesterday with the Nets and Sixers.
Yeah.
What does that do?
Let's not overreact to that. Now, that said, what do the Cavaliers need?
A wing.
They need wing players who can defend and shoot threes. What's Dean Wade?
All of those things, except he doesn't shoot.
But he can. What's Keon Ellis? Let's go by what the Cavs told us when they picked him up.
Right.
This guy's a great 3-and-D wing. Okay. You need 3-and-D wings. That's a big buzz phrase in the NBA. 3-and-D wings. Well, the closest thing the Cavaliers actually have to good ones just left town. Let's not overreact. But that's one of the huge needs of this team, and they just and it was a huge need when they had these two guys. They needed more. Now it's like, okay, can Malik Thomas grow this offseason to 6'8"? He's 6'3", but that Iron City beer in Pittsburgh, maybe that'll make you grow. Well, it's an interesting thing, Andy. And the other thing I find interesting about those two moves in particular, who just signed Dean Wade? Mike Gansey.
Right.
And Mike Gansey was the Cavs GM, and now he's in Philadelphia. By the way, Dean Wade was the longest tenured Cavalier.
That's crazy.
Yeah. He was the longest tenured Cavalier. Who just signed Keon Ellis? The Brooklyn Nets, coached by former Cavs assistant coach Jordy Fernandez, who's a really nice guy, by the way, for whatever that's worth, who was with Keon Ellis in Sacramento for a couple of years on Mike Brown's staff. So, two guys with knowledge of player signed these guys, which I just think is interesting. That happens a lot, but here the Cavs get cherry picked for two guys now Ellis wasn't playing a whole lot, right? He didn't contribute a ton in the playoffs. That wasn't his choice. Which brings me back to, okay, so you wanted Keon Ellis because he was a 3-and-D wing, and yet you traded 3-and-D wing DeAndre Hunter to get him and Dennis Schroeder, and you let Keon Ellis walk after not using him in the playoffs, and you're thinking about trading Dennis Schroeder from all reports. Then why the heck did you trade DeAndre Hunter? And I know he didn't play real well here, but he did the year before when he came in. And if he wasn't playing real well, we'll figure it out. I remember DeAndre saying last year before he was traded, "Why would I want to be traded from here? This is I love it here. This is great. I don't want to be traded." And they traded him. And what was he? He was, and no, in my estimation, great NBA All-Star or anything, but a guy who was averaging 14, 15 points a game, Andy, 6'8", and playing pretty good D. Okay. I don't understand that trade. There had to be something going on. I'm not aware of what it was. I wish someone would tell me. Chris Fedor has been on the show and said he just was not playing good basketball, and Chris was right. Well, coach him up, get him back to what he's done for his entire career. and you just moved on from him for a guy that you just let walk in a 6'1" guard who's been on 11 NBA teams.
How do they make this team better? And is LeBron the answer? I'm also so when they decided they were going to let Ellis and Wade walk, right? They didn't. They let him go. I was trying to figure out the cap space stuff, and Dan, I don't know if you've been following along with the cap space, and I still don't understand it. So when you look at Spotrac, it says they're, I don't know, $54 million under in cap space for next year. Yet they have $29 million. According to what it says, they have $29.1 million available in first apron space now, and they have $41 million in almost $42 million in second apron space. And so I don't understand how this stuff works. So if you don't have cap space, but you do have cap space, it is mind-boggling. I don't know. Can you give me a little lecture on cap space here and trying to help fans understand what that means and what kind of player is available to them and how much money can they spend or can they not spend, knowing that they were the team with the highest payroll last year and in the second apron?
So the easiest way to explain this is basically the idea of like the NBA does not have a hard cap.
Okay.
The NBA has what is, a lot of people will call a soft cap with a whole bunch of penalties at certain thresholds. And so the whole goal of this is to keep teams like, for example, the Golden State Warriors were the perfect example where they could just spend their way out of any problem. Because they owned that building and could bring in whatever next wrestling event, get a whole bunch of cash, and pay their way out of it.
Okay.
And so their way of getting out of this and getting away with this is the idea put these aprons in. So standard under the cap is under the cap. You can do whatever you want. You have the most amount of money that you could play with, all of that kind of stuff. The first apron, there are penalties that come with the first apron. So the penalties are salary matching, which means that first apron teams cannot take back more money in salary in trades that they send out. So it's got to be either you take back less money or you make the salaries even, right? Pretty simple. The amount that you could use in means of the mid-level exception go down when you're the first apron. And there's a lot of other like little things inside of it that make life easier.
So what would mean is that if you wanted a really good player and you wanted to sign one of your own players to a max contract and then trade him, that would make you available to bring in someone back at an equal value of a max contract.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yep. That's it. And so those are the two big ones. There's a couple other things in between there that are very much past the knowledge that are necessary to get what's going on. But think of it that way. Like if you have standard salary cap space, you can do whatever you want. If you're a first apron team, it means that you have to trade equal amounts or take back less in every single trade. If you are a second apron team, you are SOL.
And we are no longer a second apron.
That is correct.
Team.
You
Not
are
right
no
now.
longer SOL.
Yeah, not right now.
No, so that's good, but they could be when this thing's all said. Okay, what are other people saying now about the thought of LeBron and where he's going, and in particular, should he come back to Cleveland? Does that make the most amount of sense? I still want to hear from you. Because I think you're kind of hiding underneath the rocks on this thing. You're like, I don't know. If LeBron comes back, that's great. I don't have my heart set on it. If he does come back, that's awesome. But if he doesn't, I totally get it. And I would like to see this team maybe win, for the first time without him. So I to try to win the whole thing without him. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call. Jimmy Watkins from Cleveland.com joins us at 11.
When there's news that
Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Huh. LeBron James, I can't believe we're sitting here in 2026 talking about the possibility of LeBron James coming back to Cleveland, ending his career here. Jeff, do you think when you look at, and I think we've been pretty consistent even for a while here, just saying that if LeBron was to come back, what other teams would be in competition? So the Lakers drop out yesterday. He told them no. Golden State obviously is one we've talked about. Miami was a good one.
Can I comment on Golden State real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wonder if the reporting coming out of the Wizards that they have no interest in trading Anthony Davis changes any of that Golden State stuff at all. Because the thought was the Golden State would go Steph Curry, Draymond Green, LeBron, and Anthony Davis.
Right.
Would LeBron be interested in Golden State if AD weren't there? I don't know the answer to that, but I thought as soon as that report came out, I thought, they're either trying to drive up the price or because I don't know that Golden State has a ton to offer. The way teams are throwing around first-round picks, boy, Toronto giving up first-round picks to get Kawhi Leonard in 2033 and 31. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I don't.
Although Kawhi makes them better.
Can you come up with a scenario where AD ends up here?
Nope.
I'm sure there is one. But
Evan Mobley for Anthony Davis.
Yeah. You doing it?
Nope.
Okay. It's
who's a better player? Anthony Davis. Who's healthier? Who plays more games? And Evan misses a lot of games. Evan does. Remember, AD almost came to Cleveland State.
I forgot about
then
that.
Then he grew.
Yeah, that's
He's going to come to Cleveland State as a guard.
Nobody plays better defense than puberty.
All of a sudden, he's 6'10".
All right, so
thanks, Vikings.
Golden State, Miami, I still is very intriguing to me. If I'm him,
Miami could be the team.
Depends
where
what was the San Antonio?
Yeah. I threw them out. I threw out the Knicks, too, which nobody is mentioning the Knicks, and I don't think that's likely or even maybe in the picture, but LeBron's always loved playing in New York. And, again, Mike Brown and Chris Jenn are there right now, and two of his former coaches.
I'm going to take a couple phone calls, and then I want to play this clip from Rich Paul. So, and then also coming up at 11, Jimmy Watkins from Cleveland.com. Let's go to Dan first. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Hello, Dan.
Good morning. I'd like to make a comment, and I really agree with both you guys, especially, I guess, your comments of Phelps, on LeBron James not being a leading scorer. He'd be ideal for our team if you're looking at trying to win a championship, because no matter what level you play on, I play a lot of basketball, and you always have scorers, okay, but the top teams will, and I'm talking like top four, you need other players on your team who we always call do all the little things. Pass, play D, get the ball to the right people at the right time, that kind of thing. And we lost a couple players now that were the wing players you're talking about. LeBron James, at his age, has the knowledge, the physical attributes to play that role. And if you remember last week, you were talking about Wilt Chamberlain a little bit. You had a segment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And one thing you didn't mention that I wanted to mention that ties into LeBron James, in his second last year with the Lakers, he's the all-time leading scorer. But he wanted to prove that he could lead the league at the center position in assists, and he did. I believe you can go look it up. He led the league in assists from the center position with 13 a game, which is really high from the center position.
I know that that's out there. I don't think that that's actually true. And Wilt was
Really?
phenomenal,
Well, that's
and
the
I
first
know
I
he
heard
tried to pass the ball
Okay.
more, but I
Well,
don't think that he actually led the league in assists.
But see, Wilt quit after 14 seasons. See, LeBron James, as great as a player is, if he quit at 14, see, if Wilt played 22 years or 20, LeBron would still be chasing Wilt Chamberlain as a scorer. It's just that he only played 14 years because that's the way it was when he was playing. They
Right.
quit around 35, 36, you know.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Yeah, I always think when I hear stuff like that, I was thinking about Jim Brown. What if Jim Brown would have played longer and
Yeah.
the rushing records he would have? All right, let me
Remember, Wilt didn't start. The kids weren't coming out of high school then.
let's go, Larry in Cleveland. Hey, Larry.
Hey guys, thank you for the show, man. I like to say, man, LeBron, I'm really getting tired of his situation because he know he need to come home. Number two, he gonna go to state, he'd be the laughingest player ever. How you gonna go to Golden State where you was in the finals four times, and we beat that team?
Well, beat one. Yeah, beat one.
Yeah,
what kind
3-1.
of a player?
Yeah.
Laughiest? Is that what you said?
No, obviously he would be the most
Laughed at?
No
one's gonna laugh at him.
Yeah, laughed at because
Nah.
no.
Come on, man. Those guys all
Yeah.
respect him. They all like. That's
I
not.
respect. Yes, we do. Yes, but
Yeah,
think
but
about
no,
it, man.
no. I mean,
You need to come home.
And nobody cares
You need to come home.
nobody cares if he goes to Golden State except folks in Cleveland.
Hey,
Yeah,
Larry.
absolutely.
Larry. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but if his wife and kids are in L.A., where's home?
Was home.
Where's home?
We started here.
I know. I get it.
That's
I
your
get
home
it.
in L.A.
Home
man.
is where the family
LA,
is.
Yeah.
You whenever Kobe and Shaq put their flow mat in somebody else's territory and made it, it's hard to get there and be on that mountaintop because you really tagging to get titles.
Okay.
Man,
I hear
it's
you.
most
I hear you. Larry.
yeah.
Okay, Larry. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Andy,
I do
Andy,
think Akron's always going to be his home. He's always said, "I'm just a kid from Akron." I get that, right? But
it's his hometown. That never changes. That I hope he wants to come back. He's here now, and he's driving around town. That's wonderful.
give us a call, LeBron. 216-474-0092. If we get through, we'll give you the hotline.
Yeah, we'd take your call. Andy, it's always his home. Okay, but that doesn't mean he's dying to come back to play for the Cavs because Akron's his hometown. Maybe it does. I hope it does. That'd be great.
Yeah. I think he's a missing
be
piece
great.
on this. Like, if you want to make me feel like the Cavs have a legit chance to win the championship next
Drop
year,
him into this team.
put him in right now and what we have now. And I mean, they still need a little bit of help after what they lost yesterday, but the starting five gives me great hope that they can win a championship.
If he really wants to chase a championship, Andy, in his early 40s here, take the vet minimums, just sign here. Don't trade anybody. Bring back Harden, bring back Mitchell, bring back Mobley, bring back Allen. Drop LeBron in, go sign some vets to vet minimum contracts, fill out your bench along with some of the young guys you have, and go and take a shot at winning it. Because I think you could. You'd have a good chance.
I do want to hear what Rich Paul had to say here. So let's fire this up. This is Rich Paul on his own podcast talking about it. Game Over with Max Kellerman and Rich Paul.
We normally sit down and we talk about best fit. He's always been a max player, so that's always been the team had to have max cap space, so on and so. And we haven't been here much, right? But for this particular time, Max, it was a lot different. And I asked him, I said, listen, this is going into year 24. You don't owe anybody anything. You've accomplished more than any player has ever accomplished. You got every record, all the stuff. Let's find one foundational thing to build off of. And if I asked you that, what would it be? I don't need to answer now, but let's just try to find that. He said, okay, fine. Took a day or so, and he called me back. And he said, okay, man, you know what? I just want to have complete happiness. And I said, great, let's start there. And then we talked about what does that actually mean? Because it could go either way. Happiness is not like you're getting a box of chocolates on Valentine's Day. Like, what do you describe it as such? And so as we're going through it, we got to a place where it can't be about money if it's about happiness, because if it's the most money, then it's not necessarily the most happiness, etc. Where we landed was, this is not about money. Obviously, I don't want to play for $1, but at the same time, I'm not basing this on the premise of finance, and this will be based on whatever I choose to do when I choose to do it.
What do you think of that?
Happiness.
Happiness. He had me a chocolate, though, I got to tell you.
Yeah, and a box of chocolates on Valentine's Day, that makes a lot of people happy.
I don't know the last time I got a box of chocolates on Valentine's Day. I could use that.
Life's like that, though.
I could use that today. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get.
Well, see, those of us here in Northeast Ohio, I love Northeast Ohio.
That soundbite to me screamed Cleveland.
Yeah, well, it did, except for this. Do we know that this is where he wants to be in his heart? Andy, maybe he thinks he has unfinished business in Miami because he left on poor terms with Pat Riley. I don't know the answer to that. I would assume the place that would make him most happy to finish his career would be Cleveland. Okay? And that might be wishful thinking on my part.
With his family. Like, I think that's important.
Yeah. But if his wife wants to stay in L.A., well, he just told him he's not coming back.
Right. Well.
So
could you put the Clippers on the board?
Nope, because they just traded Kawhi.
No, that's true. That's true. Good point.
So because they traded Kawhi, they're not going to do LeBron. That wouldn't do them any good. They're going young and they're trying to rebuild. So the family's not going to be in Los Angeles, and if they are, LeBron's not going to be there.
I mean, you can hop on a plane. I mean, the life is a little different.
Well, you just said home is where your family is.
Yeah, I agree.
And I agree with that thought. Hometown, though, his wife's hometown, Akron.
Right.
His hometown, Akron. Her family, in Akron. His mom, in Akron. I mean, if this would make him happy, then easy. Sign the vet minimum or sign whatever the Cavs can give you and come home. And again, I'm not going to tell anybody what to do with their money. But do you think of all people, he would miss the difference between $40 million a year and a vet minimum? He'd not even notice it.
No. I mean, it's taxes in California, too.
He's so loaded, he'd never notice. So do what you just told Rich. Go where you're happy. And if that's here, it's so simple, it's ridiculous. Just sign for the vet minimum, or for whatever the Cavs can give you, and drop in and go try and win a title. Easy.
It does make sense.
Simple,
I wonder
Andy.
it's
simple.
How it would play out. How it would play out. The one thing
he and Dan have to be on the same page.
I mean, his oldest son is in the NBA. We all know that, right? He's got one in college, probably going to be in the NBA next year. And then he's got a middle school daughter who's a volleyball player. That's. To me, you don't get that time back. There's no amount of money that's going to let him. That to me, to me, that's a big deal. But I don't know where it is in his world, and I don't know where it is in anybody else's. I know what it means to me.
Your kid goes to college, you got to cut it loose a little bit. Yeah. So
true.
It's not like he's going to be moving to Arizona. I wouldn't think.
216-474-0092. When we come back, Jimmy Watkins from Cleveland.com is going to join us. We'll continue talking a little bit more about what Rich Paul had to say, and we will hear from you, Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan. Hey, big weekend coming up here. You got an extra day off. Most of us do. And
Summer is here. And Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with the Fan all summer long.
NBA free agency. The Cavs let a couple go, and are they looking to welcome LeBron James back in the door for a third time around? Let's talk about all that, and we get so much more when we go to the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Jimmy Watkins from Cleveland.com is on the line. Hi, Jimmy. How are you?
Off of Dean Wade and Keon Ellis. We'll see what LeBron has for us. How we doing?
We are doing great.
Jimmy.
It's been a whirlwind, for the last 24 hours. We always kind of in the back of our mind wondered what LeBron was going to do. I just didn't think, I was like looking at odds, like people have the Cavs at the top of the odds right now. What are your thoughts on LeBron and the thought of LeBron perhaps coming back?
I think LeBron, I'm fascinated by this whole LeBron's happiness thing. The insiders keep telling us that his next destination will not be governed by money, but happiness. Mm-hmm. To get philosophical on you, what does happiness mean to LeBron James? It could mean playing with Steph Curry again in the Olympics. Like, that could be a fun way to end your career. And, his friend Draymond is over there. His friend Draymond is an odd phrase for anyone from this city to hear, but it's true. They're pretty buddy now. It could mean that. Personally, to me, I think I would associate it with fulfillment, and the best way to end your career, if you're LeBron, for me, is to come back home to Cleveland and put a stamp on it where you started. The team is probably a little bit more ready. It's the Eastern Conference. If you associate happiness with winning, I would think, again, that the Cavs are a better choice than the Warriors. But I just don't. It's hard to get inside LeBron's head, because LeBron could look at it and say, I've done the battles at the highest level with LeBron James and Draymond Green. I don't know what it's like to play with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. So we're back in the, still 10, 15 years later, we're back in the business of trying to analyze LeBron's heartstrings and brain stems, and as we know, that's a hard prediction to make.
And Jimmy, I wonder if Miami factors into that. Playing alongside Bam Adebayo and Giannis, that'd be pretty sweet.
You certainly can't count out the Heat. You can't count out the Heat because of the history that he has there, because of, again, if we're talking championship equity, Spoelstra is one of a very small list of coaches that I think LeBron trusts. With the playoff game plan to the level that he would need to have that kind of success. Giannis and Bam are a formidable duo. If we're talking building a playoff defense, that's very enticing. Miami can't be counted out either. I think in general, Miami, I've seen since the Giannis trade, people are, kind of dogging on their roster. I would just say this. For as long as that team has been hunting superstars, that team has been taking those superstars to the finals. So we should, whether they end up with LeBron or not, we should not be scoffing at the Miami Heat.
Agreed.
Who else do you think is in the mix?
I can't see a wild card team here. I think there's something, and this is kind of to the Warriors' point too. LeBron already, and on one hand you could say he doesn't care what people think, but on the other hand he's very legacy conscious. LeBron already has this reputation of being a mercenary throughout his career. He's played for 3 teams. If he swapped it again, it would be a 4th. That's already on the high end of all-time great players playing for teams. And I just think for him to go now to a team that he has no connection to, it would be logistically very difficult for him. Part of the reason why both Cleveland and Golden State make sense is that he wouldn't have to buy a new house. If he goes to Golden State, he could just take his little private jet back and forth to L.A. If he goes to Cleveland, he's got the place over in Bath. And if he goes to, I don't know, Minnesota, let's pick that name out of a hat, that's a big uprooting of your life. Does your family come with you? How often do you get to go back and forth? I don't see that being on the table, and having to build new relationships, all that stuff. I get that, the reporting is that they're opening it up, and Rich Paul's going to talk to all the teams who are interested. That's fine. I think that is frankly, as much LeBron kind of likes this attention, and LeBron never got to go on his college recruiting trip, I think this is another version of that more than it is, watch out for the Spurs or the Timberwolves. I just can't see it.
I'd be surprised if it were any team other than the three that we've talked about: Golden State, Cleveland, Miami. Because I agree with you, Jimmy. The others don't make sense, maybe from a basketball standpoint. But if it's true happiness and all that stuff they're looking for, just take the veteran minimum and come to Cleveland. Or take the veteran minimum and go to Miami and help that team, because he's never going to miss the cash. You know, it's a real simple situation, I think.
Yeah, that's the funny part. It's not about the money, but a lot of these teams are talking about clearing out their non-taxpayer mid-level exception, which is $15 million. There's still this thing of like salary is a status thing in the league.
Yep.
And LeBron feels for his entire career that he's been underpaid. And on the open market, maybe LeBron's making $1 billion a year at the peak of his career. I can't argue with him on that. The max salary slots hinder the top of the league players. It caps their market, and I think he could probably make more on the open market. But by the way, $15 million a year, which is the non-taxpayer mid-level, that's still a frickin' bargain for LeBron James even at this stage of his career. I mean, even last year, age 41 season, he was 21-7-6 in the regular season, played 60 games. He was 24-7-7 during their playoff run. He basically won a playoff series by himself against the Houston Rockets, who had their own injuries but are a pretty good defense. He was the only of the Lakers' star trio, Reeves and Luka, to make it through the entire playoff run. Like, $15 million for LeBron James it might be like the best free agent value on the board, period, right now. Not just like guys who are realistic for the Cavs. That could end up being an absolute steal of a contract. So that is already enough of a pay cut for LeBron to take, where it's a really, really interesting thing to consider. That to me is why the league changed so seismically yesterday. And like, once LeBron announced that he was leaving the Lakers and said he was going to prioritize his happiness, that a lot of other smoke started swirling. It's not just that LeBron was leaving the Lakers. I think everybody knew that was a possibility.
Right.
I think this idea that you could get LeBron for $15 million a year is like, whoa. Now everyone's antennas are up, and now everyone is kind of rethinking how they're orienting their offseason, including the Cavs. Like, Wendy was on TV yesterday. He must have plugged the Jaylen Brown trade 3 to 4 different times. Yeah. Like, that's something that move, if it includes LeBron James, like if it's an Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown trade in a vacuum, I understand why the Cavs would be a little bit concerned about covering the insurance on the back end, because Evan is like this bridge to another era where you could still, even if the current iteration doesn't work out, you could still rebuild around him and not have to take such a seismic step back in theory. But if it brings LeBron here as well, and like now we're talking, you have a legitimate puncher's chance to win a championship, I think you have to reconsider that whole calculus.
What did you think of the Jaylen Brown story for Mobley? What are your thoughts? Should the Cavs be serious about that?
Well, to me, the Cavs chose. I think the Cavs need to kind of pick a lane here. I think when you're trying to win on two timelines, you end up winning on neither of them. And I thought the Cavs did that in February. I thought by trading a 26-year-old two-time All-Star for 36-year-old James Harden, they signaled to us that the time is now. We're in on Donovan Mitchell's timeline. We think he can be the best player on a championship team, and let's go. Let's go get it. And if that's your thinking, well, then, yeah, Jaylen Brown makes a lot of sense to me. And, Evan Mobley would be a hard guy to say bye to. But Jaylen Brown, like the Evan Mobley stuff is still a lot of theory. Remember, look back to the scouting report. That the best version of Evan Mobley still exists on his scouting report. Jaylen Brown, I just saw it. I just saw him win a championship 2 years ago. I just saw him win conference finals MVP and finals MVP. I just saw him on a team that a lot of people predicted to be a play-in team last season, lead the Celtics to high 50s wins and average 29 points a game, career high in points, career high in rebounds, career high in assists. Like, this is a guy, I don't know that he's quite in that, like, S-tier superstar level, but he's right there in, like, the outside looking in, right there with Donovan. And I think one of the things that we learned from that last playoff run is I think if Donovan doesn't necessarily need to be your second best player, but you need someone who can make him your second best player on a given night to help take the scoring load off of him. And Jaylen Brown is the exact kind of guy who can do that. And he's the exact positional archetype that the Cavs have been looking for, frankly, since LeBron left in 2018. They've been cycling through all these different wings. I mean, you think about, like, Dean Wade is legitimately a huge loss. And Dean Wade's a great defensive player, and he rebounds well, and he was a great story for the Cavs. But, like, Dean Wade is a guy who, you know, kind of lost out there sometimes. When his jump shot isn't hitting, he's basically a zero on offense. And for that guy to be so important to your team, I think further highlights how important it would be to add a guy like Jaylen Brown. It was DeAndre Hunter. It was Keon Ellis. It was Dean Wade. They've been cycling through these guys, Isaac Okoro, for so long now, and Jaylen Brown is a ready-made all-star, all-NBA two-way answer at that position. I think you got to do it.
But LeBron James also can play that position, can also play power forward. The two things here. First thing first, if you trade Evan Mobley, who's going to bother to defend anybody? Because you're going to have James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, and a 42-year-old LeBron James, and Jaylen Brown. So where's your defense? That to me is part of this, Jimmy. Might not be a huge part, but that's why I wouldn't trade Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown.
I think that's a fair concern. I would say two things. Number one, Jared Allen is also consistently one of the best rim protectors statistically in the NBA. Now,
agreed.
The Cavs on-off defensive data, the numbers are always way better with Evan Mobley as the lone big than they are with Jared Allen as the lone big. And yeah, Evan Mobley is a defensive player of the year type defensive player. It's levels to this. So I understand the concerns there. But number two, I get that kind of talent on my team, I'm figuring the rest later. I think if I could put Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, LeBron James, and Jaylen Brown on the same team, you can shop around and find defensive specialists. You obviously would want some shooting there too, but I think, first of all, Jaylen Brown's a legitimate two-way player. LeBron is obviously not the defensive force he once was, but he's still very smart. And he would recognize, because he's so smart, what this team needs. Maybe he invests a little bit more energy on that end because he knows that Donovan and James can handle some of the offensive load that he would ordinarily want to carry. I'm not going to say it's an easy thing to figure out. I just think that when I have the opportunity to put that level of talent on one team, I'll figure the defense part out later.
The other thing, and he was terrific last year. You pointed out how well he played in the playoffs. Absolutely on the money. Does Father Time catch up with LeBron at some point? And that's why I'm hesitant to do anything other than say, we'd love to have you. Here you go. Here's all the money we can give you. Come on in and play. For a guy who is 42 in December.
I think that's a fair question, too. Chris Fedor was talking about this on our podcast last night because the sell for LeBron to the Cavs is dude, fairy tale ending, storybook, full circle. You come back to Cleveland where it all started, and they give you the roaring ovation. You're holding the championship trophy as you say goodbye. It's the perfect ending. It's the one thing that very few I wrote a story earlier this year when LeBron came back to Cleveland and the Cavs smoked the Lakers, and LeBron had 10 points and sat for most of the fourth quarter. And it's just a reminder of if that was it, a lot of these careers are really hard to end on a good note. MJ had the perfect ending, hit the game-winning shot in Utah, but he couldn't stay away. He came back with Washington for a couple of years and had a couple of nondescript seasons that we would prefer not to remember, right? Kobe dropped 60 in his last game, dropped the mic, Mamba out. The Lakers won 17 games that year, and if you told Kobe in his prime that that's how he would go out, he would be disgusted by that. Patrick Ewing had a couple of weird seasons at the end. Hakeem Olajuwon had a couple of weird seasons at the end. Basically, the only guy who's ever ended it perfectly was Bill Russell, who grabbed 20 rebounds in Game 7 of an NBA Finals win over the Lakers, in a game that Bill Russell also coached, which is just wow, Bill Russell's such a legend. But, yes, that's part of this, too, is we think of the LeBron ending in Cleveland as the best possible outcome, but what if it's not? What if the Cavs underperform in the playoffs again and, the crowd gets a little angsty at home and starts booing again? I think adding LeBron would make it less likely for that to happen, and I think there might be a different tenor to the season if and this is another big if we knew it was LeBron's last season, I think there would just be more appreciation from the fans, like appreciate what you're seeing no matter how it looks. But it's a fair question. Like, does LeBron want to have all those expectations again? And that's not like you're trying to break a curse anymore, but there's still like this expectation. You can see it in the veracity of the fan base. Once the news got out yesterday that it's a possibility, like, come save us. Oh my God, LeBron can come back. Come save us. Come win a championship again. Like, it's a legitimate question. Is that all that energy, all that pressure, is that how you want to end your career? That might be another point in the Golden State basket where it's just like, hey, I'm just going to play basketball with my friends. No one expects much of us. We're old. We still think we can punch at the highest level, but there's no, there's no. It's not as heavy. It's not as heavy of a burden to carry around for an entire season.
Jimmy, we saw it the first time he left, and then I don't know. It does. The shout from the mountaintop doesn't seem to be as big this time as it was the first time, but there is a sense of pride for that front office to say, look, we made it to the Eastern Conference Finals without LeBron.
We rebuilt the thing.
We rebuilt this without LeBron, and we are heading in the right direction. And we feel like this has a chance to win without LeBron. I wonder how that plays. Like, does it feel like, okay, well, we did as much as we could, but now we got to go back to that. We have to go back and hit the panic button and try to bring LeBron back to try to finish this off. That sense of self-worth from the front office to try to be able to do this without LeBron seemed to be a storyline for a while. I think in the last 48 hours, it's gone away, but you tell me what you think.
I think it's fair because even down to the players have said out loud, like Jared Allen and Donovan Mitchell have been saying into microphones that, like, hey, we're trying to create an identity independent of LeBron for this franchise. And that will be, if he does come back, that will be a worthy question to ask those guys as well. But I think, watching the Knicks series and then seeing Dan Gilbert tweet after that Knicks series that the Cavs are nowhere close.
Yeah.
Like that's step one of getting where you need to get to eating some humble pie and getting LeBron back. And I think the other thing is, because LeBron's willing to take a discount this time, I think there would be less of a sense of bending the knee, right? Because they're only paying him, in theory, that $15 million non-taxpayer mid-level. And they don't have to move heaven and earth. They don't have to plan 3 off seasons ahead for him to come back, right? It would, maybe it's just like a Dennis Schroeder salary dump, which they're trying to do anyway, or a Max Strus salary dump, which they're trying to do anyways. It's not as heavy of a lift. Even like the Jared Allen stuff, if it had to be a Jared Allen sign and trade, well, that's a much more serious conversation that you need to have. That's a guy who's a part of the core four, who's faces on the buildings and is a guy that you've helped. He's the foundational piece. He's now the longest tenured Cavalier. He's now one of the foundational pieces, the faces of this. Hey, we got it out of the rubble. LeBron left us high and dry again, and we had to do the slow, dark rebuild the old-fashioned way, and we did it. There's definitely some pride in that, but I think there's a happy medium here. We're like, okay, we've gotten the team back to a place on our own where LeBron is looking at us like a serious contender again, and he might be the missing piece that we need to put us over the top. So maybe it's just like, everything works out for everybody.
Jimmy, as always, we read you every day at Cleveland.com, and we appreciate you. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Jimmy Watkins, Cleveland.com. Make sure you're reading him in Plain Dealer. And, of course, Cleveland.com every day. And he was on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Some interesting points about LeBron James and perhaps the future here in Cleveland. We'll take your phone calls. And we're also going to go back and talk a little bit more about what Jimmy had to say. 216-474-0092.
3-3 I'm Mike Conti.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on Overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
NBA free agency started yesterday. Cavaliers end up losing Keon Ellis and Dean Wade. Why do I want to keep doing that? Dean Wade. It's not like he was the longest tenured player on the team or anything. They signed with the Nets and the Sixers, respectively. And so they're not here. The talk about LeBron James just kind of bubbles as we sit around and talk about what the future of this team could be, will be, and how they can get better going into next season. And as we've said a couple times, 24 hours ago, I don't know that it felt like the Cavaliers even had something on the drawing board about getting better and trying to be, at least from a fan perspective. I'm not saying that Independence, they didn't have something on the drawing board. But here, and I think for the fan base, it's like, are we going to see the same next year? Well, you're not, especially not without Ellis and Wade. So they're going to have to make some changes, and they're going to have to bring some players in, and they're not on that second apron right now, so that gives them some flexibility.
Defense, Andy.
Yeah, is that a problem?
Maybe.
Unless you can put 125 on the board every night.
The issue I have with the Dean Wade and the Keon Ellis is this and this only. Cavs told us how well they were going to play defense and how critical they were defensively. And they let them both, they both walked out the door. I can't even say they let them both. The guys have they got free agents. They got paid. Yeah,
they utilized the system.
Dean Wade set for life. Well done, Dean. Congratulations. By the way, one of the few players that you could say the Cavs have actually developed.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday about the whole
actually developed
development process for the
signed
Cavaliers.
Him, brought him in. Young guy, and he'd been a Cav his whole career.
Let me take a couple phone calls. I know Ken's been waiting for a little bit here. Ken in Brooklyn, go ahead. Hey, Ken.
Hey, Kenneth.
Hey, guys, I'm just really perplexed. Especially Jeff here. We're talking about bigs, and we let a big go out the door. That makes no sense, and I think you're absolutely right, Jeff, is that Mike had a lot to do with that. And I'm going to tell you what, everybody in Cleveland, you're going to see Dean Wade actually have plays run for him like he didn't have in Cleveland. I talked about that all last year. You guys have brought up a couple of guys, and I'll be honest with you, I am not in on the LeBron thing. I've seen enough of LeBron play, especially lately. You can talk about his points and whatever. LeBron James plays very little defense right now. He looks horrible as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I think, Jeff, you brought up the other day Jonathan Isaac.
Yeah.
Okay, and another guy that I think is really interesting, because a lot of guys are falling off the board here, and that is Jonathan Kuminga.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of surprised that Atlanta is not re-signing him or doing a sign and trade. And that's another thing. Why couldn't we at least do a sign and trade with Dean or something? I mean, I'd like to really know what Kobe Altman is doing. I am not impressed, Kobe, with your performance the last few weeks. You screwed up in the draft. You signed guys that are the same size as undrafted free agents. I would really like to know where Kobe Altman's brain is right now, because I am not in on and you brought up a good point, you guys, when you said, well, if you trade Evan, who's back there? Now we got no bigs. I mean, we're left with TB and Jared Allen. I mean, come on, guys. Let's be realistic here. I'm very, very disappointed. And, there's other guys out there that some of these guys, like, I know they're restricted, but you can at least give them an offer sheet and see what happens.
Well, Maybe we'll find out
Yeah.
that they have. I mean, we just don't know at this point.
Ken,
And there have been
I'm
any
with you.
reports.
I like Kuminga a lot. I always have. He's underachieved.
Right.
But he's really young. And remember, Kenny Atkinson was with him in Golden State.
Yeah, and I like the kid a lot. And if you are able to get dump Schroeder someplace, you're up to about $27 million or something like that. Because I don't think Junior will be here as much as I love him and his dad.
Yep.
But I'm trying to understand. Ever since draft day, what are we doing? And I'm really starting to wonder. Was Mike the valuable one instead of Kobe?
It's too early to tell on something.
And
Ken, thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't want you to get played off, but you started to play off. The piano player was very, very anxious there and wanted to make sure you got off the air.
Kobe's been very aggressive, and I think he's done a good job running
I
the
think
team.
Kobe executes
Mike
a lot of
Gansey
the
was
things.
helpful to him, without question. Mike did a great job, and Mike is benefiting from that now, running the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, I think Kobe has the benefit of. I mean, Kobe's been here for a long time, right?
He's been here a real long time.
And so he knows.
Came in as a young guy under Griff.
And so I think he gets it and understands exactly what Dan's looking for and knows what buttons to push and what direction he can go in. What do you got, Dan?
A little bit of news courtesy of Shams Charania of ESPN. Mitchell Robinson, 3 years, $47.4 million with the Boston Celtics. Mitchell Robinson leaving the Knicks, heading to the Celtics.
That's a big move.
Man, they loved Dolan for about a week there, right? That's going to.
That's a big move because you're going to a team that, I mean, it's in your division.
And hated.
And hated. And Mitchell Robinson goes there.
A little bit of more information from Shams Charania of ESPN. The Los Angeles Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for an unprotected first. You ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
In 2031 and 2033, and first-round swaps in 28 and 2030. Kessler will then sign a 4-year, $130 million deal with the Lakers.
Kessler is a really good young center. And remember, they just brought back DeAndre Ayton. Now, that doesn't mean he's staying there, but it means he could trade him.
What they give up, like basically
two unprotected number ones.
And then the
Utah keeps collecting number one picks. It's about time they start winning a little bit. Maybe they will. They have Jaren Jackson.
Yeah.
They just drafted Peterson from CVCA in Canton.
And then first-round swaps in 28 and 30.
Yeah, and they have Markkanen.
All right, let's talk about some of the stuff. We'll come back.
Kessler's tough.
I do want to go through some of the other free agent moves, and I know we got a couple folks that have been on the line for a while, so hang tight. 216-474-0092. We'll go back to the phones here in a second. We still have some Jimmy Watkins stuff I want to talk to you about, too. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel.
2023 and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Jimmy Watkins was with us at 11. If you missed a moment of our show, you can always use a rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Again, that's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Okay, we spent a little time talking about what's going on with the NBA. Obviously, LeBron, you've had your chance to chime in. In fact, I'm going to give Denise a quick second here before we go to headlines. Hey, Denise, how are you in Cleveland Heights?
Hi.
Hi, Denise.
I'm doing well. Hi, Jeff. This is how I'm looking at this. I'm a LeBronaholic, so nothing he says, as far as I'm concerned.
You don't need treatment for that one. That's good.
No, not at all. So I think if LeBron comes back here, who that helps the most is Donovan. Because if you remember when LeBron first came to play with us, he could get us to a certain point and he couldn't cross over. He left and went to Miami and started playing with D. Wade and Spoelstra. They taught him how to win. They taught him what he needed to get to that next level.
And Chris Bosh wasn't bad either. But yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Donovan appears to me as stuck. He can't seem to get to that level of excellence. And I think if he plays with LeBron, picks his brain, say what you want to say about LeBron, he knows this game. And I think if he gets with somebody like that, that's going to elevate him. And because right now, I feel like he's stuck there.
Okay. Denise, thank you. Yeah, I think we learned some of that stuff too when he came back and Kyrie was here. And, man, then they brought Kevin in and he's smart, man. I will say in my lifetime, I can't think of a guy that's had more impact on his sport all across the board, not only on the court or on the field in that scenario, but also among front office. But LeBron had, I don't ever remember Jordan worrying about contracts and trying to play almost like player general manager.
But Jordan changed the way the game was
played,
dealt with. Everything.
I mean, he did take a big flyer by going with Nike for shoes, right? I mean, that was a game changer, right?
Well, it worked. It worked. There's no question about that.
All right.
I think LeBron would be a perfect fit here if you don't have to disrupt everything. And if you have to disrupt everything, I wonder why are you disrupting everything for a 42-year-old guy?
I tend to agree with you on that. All right, let's take a little break here for a second. We're going to go through the day, and we're going to get all of your latest headlines. Here is Dan Menningen. Here we go. Live from the hottest city on the planet, Cleveland, Ohio, here's Dan Menningen.
So, gentlemen, let's stay in the association. So, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, the Celtics are strongly shopping Jaylen Brown. 8 to 10 teams have discussed offers with the Celtics when it has come to Jaylen Brown. Jeff, what do we make of this?
I think the Celtics better be careful. They won an NBA championship with Tatum and Brown. They're a nice combination. Now, if they don't think it will work moving forward and they think that they can add some pieces and change things around a little bit, okay. Maybe they can. And I like Mitchell Robinson for them. That's terrific. Maybe they can help him shoot free throws. That will be beneficial. But I think I like Brown with the Celtics. I really do. And they better be careful. But Brad Stevens, I think, is a really smart GM. So stay tuned. That's the biggest piece to drop. It's not LeBron.
No,
it's Jaylen Brown.
I still think, Wendy was on ESPN and he just said, can the Cavs make a move for Jaylen Brown and then go to LeBron and say, hey, how do you feel about us now? I don't think they have to do that. And I just, the thought of giving up Mobley and giving up one of the bigs for the Cavs just doesn't make. I feel like I'm shouting at clouds.
Evan Mobley might be a fit in Boston now, but Jaron Allen wouldn't be.
Yes. Yes.
You just signed Mitchell Robinson. If he's your starter, fine. If he's your backup, fine. If Jaron Allen ends up starting there, well then,
why'd you do that move?
Why'd you do that? Yeah,
I agree.
Mike Conley's agreed to a 1-year deal with the Celtics as well, according to ESPN. He's turning into Andre Miller.
Isn't he, though?
I got a feeling Mike Conley is just
Good for him, man.
He's going to pick up a jersey from everywhere, and he's going to play till he's 45.
Good for him.
Exactly. Props to Mike Conley. I don't have much more to break down than that. It's just one of those with him where it's like, good on you.
It's been 20 years since he played at Ohio State?
Yeah.
Like 19 years?
He's going to collect a jersey from everywhere. Norman Powell on a 2-year, $45 million deal to the Chicago Bulls, according to ESPN.
The Bulls are getting better.
It's one of those I need to see it to believe it.
I know. Norman Powell is one of those guys in the NBA that you don't think about. You don't think, oh, man, you got Norman Powell. And then you watch what he does. You think, that guy can play. That guy can play. And I think the Bulls are getting better. But, Dano, I agree with you. Let's see what they look like.
Next.
John Collins, 3 years, $51 million with the Detroit Pistons.
Oh.
It's an interesting move.
I've always liked John Collins.
It's an interesting move, and especially with all the Jalen Duren stuff floating around as well.
There's a little insurance, and regardless, you brought in another big, and that's a good thing.
3-year deal? Is that what that is?
Yes, I have a 3-year deal.
$17 million per year.
Wow.
John Collins has always had a nice game.
Do you think Jalen Duren stays with the Pistons
they've
when
already,
this is all said and
already
done?
said they're going to match anything he gets. And remember, now he had met with the Lakers. They just traded for Walker Kessler. He's not going to the Lakers.
There's talk he's going to meet with the Kings, too. Which,
well, good luck to him. He better stay in Detroit.
Yeah, if I were you.
Man, I wish I was 6'9". You know how much money I'd have in my pocket right now?
Andy, if and I've always thought this, if you were 7 foot, if I were 7 foot, if Dan were 7 foot tall,
we'd be 21 feet tall.
With just our mediocre basketball abilities, somebody would have paid us to play basketball.
Do you still think that's the case?
Yes.
At 7 foot, yeah.
I didn't say NBA, did I?
Okay.
You could have had a fine career, Dan, in Istanbul.
I would win the Chris Dudley Award for free throw shooting, so that's good.
I don't know if that's the case even internationally anymore.
At 7 foot?
I don't know if that's the case.
And I'm not saying you don't stink. I'm saying, you had some basketball skill. You could play a little bit. I could play very slightly, but if I had my skills at 7 foot, somebody would have paid me to play ball. I could have made a fine career in Australia.
I mean, that was
as long
the story.
as I didn't have to shoot, I was good.
That was the story for a long time. Is that,
hockey player.
20
I
years
played
ago,
defense in both sports.
Probably 25 years ago.
I know, but honestly, if you're 7 foot tall, somebody's going to pay you to play basketball if you have some skill.
I just wonder if the game's evolved too much.
I did win a Hilltop championship.
You still want you still want 7 footers.
Yeah, but I don't think it's any more 7 feet tall and can walk and chew gum. There's a job for you. I don't know if it's that far.
Like Germany has a pro basketball league.
Right.
England has a pro basketball league. Somebody would pay you to play basketball if you're 7 foot tall with some skill.
We never got to this yesterday, but Ja Morant of the Trailblazers.
Yeah, that was a big deal that we did.
Huge.
Wow. What do you guys make of this move? Do you think a backcourt of Ja Morant and Damian Lillard can coexist together?
Guess we're going to find out, aren't we?
What they're doing is recreating what they decided didn't work there for the longest time when they had Lillard and CJ McCollum, 2 small guards. Now, different guard, Ja Morant is wildly explosive, and that's both good and bad. Explosive on the court and explosive off the court.
But Dame's also 40.
40? No, he's like 36.
Yeah.
And beat up.
Yeah. So I wonder if it's just kind of a temporary thing where they think they're just taking a flyer on a diminished asset and hoping that like Dame can kind of grab him by the shirt collars and say, you need to get your life together.
Yeah.
Sports Illustrated had the best headline on this. They just said Ja Morant makes the Blazers' new backcourt awesome and awkward.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Happy Bobby Bonilla Day, gentlemen.
Oh, today is Bobby Bonilla.
Yeah, celebrated accordingly. July 1st, for those of you out there who are new to this, Bobby Bonilla deferred a whole boatload of his cash in January of 2000 over the next, I think it ended up being about 30 years or something like that.
2035.
So today, Bobby Bonilla walks in the door and gets himself a check for $1.19 million from the Mets, plus an additional $500K from the Orioles based on his contract deferral.
I love that guy.
Now,
and I don't know him at all. I just love his deal. That's beautiful.
All because he went to the Wilpon family at the time, who were dealing with the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scandal, and made himself a deal.
That's just beautiful.
Smart man right
there. If you
there.
were him, what's he got, 35? 1930 or 2035, right?
Seriously, isn't that just great?
Well, he's not the only one. So there are more people who are celebrating Bobby Bonilla Day as well. Max Scherzer gets $15 million through 2027 from the Washington Nationals. He will also get $15 million from the Dodgers today as well. Chris Davis, remember Chris Davis from the Orioles?
Yeah.
Well, he picks up $3.5 million annually between the years of 2026, this year, to 2032. Then from 33 to 37, that's right, when some of those Laker picks finally become actual picks, he gets $1.4 million. This is the last year Manny Ramirez gets to celebrate Bobby Bonilla Day with the Red Sox. He gets $2.04 million. Good for him.
If you were a baseball player and you can get these kind of contracts, and let's say you sign $100 million, wouldn't you try and defer like $10 million and set one of these up? And aren't they trying to get rid of that in the new players agreement? I think Major League Baseball has thrown out the idea. We don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah, well,
if you were Bobby Bonilla today, so they owe him what, $9.9 million. It's up in 35, right? They owe him $9.9 million left, and they came up to you and said, "You know what? We'll give you $7 million today."
Nope,
wouldn't do it.
Oh, that way I could control myself. All right, gentlemen, we will end with this.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
So the big one yesterday, gentlemen, is that Mexico took down Ecuador. It is the first time the Mexicans have won a knockout stage in 50 years, and the first goal sounded like this, courtesy of Telemundo. A second one quickly followed from there from Mexico, a 2-0 victory. The best story that came out of this, though, is and this is according to ABC Sports, a dog has been missing for a month in Mexico and apparently reunited with her owner during the party. Yeah, according to ABC News, a 6-year-old dog was found by her owner after being missing for a month. So the dog just wanted to party.
That's beautiful.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that.
Nice, Dano.
We win tonight?
So, well, we're getting there. So, France 3, Sweden 0. France is the best team in the tournament. It's not even close, and they proved it yesterday. Norway took down the Ivory Coast as well. And, of course, with that came one of the cooler moments of the tournament, the Norwegian row at center field with everybody there. It is amazing how loud that is and how it echoes through that stadium. It's just cool.
That's cool.
It's just straight cool. The other one as well for today, we got a day ahead of us. So England takes on Dr. Congo at 1 o'clock today, or the Democratic Republic of Congo if you prefer, but I like Dr. Congo better.
Dr. Congo.
I like Dr. Congo.
That's kind of funny.
Belgium takes on Senegal at 5 p.m. And then the biggie tonight, the United States taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina at 8. It's going to be unbelievable. I think the U.S. gets the win, but it's going to be a very, very close match. It's going to be very close. Keep an eye out as well for the U.S. Everybody is healthy, and Bosnia's best player was born in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Of course he was.
Oh, cheese curds for everybody, right?
So, Yep. So keep an eye out for all that one. But I think the U.S. gets the win today, and then after that, I don't know what happens.
And your brackets are
It'll
going
be a
pretty
party.
well. Are you the guy that runs the brackets?
I do not do brackets.
You don't do brackets at all?
Nope. They bring me too much anger.
Wow. I never thought a bunch of little lines would upset you that bad, but okay. Let's come back. I want to go back to the NBA also. Good news, bad news for Cooper Ingle. Last night it was bad news. Today it's good news. We'll explain. 216-474-0092. Baskin Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The world's top 10 teams were upset on the same day yesterday, and with Germany and the Netherlands being sent home, this World Cup may be wide open. Couple of wide open field with what many are calling the best American team ever, and it's fair to dream, fair to wonder, maybe even fair to expect that this could be the best opportunity the U.S. men's national team has ever had to go all the way in the World Cup. I'm Chris Mack.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Australia's Socceroos are a combative, never-say-die side built around European-based players hungry to prove themselves. Their athletic midfield and a clinical forward who can finish in tight spaces make them more than capable of upsets.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don't let summer slip away. At RCDRV, your adventure starts here. Motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers. Shop hundreds in stock right now. Parts and service too. Find your Freedom camper today at RCDRV.com. Freedom is calling. Will you answer?
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. NBA trade news, MLB trade rumors, World Cup updates, and the latest on NFL training camps. Sports never takes a summer vacation. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights.
Touchdown, Brown!
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians Guardians looking to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Rangers this afternoon. The two sides will be meeting up for their matinee finale over at Progressive Field. After the Guardians dropped 2 against Texas and the White Sox won their first 2 in Baltimore, they're now 2 games back in the AL Central. Joey Cantillo gets a start for the Guardians this afternoon. Texas will counter with Mackenzie Gore. First pitch is set for 1:10. Free agency in the NBA kicked off last night. The Cavaliers lost 2 of the 5 players that became free agents. Dean Wade reportedly headed to Philadelphia on a 4-year contract worth $39 million, and Keon Ellis going to Brooklyn on a 2-year, $18 million deal. The Cavaliers could be looking at a big free agent acquisition, though. LeBron James has informed the Lakers he does not plan to return to the team this upcoming season, but he does plan to play elsewhere. The Cavaliers, the Heat, and the Warriors have all been rumored as potential landing spots for the veteran superstar. Team USA back in action for World Cup play tonight as they kick off their round of 32, which is the start of single elimination games in the tournament. United States will be facing Bosnia and Herzegovina. Kickoff is at 8 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
The fireworks are underway. I think just a few of them went off in this building.
Because they're cheaper. Depends what you want to spend, you know.
I mean, Woody Hayes would never stoop to driving north of the border to go get fireworks. He just wouldn't do it, Mike.
I hate Michigan. I got in-laws that live there, and I hate Michigan, but, they got good beef jerky, cheap fireworks, and ugly women.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, as always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1 o'clock. A lot of LeBron hype going on right now. A lot of NBA free agency hype going on right now. And
Nikola Vucevic going to Orlando.
That just happened?
From Boston, yeah. 35. I wonder how much he has left, but I always liked his game.
And then the other one, too, that we didn't really get to was Kawhi Leonard going to the Raptors and how the East is getting better, Jeff. And
yes, it is, Andy.
Is it because of all these other things that are going on that the LeBron thing becomes bigger than life, bigger than maybe it should be?
No.
The LeBron thing should be as big as it is right now. Is that a Cleveland-centric thing?
It's LeBron. It's LeBron. He is a master at putting the spotlight on himself, and I say this in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Master at putting the spotlight on himself and remaining relevant. He's phenomenal at it.
I do see the pros and the cons. I really don't see that many cons with him coming back to Cleveland, though. I wonder what let me give you the cons. Then
one and one only.
Do you want me to give you mine, or you want to give me the one-on-one only?
I want yours.
Okay. Chemistry in the locker room, I think, would be an interesting
He's never
dynamic.
been a problem there. He's always been real good about that.
I think it becomes different if he's not the highest paid guy in the locker room, too. I mean, there's a hierarchy in that room based on who gets paid and what's going on there. I don't know if that matters.
Not with him.
Well, now for sure it wouldn't matter if he comes in for less than what other guys are making. Age and maybe just kind of flaming out. That's the only other thing I can think of. You tell me. What's your concern?
If they bust up the team to make it happen.
Well, then he wouldn't have the assets around him to go back and win a championship.
Exactly. In theory.
I can't see them doing that, though. Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense.
They don't have to. They just have to get him to agree to sign here for what they can offer him.
And he wants happiness. And we go back and talk about what Rich Paul had said on his own podcast, that he wants happiness. What is happiness?
No. If you're LeBron, would you rather play on a Cavs team that had Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, or on a Cavs team that has one of them?
I would rather play with both of those guys. If I was LeBron, here's how I would look at it. I'd be like, okay, I want happiness. I can go back to Cleveland. I can probably move my family back home to Akron. We still hang on to the house in L.A. for whenever we want to live out there, or we can live here, or whatever. I mean, I don't know. Did he ever sell his house in Miami? I don't even know if he ever did that.
No idea.
So, I mean, he may have a place in Miami, which would make things easy for his family too. I think it's an easy fit for him if he wants happiness. Like they were joking about playing golf too, like and there are plenty of golf. And didn't he not just join Firestone? I just heard that was a couple weeks ago that he had just rejoined, or that he had joined Firestone Country Club.
Well, that's nice.
So I mean,
he could buy Firestone.
Well, they just were sold.
So
again, I don't know how much profit can you turn that quick, or would you take the loss and just sell the LeBron?
I don't know.
There's plenty of golf around here. That's not a problem.
Well, it is in January.
Indoor and outdoor. The line was about indoor and outdoor golf.
Okay, fine.
So there's plenty of indoor places now that you can play.
Plus, you don't play a ton during the season.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to. Although you can play in the morning before practice, maybe. I don't know. After shoot around, before shoot around.
Yeah, you don't.
He likes to sleep though. He likes to nap before games.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, I do. I see a lot of positives that if you want to come back here, as long as the fit is right. I tend to agree with that last phone call that we got about it too. That he'd be walking into a situation where there are some mature guys in the situation, right? Dan, don't laugh, but I'm going to say James Harden and Donovan Mitchell and guys that he had played with before and knows what to expect there.
I wonder what would appeal to him more. Because you're hearing a lot of people talking Jaylen Brown. Would he find a team with Jaylen Brown, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and Jared Allen more appealing than a team that had Allen and Mobley, along with Mitchell and Harden? I don't know the answer to that.
Do you think you got to think he knows Evan a little bit, right? Because of USC.
Played against him in high school. His kid did.
Yeah.
He's known Evan since Evan was in high school.
There's got to be some sort of. I still think there's no way he walks into this yesterday. He tells the Lakers, "I'm not coming back," without some sort of a plan, some sort of a game plan for LeBron to say, "Okay, this is what I really want to do. So let's try to make this work, but let's not close down any options because you never know what's going to happen. And by the way, I'm the center of attention again, and here we go again." And I just hope we don't get into one of these situations where everybody comes to town and they want to interview him, or everybody goes to L.A., and we have what we had, remember, at the IMG building when he left. Was that 2010, right? When he went to Miami the first time. And that was just kind of it was a circus. It was an absolute circus. All the owners were coming to town. They're landing at Burke. They're taking a short little jaunt up to IMG. Everyone's taking pictures of them walking into the building like we're Hollywood. People were hanging out outside the building to see what would happen. TV crews from all over the place were lined up across the street. People were doing like hour-long shows over there by Lakeside. Not Lakeside. I'm trying to think. But Superior? Is that what the street is over there? Oh, right in front of IMG and East 9th.
East 9th and Superior.
East 9th and Superior, yeah. And so people would be like, it was this gigantic movie set while he was doing it. Remember, that's when the Cavaliers made the pitch with Family Guy. It was Family Guy, wasn't it? It wasn't Simpsons. It was Family Guy.
I think it was.
And, they went out and paid all this money to have the cast and crew, do an episode for him with that. And they put a Warren Buffett figure in there, too, remember, because he was talking to Warren about, money at time. I don't want to go through that again. I just don't. It's just like, pick a team. Let's go.
Warren's a nice man.
Oh, are you tight with him?
I did talk to him once. He was very, very pleasant.
Did he call you Jeff?
Yes.
Paul's an incredible thought partner.
Ding! That was a ding. All right, so where do we go from here, Jeff? Where do we go?
You sit back and you wait and see what he's going to do. I mean, again, he's put himself in the relevant position. I am curious. I think it might be a better team. Let's just all the hypothetical about Jaylen Brown. I think they're probably a better team with Evan Mobley and not Jaylen Brown. Team.
But I'm not giving up big guys. I just don't understand why that seems to be this and the 3-and-D thing. Like how about get somebody underneath the hoop and get me a rebound?
How many basketballs would you have to have? And seriously, to get James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Jaylen Brown, and LeBron James to all be at their most effective levels on offense.
Gentlemen, the Lakers are on a spending spree right now. If you
Here we
want to
go.
be brought up to date on this one, buckle in. So, all of these courtesy of Shams Charania, of course, all of their agents as well, who have told Shams what these deals are. Free agent Sandro Mamu Kalishvili, who we all remember quite well
From Toronto.
from the Toronto Raptors, hitting all sorts of threes and all that stuff. A 4-year, $52 million deal with the Lakers with a player option for the fourth season. He can shoot, he can board, he can D up. He's pretty darn good. Then you add in free agent Quentin Grimes is now heading to the Lakers on a 4-year, $60 million deal with a player option, sources tell ESPN. And then, guys, our old buddy Colin Sexton heading to the Los Angeles Lakers on a 2-year, $19 million deal.
Colin.
Player option for the second year, according to Shams Charania.
Now, see, that's a nice signing for them. And I say that for this reason. You have Luka, you have Austin Reeves. So you have your point guard in Luka, and he's going to be your point forward type of guy. And you have Austin Reeves who can just flat out shoot it. Colin gives you another guy who can bring some energy off the bench and fill it up. So that gives them some bench scoring. I like that move for them. Colin was underappreciated.
Did they picked up some? Or no? Am I thinking of the Knicks moving today? Then what was the other big move today? Then
Mitchell Robinson to the Celtics.
Robinson. Yeah, it was Mitchell Robinson. Okay. So I'm thinking. I'm looking at the Celtics roster, and then I'm thinking about what the Lakers are doing, and then we talked about Kawhi Leonard going to Toronto. I just feel like every team is getting better. Doesn't it feel like every team is getting better for the most part, with the exception of maybe Milwaukee?
As long as Western Conference teams get better, it doesn't really affect.
Yeah, that
Cavs.
doesn't bother me. But the Kawhi Leonard thing back to Toronto, I think is.
You needed 7 games to beat Toronto without Kawhi Leonard.
I guess that's a good way to think of it.
Now they had Kawhi Leonard, who you got to figure if he's healthy still has 2 to 5 good years in him. He's a really good player and really
was
good
he the
defender.
difference for one game for them to be able to beat us?
I would have said yes,
especially the way we were playing. This I think the other part I'm torn here is how good are the Cavaliers? I'm listening to people say this and that, and then for LeBron, where would LeBron's best fit? Bobby Marks was on ESPN, and here's what Bobby had to say.
I actually think, Matt, they're probably the best fit. I think that gives them the best chance. If he wants to go win a championship, I think they're probably the most complete roster when you look at Donovan Mitchell, and the likelihood is that James Harden will be back. And then you look at the 2 bigs with Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen, and then they've got shooting to surround with Max Strus and Sam Merrill. Their bench, certainly there's some work to do there. I think that in the Eastern Conference, and I know that New York has just won an NBA championship, I think if you don't have to subtract from that roster, that likely would give him the best chance.
What'd Bobby just say? If you don't have to subtract from that roster.
Meaning the Knicks or us. Cavs. Okay.
But they have subtracted. You've lost your 2 guys who you said, these are our good wing defenders who can knock down threes. Then again, if you bring in LeBron, Dean Wade wasn't going to start.
No. So that made sense anyway. That would be his.
But you'd still want Dean coming off the bench because.
Well, you're going to need some help. He's not. No one's expecting him to play 38 minutes.
James' defense isn't stellar. James Harden.
Right.
Donovan Mitchell's isn't stellar, and LeBron James is no longer stellar, except maybe in short bursts. Got to play defense. At some point, you have to stop somebody.
One other guy, I'll let you hear from somebody else here when we come back from the break, too, because somebody else said why LeBron should come home to Cleveland. And I'm going to play that for you here coming up in just a few moments, too. Also, I want to get to Guardians, a bizarre game last night. Chris Rose joins us at 1. So stick around. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. That's not fun. Not fun at all. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So They make a switch, you don't have to. You still have a player out on the field. And you're in it until the final whistle. So
spots for the veteran superstar. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, you can find us all on YouTube. That includes the morning guys, Ken and Anthony, 6 to 10. Andy, me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Your turn at 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. We are going to hear in just a moment about a guy that has covered the Cavs and LeBron for a long time, about what he said about LeBron maybe coming to Cleveland. We'll get to that in a second. I do want to take a quick phone call. Jim is in Strongsville. Hey, Jimbo.
Hey, guys. Hey, listen, I don't think there's going to be the hoopla for 41-year-old LeBron, and I don't want the Cavaliers to make any roster moves with the sole intent of attracting LeBron James back. That's not worth it.
Agreed, Jim. Agreed.
Yeah, and I understand, Andy. I understand the desire, but I'll tell you right now, on a one-for-one basis, there is not a player on the Cavaliers roster I wouldn't trade for Jaylen Brown. He is better than every player on their roster. I truly believe that. I would take him over every single player on their roster. And I know that you've said you don't want to get rid of the bigs. Look, I get it. I have the emotional attachment to.
It's not emotional. It's just it's so hard to find a big and try to get somebody that can do so. Look, I'd be more apt to send Mitchell out for him than I would be for one of the two big guys. It's not.
It's building a team.
Yeah, this is about the puzzle, not about the big picture.
I agree, but I think that when you're talking big guys, Wemby's a big guy, but he's extremely talented. Look, here's my problem with Evan Mobley is we've all been tied up with the oh my gosh, but the talent, the potential. The problem is at some point potential has to become reality. And at this point in his career, I think it's safe to say that this might, and this is no knock on him. He's a damn good player. This might be what he is. It just might be what he is, and that's fine. But I don't want to keep holding on to him with this idea that the potential. I don't think he's mentally, nor do I think he'll ever be physically strong enough to be a dominant player.
Do you think he got better this year? Do you think he took heed to things that were going on and stepped up things a little bit? I mean, again, granted, no one wants to sit here and talk about the fact that we didn't really have our starting five in more than 7 or 8 games after they got Harden, and no one wants to look at that.
I get it. I just do. Here's the problem with Evan Mobley: unless he gets physically stronger, which I don't see happening, and unless he somehow mentally changes to where he wants to, he's got this dog in him where he wants to take it at a guy across from him, which isn't something I think you really learn. Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. These are two things that are just you're kind of born with. He needs both of those things to be a dominant player. Doesn't mean he can't be a good player, but to be a dominant player. And I'm just like, he's 5 years in the league now. At what point do you just say, well, this is kind of, I mean, I know he's young.
I'm still in it. I'm in it for another year or two. Jim, thank you. Jim and Strongsville, what do you got there?
Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports. Get your annoyed sigh ready.
Okay.
Multiple league sources say LeBron James has had discussions about filming the entire season with live streaming possibly folded into the final product. So for all of you out there wondering how LeBron was going to take a league minimum and still make money, well, I think we might have an idea.
Okay, here's my question. Can somebody call, I would assume Berea City Hall or Cleveland City Hall. Do we have enough bandwidth to do that and have Shadur's film
Shadur's
crew?
thing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is extremely...
Shadur's people are like, wait a minute, LeBron's going to do the same thing? Nobody's going to watch us.
What are we going to do?
A group size?
3, 2, 1.
LeBron back in Cleveland.
I hope Jim Gray hosts the whole thing.
Would that be
such
be
a
better,
phenomenal talent that he is?
Would that be better product than LeBron next to Giannis in Miami?
Yes.
You're saying that from a Cleveland perspective.
No.
Do you think it would be?
I think.
I mean, who's a better co-star, Giannis or Donovan? Donovan's way nice.
Oh, they can find somebody to be goofy.
Giannis has a lot of dad jokes up his sleeve.
He does. That's true too.
Yeah.
Ooh, wait. Maybe I'm leaning towards Giannis now. I kind of embrace the dad jokes now.
Plus, if they're looking for scenics during the wintertime, you can go out to a boat in Miami.
So LeBron is going to
It's true. Miami would probably give you more set pieces.
LeBron's going to have a crew around him. Well, listen, if LeBron was going to retire and we knew it was going to be the retirement tour, he would have had a film crew run him all the time anyway. I mean, I don't now he's going to let his own production company do it. Is that what we're saying? So whoever signs LeBron's going to have to let his production company in, right?
I mean, you're going to deny the world LeBron's camera crew around this?
When the cows go out, where do they go? Anybody know? To the movies.
I mean, that's
it was bad.
Yeah, that's
good.
Bad.
My bad.
No,
yeah, I think
good
so.
stuff.
I'm going Team Giannis now. Okay, you switch me. Can we get Giannis here now? Is it too late?
I'd be in.
I mean, our football owner did trade him, right?
I mean, then you could get more of this.
Okay, this is gonna be good. So, you guys see the new movie Constipation? No? What movie? Constipation. It's because he hasn't come out yet.
So bad.
That's a good.
Think he bought a joke book?
You're not going to put a camera crew in front of that with LeBron?
Come on, man.
All he's got to do is tell
grumpy
a
Pat
couple-
Riley hanging out.
Oh, he would be a good character, wouldn't he?
It'd be great.
He'd be yelling at clouds, wouldn't he? He'd be grumpy old man from Simpsons. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Oh man, you guys have been.
Now this documentary crew puts a wrinkle into some things. According to sources, tell Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports.
So LeBron is looking to do a TV show then, or a live stream show based on this. Can we just play basketball?
No, Andy. Those days are about 20 years in the rear view.
Speaking of a live show that's been around LeBron for years now, Dave McMenamin from ESPN talked about whether LeBron should come back to Cleveland. He did.
Apparently not.
It's okay. He spent a lot of time around LeBron, so I would think you probably know. I don't know. He was like his own personal reporter when he was here, right?
Yes, he was the personal ESPN LeBron reporter.
Huh.
Good gig if you can get it.
All right, here we go. Here's McMenamin.
I mean, of all the places in the world where he could come to the conclusion that he was going to be leaving the Lakers and telling the Lakers he was going to be leaving, it just so happens to be Akron, Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio. And I'm not going to say that's all of the clues right there, but we have to read the tea leaves here. I know that several members of LeBron's kind of inner circle are going to meet him in Ohio this week. And I'm sure they continue to have a discussion about what the decision will be. But it could be the best situation right down the road from where he grew up, 45 minutes from Akron, with the Cavs for a third stint. And really, I've followed this guy now for 12 years around the country. I've seen different fan bases, different arenas. The only place that accepts him, embraces him, celebrates him for everything that he is Cleveland, Ohio.
And that's now.
Now.
Wasn't.
Like, I don't even think
wasn't 12 years ago.
No, it was brutal.
Yeah.
When he left in 2010. Brutal. You know.
Not until he came
I
back.
still see the one fan in the Miami jersey in the upper deck when he came back with Miami, the most hostile atmosphere I've ever seen for any game ever.
That was unbelievable.
It was, man, you could cut the hate around. Remember, and there was like they had cheers, choreographed cheers.
Andy, one of our own, who was one of the greatest players in any sport, left town. That's why it hurt so much.
Yeah.
One of our own left town.
It was a bad divorce. That's what it was. It was
like Miles can leave town, and Miles got traded, but Miles isn't from here.
Don't you think what if we didn't have
people?
What if we didn't have LeBron? Did that set the bar? Did that not nothing could be worse than what happened when LeBron left, and nothing could be better than when he came back and won a championship.
That is correct.
I mean, you want to talk about the ebb and flow of emotion and fandom, and I mean, LeBron has sparked every bit of that in anyone that has ever put on a jersey that says Cleveland. Doesn't matter what sport. Whether you loved him, you hated him, there just was no in between with LeBron. And like you'd want to root against Miami. I don't know that I ever rooted against the Lakers when he was in LA. I just didn't care. I think after he left, and then after everything that went down with Kyrie, after he left, I think we were all kind of like, okay, I get it. He's not, and maybe that's the way we should have felt the first time he left. Like,
No,
remember how?
No, it wasn't.
Do you remember? Was it?
Don't say David Stern.
No. What about Stern? What were we going to say?
You had him for 7 years. That's the way it works.
But that is the way it worked.
Yeah, I know.
He was right.
We didn't want to hear it.
No, and we didn't want to believe because we thought he was one of us. And again, it was a man-made, manufactured episode in Cleveland sports misery until we won. And then you can kind of let the drive, the fumble, the shot, the decision go away. After that, it's amazing how winning heals, and winning a championship, man, it heals everything. It heals everything. We were just talking about, the morning show was talking about it this morning. They were 100% right. Like James Dolan, hated in New York. Absolutely hated. I don't know how until maybe today. But
Mitchell Robinson's a good player, but he's not worth Knick fans crying over.
No, but he also said he wasn't going to spend any money either.
No, he said he wasn't going to go into the second apron because it debilitates your ability to get your team better.
Which is true. Which
Absolutely.
is what we're all living right now.
Exactly right. Yeah, he was right when he said that.
There's no other athlete that has ever existed in my lifetime that has poked the emotion the way LeBron does. I don't know, maybe because he's one of ours. Is that why? Is it more so for us than it is for the rest of the country? I still read. Hang on, Fred Rogan. I don't know, Dan, if you can. I know this will take a second. He was on 570 AM LA Sports. Fred's a long time
NBC sports broadcaster.
Yeah, like a legend. He was on. Did he used to go on Carson or he used to go on Letterman?
He used to go on Carson.
And so he would go on all these shows, and he was actually pretty funny. He was way ahead of his time, right?
Helped phone to me when I was in Beaumont.
Oh, he was? That's nice to hear. All right, that makes me feel better. I didn't know that. But he also, I wondered what his legacy is going to be in L.A. They've had so many great basketball players there, so many big celebrities in L.A. What would his legend be after he leaves now? And so here's what Fred said.
I said it, and I'll say it now. He wore a Laker uniform, but he wasn't a Laker. I always felt that way. I think with LeBron, it's about LeBron. And even in this, as the era comes to an end, and everybody was counting down and waiting, the Lakers thanked LeBron for what he had done after LeBron decided, and it was announced that he would not return. So LeBron got to make that announcement. So you go, well, maybe that's just the way it played out. Or maybe it played out like this. And it's highly unusual for the Lakers. There were conversations. Maybe it's how much we're going to pay you, and I'm sure that's what it came down to. And if they used the Dodger philosophy instead of the conventional wisdom, which was, well, you got to give him $30 million because he's LeBron, I kept saying, why would you bid against yourself? If the best offer up there was $15 million, you give him 16. Well, you have to take care of him. Do you? I think $16 million, you're taking care of a guy that makes $85 million a year off the court. I think it's money. Quite frankly. That's what I think it came down to. And maybe that means you're 1A. Maybe that's what you're saying. At 1A, you don't get paid like you used to get paid. But I think it simply came down to money.
I don't. Am I wrong?
I don't either.
I don't think it came down to money with him. And I don't think Rich Paul just said that as a PR move either, that he wants happiness. He's got the money.
You know what it came down to, I think, in L.A.? Relevance. You weren't as relevant with the Lakers, even though you're LeBron James, after they acquired Luka. It went from LeBron's team to Luka's team. And it will certainly be that way this year. And would have been. LeBron would have been hey, nice job, veteran. You're a terrific player still. Glad you're here. Man, look at Luka. Isn't he tough? And I could see LeBron not wanting to stick around for that.
I could too. I don't know that. Did you understand his point, though, about saying that LeBron wore the jersey but wasn't a Laker?
Yeah.
You get it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can help me understand that a little bit. Chris Rose is going to join us coming up at 1 o'clock. When we come back, I do want to switch over to baseball for a second. Odd moment in the game for a young baseball player. And I felt horrible when it happened. What happened? If you don't know, we'll explain it. And then he actually got some good news today. So we're going to talk about that when we come back. We're all along what's going on with LeBron. If anything breaks or anything happens, we will be talking about it. You will get the information fast and furious. So whatever happens in NBA free agency, in particular LeBron, you will hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092.
first-round picks in 2031 and 2033 and first-round swaps in 2028 and 2030. The Lakers have also picked up Colin Sexton on a 2-year deal worth $19 million. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Guardians get set to start here at 1, a little bit after 1 o'clock. So they'll wrap up their series with the Rangers. Weird stuff that happened in the game yesterday. We're going to talk about that in a second. I'm going to take one quick one. Mike's in Stowaway. Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing, man?
Good. What's a good word, man?
So, like, I didn't LeBron, I think I was waiting on the last thing. Cooper Angle will be fine. Look, it was a stupid mistake, and we'll get over it.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
LeBron, I think, Andy, the biggest thing, and it was the first time, is that when he left us high and dry. You know, there was no deal for him. He just left as a free agent. We got no sign and trade.
No, we did. Actually, it was a sign and trade. When he left for Miami, we got a bunch of draft picks and some other stuff for whatever it was worth. But, yeah. It
wasn't worth diddly. It wasn't the kind of sign and trade that he's gotten in the other times that he's left, other places, for sure. It wasn't the same. But here nor there, I think, too, he hadn't accomplished his goal, Andy. You know, he didn't get that championship before, so it was harder for everybody to feel good about it. We felt like we were going to get there with him. When we did and he left, we kind of felt like he was going to get him somewhere else, and he did do that. So it just kind of made that divorce, continue to be heated until he came back and got us one. So I think that was the biggest deal. He never accomplished his goal before in stint one.
Sure.
But, bring him back, though. I mean, I want him back bad. I don't understand the Mobley thing for Jaylen Brown. I don't know how that helps our lineup, having more guards. Somebody will have to explain that to me someday when they're talking about that as the possibility.
Jeff, you're on the same page with him. I agree with Mike. I agree with you. Why are you mixing the match doesn't work? If you're going to get rid of one of the guards, okay, I totally get it. That's easy. But
and we drafted another guard. We didn't even draft a big man when we could have, where we were. I know we didn't want to give a guaranteed contract because of our roster, but there were other.
They still could have had a 7-footer going into the next day. So.
Yeah, and then that would have made the trade more likely for Mobley. Makes sense, but we're so guard heavy. I just don't understand it. I like Jaylen Brown's game; he's a killer. But Mobley provides something completely different, and I just think we'd be a mismatch on the bad end. Going the other way. At the rim.
Good stuff. Yeah, Mike. I don't like it. Mike and Stowe, thank you. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Thank you. Guardians and Rangers getting set to wrap up their series today. A weird play last night. I mean, still, I wasn't really even that mad when it happened, but Cooper Angle yesterday forgot how many outs there were, and he threw the ball into the stands with a runner standing at second base, and the game was tied at 2, and it gave the Rangers
the 7th.
Yeah, and the Rangers ended up scoring again. So I mean, you never know what was going to happen, and they were able to get out of the inning, but after that, they had already given up a run. Because it's a 2-base advance when the ball goes into the stands. It was just goofy. I'm like, this guy's a catcher. On one hand, I'm like, man, catchers should know what's going on. On the other hand, he's a catcher playing in the outfield. So I kind of like the way they handled it last night, and it sucked. I felt bad for him. But today he was named to the Futures game, so I felt a little bit better. Maybe that was the good news for him.
I don't know the answer to this. Can you play in the Futures game if you're on a major league roster?
Yeah, you can, can't you? It depends how long you've been up.
You can. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good for him.
Yeah. So
he just screwed up.
Yeah.
I mean, it has nothing to do with he's a catcher and now he's in the outfield. And somebody sent me an email. That's what happens when you try and play a catcher in the outfield. No, that doesn't have anything to do with it. The guy screwed up.
He just forgot how many outs there were. That's all.
That's it. Thought there were 2 outs. Done. No deeper than that. You had a brain fart. Done.
Yeah, you hope it doesn't cost you the game. And the bigger part of it is as long as he doesn't do it again, I kind of get. I mean,
he's not going to make it a habit.
Everybody makes a mistake.
Not you.
No, that's true. I make mistakes every day.
Did you ever throw the ball into the stands?
I'm on purpose, like playing third base and throw a wild one over the first baseman's head. Yeah, I probably did that a couple times.
Been there.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
You respect that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a difference when, like, that's a physical error.
The kid just screwed up. And Andy, think about it. At this point in his major league career, oh my goodness, he'll remember that for the rest of his life.
It's one of those where you wanted him to come back up and hit a home run to kind of make amends for it.
Well, sure.
I that was the feeling. I'm like, okay, so this is a play where this kid gets a chance.
He did hit it hard.
He did.
Exit velocity of 103. Glad he's here. Keep swinging.
He did strike out. Well, he struck out 3 times yesterday too.
Well,
I wonder how much that has to do with.
He's a rookie.
Yeah. Just your thoughts on where they are right now. Again, it's another night where they come up with 2 runs.
Their offense isn't good.
They're hard. I mean, I'm glad DeLauder's back. It's still a hard offensive watch. Even though the night before they had some runs and
what do
they
you
were
mean,
able to
Andy?
come back. Oh, Jeff, you know exactly what I mean.
28th in team batting average, 23rd in on-base percentage, 28th in runs scored.
Jeff, they only had 2 guys in the lineup hitting less than 200 and only one hitting less than 100.
28th in OPS and 30th in slugging percentage. That's not a hard offense to watch.
Do you find it interesting? Again, I do this every time I go to the game, and it always catches me off guard. When they put the lineup, Dan, you might be on board with this too. When they put the lineup on the scoreboard and they don't put batting averages anymore, they put on-base percentages because the numbers are just so much more higher. It's just inflated. I'm surprised they don't put.
It looks better because most people don't grasp exactly what it means. Everybody knows what batting average is. Are you hitting 200? That stinks.
I find it hysterical. The other thing I wish they would do is I wish they would leave I don't know if it's just here or anywhere else. Why can't they leave the pitch speed up for more than just 2 seconds? I'm always like when a guy's hitting 100, I want to see it. Like that last pitch was 100. You could leave it up there for more than 3 seconds on the scoreboard. Because I find myself, I think it's one of the hardest things at the ballpark to find sometimes is the pitch speed.
A buddy of mine,
especially if you're not looking at the main scoreboard and you're looking at the ribbon boards behind.
A buddy of mine dropped this line on me the other day, and it was some major leaguer who said it, and I forget who my buddy told me it was. But the line was this, and stick with me on the line. It's really, really hard to hit 200 in the major leagues. It's really hard to hit 200 in the majors.
Okay.
Because if you're hitting somewhere around 200, they're sending you to the minors. Not on this team, baby.
You say there's a chance? Oh, Dan, I see steam coming out of Dan's ears with the contemplation about this conversation we're having.
Well, and it's because we're talking about something simple like batting average.
Stop, Jeff. Stop. That tells you, like, how often you can probably expect a hit every time they come up. And if they're 0 for 7, there's a chance they might get a hit when they're
on their
back.
way, baby.
So that's how you got to feel about it. I don't know. I look at it and I'm like, okay, but they get another crack at it. I don't think the American League Central is going to get away from them anytime soon. So they'll still be around. They're still going to be able to battle through it. The other part I hated about last night was, Bibee had a pretty good outing last night. He gave up 2 earned runs. That run sucked, man. I still feel bad for him on that. He threw 91 pitches last night. He only had 2 strikeouts. He only gave up 5 hits, though. 3 runs total. I mean, and by the way, it should have just been 2 runs. That should have been a winning performance for him, especially when you're going up against DeGrom, right? I mean, they jumped out to the early lead. They were up 2-0 last night. You're like, okay, man, I feel it. Feeling it tonight for these guys. And then, dun, 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 just slips away. And it was hot, too, last night. They were making a big deal about the shadows. How long have they been playing at this ballpark? Since 94? The shadows aren't going anywhere. So if you're going to decide to play a game in July, it is what it is. Just listen to the crew.
It's funny. You don't want the sun, Andy, until the sun's not out, and then you want the sun.
Is this one of the hardest ballparks to play in Major League Baseball? I don't know. Don't almost all home plates face the same way?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they do.
My directional thing is off there. Sorry.
I don't know. Oh, you don't have a GPS in your car?
I don't.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Dan, your thoughts on that blunder from last night and how that affected the game and how they came back and they were able to we'll see. I want to see what he does today. That's the other thing. I want to see how
Andy, he
able
just
to bounce
screwed
back.
up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. This is no big deal. He just screwed up.
Is there anybody that thinks it's a big deal? I didn't hear anybody. None of the announcers were saying that. I didn't think
he just screwed up.
I thought they had his back.
Feels like an idiot, and he's not an idiot. He just screwed up.
John is in North Ridgeville. Hi, John. How are you?
Good, guys. What's going on?
You are.
Yeah, right. Hey, I want to talk about the defense has been so poor lately. I mean,
the other night, like 2 errors in 1 inning, you're like, what's going on, man?
Throwing the ball away.
Yeah.
And Olay, how about the Olays on the infield?
This team cannot afford to play that way. Not at all.
You know what I think the problem is? Their leader's gone. Jose's not around, and I think it's affecting everybody, honestly.
Too much pressure on everybody? Is that what you think? That they can ease up?
Well, they're easing up, but I just think he's not there to lay the law down because Jose doesn't he doesn't put up with anything like that. He doesn't like making errors, and he doesn't like anyone else making them either. And when Engel threw that ball in the stands, I was like, what?
He just screwed up, John. There's no big deal. He just screwed up.
If he hits a game winner today, everybody will forget about it.
How many times are you sitting at a ball game and you might not look at the scoreboard and you ask the guys next to you, how many outs are there? All the time. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
So
if you're sitting in the stands,
I think a Major League Baseball.
Trust me, it happens on the field too.
I don't know. A Major League Baseball stadium is a tough place to lose track of outs. There's like 1,000 places to see it, unless somebody hits a home run and then they turn
He
all
just
the.
screwed up.
Yeah.
That's it. He just messed up.
I think it's more than that, honestly. I think that something's going on. They're not. I don't think they're in. Their heads are not in the game. It's obvious. Okay. Yeah, it's
Interesting.
obvious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, John. I don't.
Yep. Thank you.
Jeff, you do not.
Just screwed up.
Yeah, I believe he had a bad play, but he's right. It wasn't just that. I mean, if you go back, even just watch the last couple of games, they've had some silly, silly errors. Just silly. Dan, you look like you're ready to explode back there. Like there's a point you want to make on this.
No, I have nothing to say.
He's looked that way all day.
I
got nothing.
I see the frustration.
He's looked that way all day.
We know you.
He works with us.
I've stopped caring.
See?
Stop caring about the Guardians or stop caring about mental mistakes during
What
baseball
you
games?
two continue to say. I'm just done.
You're done with
I'm done.
Us, apparently.
Oh, you're just done with us?
Yeah. Oh, I'm done.
Hey, welcome to the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima and your producer, Dan Mennigan.
Is that it? Are you leaving us?
You out?
No, I'm not leaving you. You're stuck with me, at least until they come to their senses and fire me.
Welcome to Volnick and Mennigan.
I'm done. Especially when it comes to the batting average stuff. Look, it's the old Jerry Seinfeld bit of why are we still comparing everything to the horse when we have technology that is far faster and more powerful than the horse? That's what we're doing right here.
The batting average is still...
The two of you are sitting here comparing everything to horsepower, and that's fine.
The batting
Compare it to
average
the horse.
is still a stat that matters.
Yeah, you don't think it matters?
Six-cylinder engine versus the horse. You pick. That's where we are.
So you think on the scoreboard they should have on-base percentage compared to...
Of course, it's the better way to determine the quality of a hitter. In today's modern game, yes. But again, you can sit there and say, hey,
I did
like
spend
how
months,
the horse pulls.
I did spend months here defending Bazana, saying, look how often he gets on base.
Again,
rather than the hits.
The two of you are more than welcome to live your life with the horse. It's worked well for the Amish. It can work well for you.
Wow.
Compare it to the horse.
Ouch. So you have no use for batting average.
It's one of the many things you should look at to determine the quality of a hitter, but it's
all
not
we
like
said.
it should be the end-all, be-all, in the same way you look at the way an engine could go and go, oh, the horsepower. Oh, okay. Great, because I'm going to have 1,000 horses.
That's all we say.
Chris Rose, I don't know if he uses Game Changer for Major League Baseball to try to figure out all those stats that you can find out for 4-year-olds while they're playing T-ball. You can't get enough of that. Gotta have Game Changer
Guys are
for 4-year-olds.
complaining a lot today, man.
Who's complaining?
They're just the way things are. Parents want stats for their little kids. Fine. Game Changers made some money. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, but, I mean, do we really need
Andy,
OPS for a 5-year-old?
When the kids you were coaching were 12, what was their exit velocity on their slap shots?
Well, that's a great point because we would bring out the jugs gun to figure out
Exactly right.
and that would be never. 216-474-0092. That's the number you get in on, but we got a special number for Chris Rose, who's going to be with us next. John Boy Media, Dugout Discussions, and NFL Network. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Hey, we have a contest before we get to Chris Rose. We're looking for a winner. Enter the code word music, M-U-S-I-C, music, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Cleveland Irish Cultural Festival. It's July 17th through the 19th, Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. Get your tickets now at clevelandirish.org. Again, music. It's all from the Cleveland Irish Cultural Festival and 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, he is like an Irish Rose. In fact, he is. He is Chris Rose.
I see what you did there.
Thank you. John Boy Media, Dugout Discussions, NFL Network. And, of course, he's on the Wise Art Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Christopher. How are you?
Great, guys. How are you?
Sir?
Well, are you depressed? I mean, is L.A. just like, did it stop today now that we know LeBron's not going back? And I'm sure the movie industry's out of business. Everybody's just heartbroken that LeBron is not playing for the Lakers anymore.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Thank you, Chris.
They've been very busy. They've been very busy, the Lakers.
I like Walker Kessler for them.
They have been busy.
Yeah, I think they've made some interesting moves. They got their rim protector, so you can cross Jared Allen off the list.
That's what I said earlier. Yep.
All right. Yep. So, my friend, what do you think of LeBron now back out there in the world? He's dating again.
Yeah. So, Shams reporting that it's not a money thing and that he's willing to take a little bit. I mean, then now that makes it more intriguing, right? Obviously for us. I'm not going to – this is not 2014, okay? I remember exactly where I was when I got the alert that he's coming home, right? It's just he's a dozen years older. He's not the same player. In fact, I was just discussing with my oldest son, who's a big hoops head. I said, he is still a top 20 player in the league, isn't he? He's like, yeah. He said, because he can take over games in moments. And he said, you're not going to be a worse team if you bring back LeBron. I said, that's true. That's true. So the question is, how do you close the gap on the Knicks and then some of these other teams that I think have made improvements? And I think that he is a good start. We did talk and joke around a little bit last week that, the ball can't stop in Harden's neighborhood and in LeBron's neighborhood and just stay there. Like, it's got to move around. That's what the Knicks did so well in the postseason. So,
and Donovan's neighborhood.
Yeah. Although I think he's yes, absolutely. So I think you got to decide what type of team. You're not just trying to formulate the team with the best names in NBA history.
You're
trying
correct,
to formulate
sir.
the best team.
Yep, you're correct. That's why when I hear, and I love Jaylen Brown, I think he's terrific. But, some of the rumbling you hear, Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown, and I know Evan hasn't achieved what people want him to achieve, but what makes you a better team? Would it be having like LeBron and Donovan and Harden, or could Donovan for Brown? There are all kinds of things, and I just think they need to be, you need to tread lightly. Chris, bottom line, Andy and I have said, if you can get LeBron to come here and sign as a free agent without having to bust up what you have, fabulous. And if you have to bust up what you have, I don't know if you do that.
Yeah, but we also know that, I mean, if LeBron walks in the door, and that's the big piece, and we really don't do anything else, is that team good enough to win it all? I think that's what you have to – that's how you have to answer it, right?
I think it could be, but I wonder if, if to make it work, you end up having to trade Donovan for something, or Evan for something, or Jared Allen for something. I wonder if it's a better team. I just think if you drop LeBron on it, fill in the pieces around it, you've probably got your best chance.
I would agree with that. And so if financially they can make it work, then I think that's what they do, right?
I do too.
But I mean, it's exciting. I'm not trying to say, oh, everybody should cool their jets. It is exciting. I'm not going to say I have the same excitement as a dozen years ago when that happened.
No.
It's just not.
If you did, we'd have to have you checked out.
Yeah, and that's okay. You can be – I am more than mildly excited, but I'm not refreshing social media every 90 seconds.
But is he the missing piece? That's my question. And, you know,
I don't
especially
know.
I think he could be. I just don't expect him to play more than 20 minutes a game. I mean, anytime.
Wow, he's going to play way more than 20 minutes a game.
Well, I'm just saying,
bro.
what are you expecting out of him? I'm not, especially early in the
It's not
season.
just that. What did we do extremely poorly against the Knicks? We didn't shoot the ball well. He's not going to help you there. He's just not. I mean, we did get open shots. We got some really good looks. We couldn't make them. And I'm not saying that that's the difference between us. You know, we lost 4-0. It wasn't like we lost 4-3. We didn't lose in 7. We lost in 4. So the team needs to be a little bit better.
Jeff brought up a good point. If, you know, Kawhi's in Toronto and that goes 7 games, do we even beat Toronto?
Well, you can't do that.
Oh, he did. It was a great argument. He made a really good point.
You brought it up. I just
said, are they a better team with Kawhi?
Yeah,
and then you said
I said you beat. It took you 7 to beat Toronto, and they didn't have Kawhi. And then you said, if Kawhi's there, blah 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 blah.
Well, the implication of is what you made there. Yeah.
If John Collins is in Detroit like he is now, reportedly, do we get past them? I don't know. I don't like doing that because we haven't fired our shot yet. So you can't say that.
Although you could say James Harden is the shot.
No, that's not. If that's the only thing they do in between the trade deadline of last year and the start of this season, then that's malpractice.
I won't disagree with you there. You lose Dean Wade.
Yeah,
and
they
Keon
lost 2
Ellis.
players. They did that.
And not that those guys, you know, not that they're the difference makers, but it's interesting because, Chris, you're looking for 3-and-D guys to add to this team, and you had 2 of them who were whatever they were, that they were their best ones they had, and now those guys are gone. So they do have work to do. You're absolutely right about that.
Well, I didn't hear you say who the other one was beside Dean Wade.
Keon Ellis.
Oh, yeah, right. Did he sign anywhere yet?
Yeah, he signed with Brooklyn.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was disappointed by the way that kind of fizzled out.
Sure thing. Yep, you're right.
I mean, you got to play him, right? To be truly to be disappointed in the player, you got to at least find out what he could have done.
And he was pretty well sought after at the trade deadline.
I wasn't disappointed in him. I felt like that they did not use him to the best of his skill set.
Agreed.
Agree.
Yep.
Oh, we have a quorum.
Agreed on that.
All right. Robert's rules now.
Can you tell everybody Cooper Ingle just screwed up and there's nothing deeper than that?
Yeah, so here's where I sit on that. First of all, my wife was visiting our youngest son out of state. I was FaceTiming with her when that happened, and I go, "Oh my God!" And she's like, "What's the matter?" I was like, "I cannot believe it." And she's like, "What is going on?" I said, "Cooper Ingle just threw the ball into the crowd." Folks, don't ever do that if you're on the phone with your significant other.
Especially when you live in an area where you had all those fires.
Just let's not ever bring that. So that error rose on the play. That was a mental error on a guy who should have known better. My fault. I'm talking about
both of you. Yeah. I mean, the first error is bad enough. Now you got 2 errors. That's how bad things happen to your team.
Yeah. The other part of it is, first of all, I thought it was great. He didn't have to go into the press room last night, that kid.
Nope.
He doesn't even have a week in the major leagues. He could have stood at his locker and answered questions, or he could have hid in the trainer's room.
Yep.
Which, by the way, we've covered enough sports. That has happened with veterans who don't want to talk, let alone guys who don't even have a week in the show.
It is
It
is a reason to respect the organization because when guys make mistakes, they show their face and they give answers. The Guardians are one of the best /Indians that I've ever seen do that.
Yeah, so Cooper Ingle, A+ on the way he handled it. Stephen Vogt did it in his press conference. I saw Tanner Bybee, who was great about it, and I saw Hedges, who was unreal about it. And all that, I'm very proud. Now, let's deal with the thing at hand. I have said this several times on this show, and I firmly believe it. This team, and I hate the term guards ball. I think it's such BS. I hate it. But if you're going to throw that moniker out there, part of it means you have to be smarter and you have to be on point with everything you do. And this team has not been as good running the bases, going first to third, coaching third base. And you damn well better in a 2-2 game against one of the best pitchers we've seen in the last 15 years, where your guy is going pitch for pitch against Jacob deGrom, you better make sure you're buttoned up in every facet. And, yeah, I get it. Larry Walker did it, and he ended up in Cooperstown. Well, we're talking about Cooper Ingle, not Cooperstown. So you've got – and people will say, well, he's a left fielder. He's used to being in the action behind home plate. Yeah, yes, it happens every year, several times a year. But we can't afford to have it happen. You know, Larry Walker could go change the game in his next at-bat. We don't have guys that can do that. So you have to be buttoned up everywhere else.
Defensively, I mean, you're looking at the last couple nights, they've had an error in every game.
Yeah, not good. Not good enough.
No.
If you're going to stress run prevention, and that's what the Patrick Bailey deal was all about, not that I was against bringing Patrick Bailey in here. I was against giving up a comp pick. I didn't love that part of it. But if you are going to stress run prevention, then let's go. You know, let's prevent. Let's prevent. I'm all for preventing.
Preventing is good.
I didn't love the prevent defense when we ran it back in the day, but I am all for preventing runs.
The Stephen Vogt mantra, we're putting together a lineup to beat the starting pitcher tonight. I'm fine with that. He's in a situation where all the things that are, the lefty-righty thing, so opposite for his team right now, Chris, that it's silly. And he seems to still be going a lot of lefty-righty, even though the left-handers aren't hitting right-handed pitching well and vice versa. Is it time to quit some of the platooning stuff? And I know he doesn't have great starters and guys are hurt, but I just kind of keep thinking, you've got guys who are clearly hitting better than others. Shouldn't you just start playing those guys all the time?
Yes. Here's the problem with the team. I cannot remember in all my years of covering baseball when the numbers 3 and 4 hitters got pinch hit for consecutively. That happened earlier this week.
Yeah, that's really true.
Has that ever happened?
I don't know.
Where your 3 and 4 hitters get pinch hit for? I mean, that shows you exactly where this franchise is. I think they're a little lost. They might come out and say, no, we know exactly what we're doing. But behind closed doors, they got to sit here and say, we're trying everything. And that means, I talked about Daniel Schneeman's reverse splits last week. Now, he did get a couple of hits last night, which I loved seeing. But, yeah, I say you just screw it and ride the hot hand, because this is a lineup that you have to do it. Schneeman did it for us the first month, and he's been atrocious in the 6 weeks since, for the most part. Well, you got a great month out of him. Right, that's Daniel Schneeman. That's kind of who he is. And if Khalil Watson is running hot right now, I'll leave him in against lefties.
Yep.
I will. Now, I could see a certain situation where a Rhys Hoskins would pinch hit. Okay, if you're down 2 and there's a runner on second and they've got a lefty in, yes, I would pinch hit. I would, because he has the ability to hit the ball out of the yard.
Yep.
It hasn't been great this year, but that's what I would consider. So it's not easy. I don't think we can sit here and blame Stephen Vogt for what this team's going through offensively. I think it's silly.
All right, Chris, last question. Are you going to the game tonight? You're going to the soccer game?
It's in Santa Clara.
Oh, I don't know why I thought it was in LA. Well, you can still go. Hey, if LeBron can play for the Warriors, then you could go to Santa Clara. I'm just saying. You are Chris Rose.
Accurate, but I will not be going. But I am excited for it. I don't know how into the World Cup you guys have been. I mean, by the way, at last check, let me see here, it was halftime. So I'm sure they're in the second half now.
Yeah, 1-0.
Still 1-0?
Yeah.
1-0.
Yeah.
1-0.
Nothing.
I mean, the saves the goalie made for Congo is unreal. And some of this stuff has just been so good. So good. So fun. I love it.
All right. I'm glad you do. I just want to see if you were going to spend $1,600 on a ticket to stand in the last row. But that'll do it. Chris, thank you. We appreciate you.
Gentlemen, you take care.
Thank you, bud.
Too. Chris Rose, thank you very much for joining us on the Weisert Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Of course, you know and love him from John Boy Media, Dugout Discussions, and the NFL Network. The latest on what's going on with NBA free agency next right here at Baskin and Phelps.
does plan to play elsewhere. The Cavs, the Heat, and the Warriors have all been rumored as potential landing spots for the veteran superstar. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
By the way, this basketball talk right here on 92.3 The Fan, presented by Xfinity. You can score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
All right, so NBA free agency started yesterday. Obviously, we all have our eyes on LeBron James as we sit here. There have been, plenty of moves that have happened throughout the day. We've talked about, a bunch of them. Walker Kessler, the trade for Lakers and Jazz, that's one of them. I mean, there were just a number of things. I saw D'Anthony Melton is going back to the Warriors.
There is something that just came down.
Let's hear it. Let's go. Timing is everything.
Jeff, you might need a hug on this one.
Where'd Jonathan Kuminga go?
Jonathan Isaac on a 1-year deal back to the Magic. Sorry.
It wasn't him in particular. It was the idea of, okay, guys like this are going to become available, and maybe you take a chance. Good for Kuminga and good for the Magic. I hope that works out for them both.
Isaac.
I'm sorry, Isaac, not Kuminga.
Probably the biggest deal today, Mitchell Robinson.
I'd rather have Kuminga, by the way.
Mitchell Robinson leaving the Knicks for the Celtics. I'd like to I'm going to listen to like 2 or 3 minutes of New York sports talk today just to hear if the Knicks fans are upset about that.
Well, it's not like it's Karl Anthony Towns or Brunson or Anunoby.
No, but it's the Celtics, right?
It is the Celtics.
It's New York. It's the Celtics. It's got a chap.
Isn't it amazing the money that gets thrown around? I mean, we think you hear a guy, well, he got 2 years, $30 million. Oh, only $15 million. Pretty good deal for the team. Yeah. Nice.
3 years, $47.4 million to go.
So he's making about $15 million a year.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, that's a pretty good deal. That's $47 million. You go buy a lottery ticket, you win that, you're giddy for the rest of your life. At least until you blow it and end up on one of those reality shows.
Could make some of the money back, though, with the documentary crew.
Very true. Yep, very true.
There was something that was said yesterday on our show that I thought was interesting because, prior to hearing that LeBron was leaving L.A., I think a lot of us had kicked around like the thought of him ever coming back to Cleveland probably wasn't in anybody's mind. They were like, oh, that'd be a nice way to end the story. I think that's about as far as it went. So we had Terry Pluto on yesterday, and he had an interesting take on LeBron and perhaps coming back to Cleveland and what it would actually mean.
If LeBron were to come back to Cleveland, let me throw this out. You guys should ponder this. Mm-hmm. All he can do is ruin his legacy, unless he happens to win another title here, which is difficult. But right now, he is viewed as, the preeminent, not only of the best player that they ever had here, but making the greatest accomplishment in NBA playoff history, coming back from 3-1. As you mentioned, that team is always revered. He'll always be revered. You come back here at the age of 41, you're playing next to 37-year-old James Harden and trying to kind of make this work. If I were him, I think I'd rather go to Golden State and try it with those guys.
Okay, think about that now. When he said it yesterday, I understood what he was saying.
I still understand it. If LeBron comes back here and they don't win a title, it'll just be like, well, okay, he came back. It's nice that he finished his career in Cleveland. I honestly think they could make a bigger splash at Golden State if they put the right pieces there. Steph, Draymond, LeBron, that'd be fun for the NBA, not necessarily for Cleveland fans.
Do the Warriors need to get Anthony Davis, though?
Well, they need to get somebody else.
Yeah, to make LeBron.
They have Porzingis right now.
Want to go there?
That's a nice guy to have there.
I don't. Can they get him? So there are two things here. One, I think for him to go to the Warriors, that Anthony Davis piece needs to be there to make it even to make the pop where I think he wants.
Or somebody else. Remember, Anthony Davis is great, and he's always injured.
I don't know that LeBron ruins his legacy if he comes back here. Was Jordan's legacy ruined by going to Washington?
No, but I see Terry's point though.
He's always been liked here, except for when he left, right? The first time. I'm saying.
Sure.
But when after
there were 4 years of hatred.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Sorry, that was the wrong thing to say. I'm looking at the point after he came back to where we are now. Like I never heard anybody get over the top mad about him going to L.A. Not once. No one was like, I hate LeBron because he went to the Lakers. I don't. Maybe that's because
they won the title, Andy. We had 4 straight years in the finals. People were giddy,
and that we did. And it was okay because the run felt like it was over. Kyrie was gone, right? And LeBron was trying to do some things.
You were just throwing players at the roster in that final year.
Yeah, it was goofy, and that's where I think if you bring LeBron in and then you start throwing players at the roster, that is not where a franchise that, despite what happened, made it to the Eastern Conference Finals should be. They shouldn't be bringing LeBron in. I worry for anybody that would okay, if LeBron wants to have happiness, complete happiness, is that finding a roster where he can go and play with all the friends that he ever wanted to play with on some team? Or putting together some kind of clutch group?
That's called Krogan Park in Akron.
Yeah, right? All roads lead to men's league. Isn't that how it works at the end? It's all said and done. We can't play anymore. And
got to be careful. Those hammies go.
That's true. But I think that's a recipe for disaster if you're trying to put together a friends team right now, regardless of position.
I don't think he is.
I don't think he is either. I think he wants to have happiness by winning, and maybe he doesn't have to have a max contract. He's still got to make some money. It's not. I want him. I love the thought of him being in the starting 5 here right now with the 4 guys that return. To me, that's a winner. That's a winner. That's hey, you know what? Maybe the expectation should be get to the NBA Finals. I think that team's better than the team they put out on the floor last year. Although you keep questioning whether who's going to play defense, right?
Well, yes. Look, would LeBron make you a better starting 5 than Dean Wade? Yes.
Yes.
That's yes.
But is he going to crush his legacy by coming back? I don't think so.
Well,
when Terry said it yesterday, again, I agreed with him. Okay, I can understand why you would have that philosophy about, tainting your legacy if you came back to Cleveland and you won 17 games.
Well, let me throw this at you.
That's not what happened to Kobe last year?
Let me throw this thought at you here.
Okay.
If he does anything other than win an NBA championship somewhere this coming year, doesn't that kind of taint it? Leave the Lakers and go play my last year or two somewhere else. Becomes one of those guys who, remember when LeBron played at fill in the blank that last year?
But I don't think Cleveland is that
Cleveland
city.
Wouldn't be that. No.
No.
Babe Ruth, where'd he finish up? Went back to Boston with the Braves. Nobody remembers that.
No.
It's that type of thing. Who ended up where? And you look at some of the best players in sports history. They ended up their final year, with God knows who. And you think, oh, yeah. And if you're a player in that situation, what's more important? My legacy, making a little extra money, or just having fun and playing as long as you can? I'd say it's the latter.
It is now, right? Back in the day, it was you wanted to stay with the same team your entire career for the most part.
Well, you didn't have a choice.
No. And now that he's got some control, I still think he's this to me is the final control piece for him, especially if he comes back to Cleveland. I still ask this question because I don't know that Cavs fans are I think they all think it's a good idea. It'd be cool if he came back for a year, but that's the end of it.
Do you think he would?
It would be cool if he came back for another year. Maybe they would be a better team. I think there are concerns about a team that got knocked out in 4 games against the Knicks and feel like there's no hope to win a title next year. If he doesn't end up here or he ends up somewhere else, I don't think Cavs fans are going to be upset. No one's like, I can't believe he went to San Antonio. Who cares?
If LeBron came back to Cleveland, would he be the center of the universe as he was each of his first 2 stints here?
No, he can't be.
Okay.
They can't win a
All right.
title if that's
Okay.
the case.
Would he be more happy not being the center of the universe at Golden State, where it's something new and different, or coming back here and just be like, yeah, I'm not the center of the universe. It's Donovan, and, there's James, and I'm part of this, but I'm not Again, these are all things that none of us know the answer to. It's just, what's LeBron think about this? What's he feel? I mean, it makes perfect sense to all of us for him to come back here. And it makes perfect sense from a team standpoint to just give him the money that it's going to take that you can afford. And if he's just looking for happiness, if it's here, you can make that happen in an hour.
Especially if he's bringing a film crew with him.
You
right?
could do it in the next hour. I mean, hey, how much? Great. You want an option for the second year? Great. Fine. Done. I mean, it's that simple.
I don't disagree.
And all you got to do is drop him in here.
Should it happen sooner than later?
Depends what he wants.
He wants happiness. Complete happiness.
Okay. Tell me where he finds that, and I can tell you when it can be done. If it's in Golden State, if he thinks that's the thing, you might need to sit and wait for another move to be made.
Can LeBron James get complete happiness here in Cleveland?
Tune in next.
216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble.
moments. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Dan Mennigan's here, Meredith Kane is here, Jeff Phelps is here, I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for being with us today. Jimmy Watkins joined us at 11 o'clock from Cleveland.com, Chris Rose at 1 o'clock, and Chris from John Boy Media, Dugout Discussions, NFL Network, preseason television play-by-play guy for the Cleveland Browns, and, of course, the pride and joy of University School and Shaker Heights, Ohio. Again, if you want to call in, 216-474-0092. We spent most of the day talking about NBA free agency, where the Cavaliers stand with LeBron James. Is it a good fit for LeBron to come back? Should LeBron come back? Do you want LeBron to come back?
Yes.
I say yes.
Yes.
Dan, you say yes?
Under the right
Dan,
circumstances.
I don't even know that I haven't heard Dan's opinion on this. Do you want him back?
I'm oddly torn. I just don't think a fit of Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and LeBron all works together.
I agree.
I'm like,
but I want to give it a chance.
It feels like we're building the NBA 2K team where it all makes sense because I'm holding the controller. But the problem is real life isn't like that.
I think my fear is that we get that LeBron last year here where they were trying to squeeze all those guys like Dwayne Wade into the roster, and it didn't work. I don't think this team is that team, but I just don't want to see a hodgepodge of players try to rebuild something that maybe just needs a tweak rather than a complete engine rebuild.
Can I throw one other thought here that we haven't brought up today? We've brought it up in the past. July 7th. Is the day that I believe Donovan Mitchell can sign an extension.
Okay.
You want to give Donovan that extension? $270 million for 4 years. That's $62 million.
Do you have to offer it to him? Because you pretty much changed the entire franchise for him when you brought him in, right? That was one of the reasons you brought him in, and then remember how everyone was, he could leave, and again, does he want to do it?
Would you do that? See, if you bring LeBron back, as Dan said, LeBron, Donovan, Harden, that's a strange combo. There's one of those guys that's under the age of 37.
Okay.
So the one you'd invest in long term would be Donovan, but he's in his 30s. He's got a long time to play, but he's a smaller guard and he's, had some leg issues. You want to sign him up for that? And then the thought of, if you're Donovan, well, if you wait a year, you can get $350 million over 5 years. That's $70 million. I don't want to pay Donovan Mitchell $70 million a year.
How long is that going to keep you?
I don't want to pay him $62.5.
Do you spread it out over more years? Can you do that?
No, Bobby Bonilla, you can't.
No, that's too bad. I tried. It is Bobby Bonilla Day. If I'm not going to ask today, what better day would there be to ask?
Valid.
They do know what they'd be getting themselves into. And by the way, the James, like hearing the word James is going to, if LeBron comes back and James Harden is still on the roster, I'm going to just punch myself in the face every time someone says James and you're thinking of the other person.
That's where you go Harden and James. Or just Harden and LeBron.
Harden and LeBron makes life easy.
And you forget the James.
No, for me, it's easy. But then, like, people we talk to, they're like, James. They always keep saying James. And every time someone says James, I automatically...
Bring Bronny back.
I default to LeBron. Well, he we talked about Bronny.
Then you'd have 3 of them. Look that's what's worrying Andy. Forget about $70 million a year for Donovan Mitchell, and forget about LeBron
I don't
being
know why.
42.
I'm not concerned.
Mike James retired? You get Mike James in here.
He's worried about names. Mike James was tough.
Yeah. Raptors point guard for a hot cup of coffee.
I know. Hey, listen. Is he is he the missing ingredient?
Yeah, if you want to drop him into this team, he would be outstanding. People would have to change their games a little bit.
I mean,
Andy, I don't want to give up Evan Mobley to go get him.
I don't either. So that's easy.
And
we're on the same page for that.
And you don't have to trade Evan Mobley to get LeBron. But as Wendy's been talking about on ESPN, when you turn on their draft show or their free agency show, if you go get Jaylen Brown, does that attract LeBron's attention? Well, I'm not going to court him.
No, that's the other thing too.
Do you want to come back? Good. Here, sign this. You're back. Done. You don't
he's
need
to want more than that. And
why?
by the way,
why?
Because he's LeBron James.
You said he wants
more.
happiness.
Yes. But happiness also means talking to somebody else and saying, "Hey, you need to tell Dan Gilbert this is what I want." And then Dan was like, "Well, why can't LeBron just come talk to me?" And they're like, "No, we know how this works. This is our third rodeo with him. If that happens, it'd be our third rodeo."
Dan was on a podcast recently, and it's a podcast called Smart Girl, Dumb Questions with a lady named Naima Raza. You heard any of this stuff? I listened to Dan on this, and it was interesting. He said that his letter that he wrote in 2010 was stupid. He said the Comic Sans was not his idea. Somebody had changed his computer a week or two before, and nobody ever changed it back. She at the end.
You buying that?
Why not?
Okay.
And then at the end, Dan cares what font it's in. And then at the end, she goes, "Oh, yeah, LeBron James. Is he coming back?" And Dan said, "Maybe." Dan said, "Maybe."
Why would he close the door on it?
Right. But it was Dan, hey, the letter was stupid. And he said he deeply regrets it. He's apologized to LeBron for it. But Dan just offered a maybe on LeBron coming back.
I know. It's tough to get apologies from billionaires, isn't it?
Well, what do they have to apologize for?
Billionaires?
What's it going to cost them?
Oh. True. That's a good point.
Then
that's why
again, your conscience can be your heaviest weight.
Jeff,
Andy.
Sometimes there are things that are more important than money.
That's what I just said. Your conscience.
But you didn't really say it that way.
Well, no, I didn't say there's something more important than money. I didn't have to. I kind of thought I'd be more profound.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Say your conscience can be your biggest burden.
You got to make it easy. Meredith Kay, do we have a moment of the show? Wow.
We most certainly do. Our moment of the show comes from Jimmy Watkins, and he was talking about whether or not LeBron should go to the Cavs or the Warriors.
I would think, again, that the Cavs are a better choice than the Warriors. But I just don't. It's hard to get inside LeBron's head because LeBron could look at it and say, I've done the battles at the highest level with LeBron James and Draymond Green. I don't know what it's like to play with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. So we're back in still 10, 15 years later, we're back in the business of trying to analyze LeBron's heartstrings and brain stems. And as we know, that's a hard prediction to make.
I'm going to get antsy probably by tomorrow or 2 days from now if this doesn't happen.
Gee, you think?
I think I'm starting to get antsy right now.
Andy Baskin getting antsy.
Why do you have to have validation from him? How about you just say, I've known you forever?
Because I like it when Dan validates what I think.
Oh, well, that would make you the valedictorian then.
The validator.
Yes. We got to get you in a better mood, Dan. Why are you smarter?
Dan's been grumpy today.
Why am I smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan, write that number down. You need to call QC Kinetics because you seem like you're in pain today. 216-770-5488. Dan, are you in pain, and why are you smarter?
I'm okay in that regard, but I'm smarter because of, my own doing. Mike James never played with the Raptors.
We'll get it fixed.
I'm sorry. It's on me. He was a Phoenix Sun. He was a Brooklyn Net.
Wasn't he with Houston a while?
Not the one that I'm looking at. So I'm sorry.
We got that fixed.
We got it fixed.
All right. Who did Henry James play for?
Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
And our social
That's
media
where you
mentions are powered by Sheipen Jewelers.
All right. Do you feel better?
Oh, I'm screwing stuff up left and right. How am I supposed to feel better?
That's okay. You know what? Sometimes we throw a ball into the stands when there's only 2 outs.
I screwed
We
up
all
earlier.
do it. We all do it. Jeff Phelps admitted I might be smarter because that Meredith. Go ahead. I've come back to me on that. Go ahead.
I'm smarter because we talked a lot about LeBron James today, and I'm probably even more confused at 2 o'clock or 1:52 p.m. than I was at 10 a.m. as to whether or not LeBron will wind up here or Golden State or anywhere else.
Mayor, do you think he's closer to coming or not?
How about the Wizards in following Michael Jordan's footsteps?
Jeff Phelps.
Someone booed in the back, by the way, when I said that.
I just sighed.
Way early in the show, I think it was Dan in Cleveland. Wilt Chamberlain did actually lead the league in assists, but it wasn't when he was with the Lakers. He was with the 76ers.
Oh, that was the mistake you made.
Yeah. Because the word was he always went back to when he was with the Lakers, he decided to do it. It was with the Philadelphia 76ers.
I think you should sit in the corner and feel shame over there.
I'm smarter after today's show because...
Never mind. I might actually be smart, and I feel bad about myself. Our buddy Spencer Davies. There are 2 Mike James. That's your problem. The original Mike James did play for the Raptors. Yeah, not losing it.
All right, good.
I think he played for Houston, too. But maybe not.
Did play for Houston.
Yeah. Okay, that said, all right. Our basketball talk was good today. I thought everybody who contributed on the phones did a really nice job. And I'm though I don't like to see Dean Wade leave the team, and I don't think they used Keon Ellis properly, those aren't earth-shattering losses. I don't like to see him for the Cavs, but they're not earth-shattering. But Kobe Altman has work to do.
I'm smarter today because I keep getting texts from people that I know that think that it's a little bit closer to LeBron. Now, I don't know if that's the way it's supposed to be or if that's going to happen until we get towards the end. But I do know that 2 days ago, I didn't think there was any way LeBron James would be playing or even in the conversation for the Cavaliers a third time around. I'm just kind of leaving the air today thinking, there's a shot. There's a shot. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Go USA!
And that's the show.
This is an auto.
people know just how serious you are about him coming? Honestly, you bringing up Donovan is interesting because I do truly wonder what's going through Donovan's head. If he's got to want LeBron. Like, because it's going to overshadow him. I know where you're going. It's going to overshadow him. I get that and understand that. Donovan, you can't win a title unless you have somebody else.
I don't think
you need other people.
And to be honest,
you can't do it on your own.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on this Wednesday and a bunch to get into. We continue the LeBron conversation. Is Ingle benched today or is he just resting because it was a left-hander? I don't know. You tell me. And then obviously we got a lot of Browns to get into as well. We have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We have Jake Murrin producing today's show. Matt Corrali on the updates as well. And Daryl Ryder sitting next to myself. Daryl, how are we doing today?
Doing good. A little toasty, but doing well.
Yeah, okay. I should have told Mac before the show. I was going to put the over-under at like 3 seconds before Daryl commented on the weather. I give Nick a hard time. Nick loves commenting on the weather. And it's just one of those, it's some sort of default he has in life. He thinks it's fun. And I get it. It's not a bad bit. It's just not something I particularly care the most about.
I've never been happier to sit in the chair in this studio that I'm currently sitting in, which is usually the meat locker seat.
Well, and so in this room, it feels nice. And so as it gets to be 98 outside, I won't care because it'll be nice in the studio. And then that'll just be a problem that I'll have to push aside until 7 o'clock, let's say, when then it becomes 97 still and I'm trying to walk back to my car.
Well, I also walked for a half hour in it. And yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't do anything for me.
2 bottles of water later, I was good.
Well, and I see on like my weather app, it says like 97, big heat advisory, and like it had like these big extreme heat warning is how it described it. And it was at the time it was 92, and it's an extreme heat warning. It says right now, same thing. I'm looking at my phone right now. Yeah. 92, extreme heat warning. When did 92 become an extreme heat warning?
Because the heat index is over 105 degrees. That's why.
Well, that makes sense then.
It's
asked and answered, I guess.
It's not cold.
I mean, it's definitely not cold.
The heat index is the summer equivalent to the wind chill factor in wintertime.
Yeah, this feels like when they have those like 12-year-olds at the Little League World Series,
it's
and they're like if you he's got the equivalent of a 107-mile-an-hour fastball, but he's 12 and he's pitching 46 feet away, and so you just have to make. Of course, it's the equivalent. Of course, it is.
No, it's sunny and 30, but it's a wind chill of 8 degrees.
All right, I got my feels like. My feels like says 94. It says actual is 92. Feels like is 94.
All right, now I got to open my weather app and
want to have dueling weather apps here?
Yeah.
As I talk about my disdain for weather, and I'm like, let's do dueling weather apps. Let's see what your weather app says. As you tell me, it's 105 outside, but I got a
there it is. Feels like 100.
Well, it's not 105, but I got the feels like at 94. So who's right, who's wrong? I don't know. You tell me.
It's 80 currently, according to my weather app, it's 89 degrees, feels like 100, high of 91, low of 80.
I feel like we used to have a higher threshold for what that line was. I don't know what it was, but it feels like it used to be higher. I feel like growing up, and this might just be the back in my day, I went 2 miles uphill and I walked and I didn't have shoes. It might be one of those things, but I do feel like this is not a global warming take, okay? This is not what this is. This is just an observation. I feel like I had a lot higher temperatures on a more consistent basis than like the 1 week out of the year we get 93 and people freak out.
Yeah, 90's nothing. I used to...
I also lived in Texas, so I might have skewed a little bit.
Well,
the 3 years in Texas might have damaged me.
Texas heat and Ohio heat, 2 separate things, I think.
Definitely. Very much so. Texas heat. And also, I lived in Missouri as well. I went to school in St. Louis. Missouri heat, slept on. But Missouri heat, like June, July, same type of thing as in Texas.
Yep.
You just don't leave. You don't leave your house.
Yeah.
You just don't. You just stay in. You just stay inside. And
it sucks the life out of you.
Well, the sad part about Missouri is there's no payoff. Like Texas, at least in January, it was 70 degrees. And you're just laughing at everyone that was back home in the Midwest with all the cold weather. With Missouri, you then just got to be January where it was still cold the same way it was, cold with everyone at home.
Yeah, but now it gets cold in Texas, so I laugh at them because they don't know how to handle it.
They don't know how to handle it. They really don't. I worked with this guy, and obviously this has changed now because Texas gets snow. But I worked with this guy.
Yes, they do. What year? The Super Bowl? It snowed during Super Bowl week, and all the media were so grumpy about it.
Legitimately, and now this was maybe like 2015, 2014, somewhere in that range. But I worked with this guy, and he told me he'd never seen snow in his life.
He'd never seen it. Just not a thing that man was 30 years old. He just never seen snow.
My sister's never seen snow either.
She lives in Seattle, right?
Now that she's in Seattle, she has gotten her first taste of measurable snow. But it doesn't, unless you're in the mountains, it doesn't actually snow a lot in Seattle. Most of it's rain. It's just damp and cold.
Yeah, the rain sucks. Seattle's weather's maybe not the greatest.
But when the sun is out and like they're in their good season right now, yeah.
People love Seattle. It's one of those cities I just don't understand.
It's a great city.
I just don't understand.
I've been out there a couple of times.
I know, Mac, you like everyone that's been.
I love it. It's the scenery is breathtaking. The waterfront is so well done.
It feels like a different country almost.
Their stadiums are great. Downtown is great. They've got some fantastic neighborhoods. Seattle is a very nice town. I had those same perceptions that you had. And then I went out there a couple of times, and my eyes have been opened.
I just don't have an interest. That's all. Wildly expensive. The gum wall is gross.
That is true. The gum wall is disgusting.
Flight to get there. I got to deal with hipsters and baristas.
Did you get to throw a fish at the market?
I'm good. No, I've never gone. I've
did you
never
throw
gone.
a fish at the market?
No, I didn't throw the fish
I've
at the market.
seen the fish at the market on obviously like every Sunday Night Football promo since I was like 3 years old.
Yeah.
So I'm very well aware. Also, the TikTok account that has them like throwing fish, and we can see that. Like I get the bit. It just, if you could tell me one city that I just don't think I would jive in the entire country, I think Seattle might be that answer.
No, I think you'd fit in well there.
I did love Fraser Crane a lot, though. I loved Fraser growing up. Maybe it would have been enough for me. I don't know.
I will say the local food scene that they have out there, I think you would be really into out there, though.
Well, here's the thing about since he said that about Fraser Crane, well, he clearly watched the Drew Carey show. That's how Cleveland fit him so well, too.
I did watch the Drew Carey show.
See, I knew it.
I did. I also watched Hot in Cleveland, which I thought was wildly insulting to the city of Cleveland. But people just, I think, liked that they said Cleveland in it.
By the way, did you go over to Memphis Avenue to the bar from the Drew Carey show?
Yeah, I have been. Oddly enough, I have been. And it's not like I was a diehard of the Drew Carey show. I liked it. I didn't love it. But I was driving one day.
We currently work at Winford Louder.
Yeah, and isn't the opening scene like coming out of this building, right?
Yeah, that's why anytime anyone asks where I work, I tell them I work at Winford Louder.
No, one day I was driving around and I came across that bar and they had there's like a little sign outside of it that said Drew Carey Bar, and I was like, this is like me being like World's Greatest Pizza and I have to stop and then taste the World's Greatest Pizza. I'm like, Drew Carey Bar? I make a lot of pit stops in my day-to-day drives is the point. I'm easily distracted on the roadways, but if I see something, that's why they do it. They do it for people like me. I'm like, I got 5 minutes. Let's go check this out. All right.
You must be a blast on road trips.
Oh, it's a mess. Yeah, it's a mess. We take forever. A 3-hour trip takes 7 hours at this point. It's just we're just
a lot of side quests.
Constantly stopping, constantly.
How does the missus deal with that?
She loves it. She loves.
Okay.
She's just as like, hey, that
Goes
seems
with
fun.
the flow?
Yeah, that seems fun. Well, now we have kids though that are young, and so these kids make us stop every 3 seconds anyway.
Well, of course.
So that is on top of that. We're stopping for World's Greatest Pizza Slice, and then we're also stopping for like 75 potty breaks. And that's my life now.
Nothing wrong with a little curiosity and exploration when you're on the road trip.
That's all. We got time. I'm going to vacation. I got nothing to do anyway. All right. What's LeBron waiting for? I thought a lot about this over the past 24 hours or so, Daryl. You know, yesterday I was of the belief, and I feel like this has pivoted a little bit. It feels like nobody knows what LeBron is going to do right now. Nobody has any idea what LeBron is going to do right now.
Which is exactly how he wants it.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations, LeBron. You got us all mentally in a blender right now, because anybody that thinks that they have a clue, it seemed like all but certain, and the way everyone was discussing it yesterday, up until about 4 or 5 o'clock, it seemed all but certain that he was headed to Golden State, and then the Cavs all of a sudden started getting in there. Now the Heat are wildly in play, and even on the Golden State side of things, a couple reports out of Golden State this morning suggest that they have no interest in trying to bring Anthony Davis and play there. And, all right, if you wanted Anthony Davis, that's a different conversation if they're not going to explore that. Maybe they're playing hardball because the reports out of Washington suggest they don't want to even trade Anthony Davis. It could be part of the equation. Long story short, though, LeBron got, if his wish is to make everyone as confused as imaginable, then I'm the genie that'll grant that wish, because I'm as confused as ever as to what he's actually going to do.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, everyone keeps asking me, and my answer changes by the minute. 1 minute I'm convinced,
which is not uncommon for you.
See, that's not fair.
That was a joke.
That's not
quick
fair.
Joke. All right, unfair.
That's a little unfair. But I expect nothing less. I was convinced that he was coming home. Then I was convinced he's going to Golden State. I don't think he's going back to Miami. for whatever that conversation it may or may not be right now.
I think it's on the table.
It might. Yeah, of course it's on the table, but I don't think it's going to happen.
It's Giannis, who is at one point called LeBron his idol, and LeBron has actually gone to Greece, and after Giannis has flown him out there to see his homeland and to do practices and everything. Like there's a mutual admiration society that is attached to, and a close friendship attached between Giannis and LeBron. Giannis, LeBron, Adebayo. Like you want to talk about a competitive basketball team?
Right.
That's at least a competitive basketball team. He at least goes back into a jersey that people are familiar with him in. Like I don't think it's crazy there. I really don't. I don't think I wouldn't bet your money on it. It's not the betting favorite, but I don't think it's crazy.
No, I think that that's of the top three options. I think Miami's the third. They're third in line.
Very fair. Very fair. Yes, okay. I agree with that, by the way. I don't think it's that distant, but I agree with it.
If I had to rank them right now, I think the Cavaliers are in the driver's seat.
Okay.
Golden State.
By how much?
Not by much.
That's the problem I have with this conversation, too, is that I feel like everyone that does this conversation, they make it like it might be 51-49. Like I saw Tim Kawakami, the great writer in San Francisco, was like 51-49 in favor of Golden State. And it's like, well, all right, so we're just at a coin flip? Is that what this is? I mean, it might be the reality of it. But it just is that where we're at?
I think ultimately what LeBron is really waiting for is to see what these teams who have made the pitches to him do, right?
I agree with that.
And I kind of feel like he wants to be the final piece to the puzzle.
All right, so let's go down that road. If you're Miami, you added Giannis and you have Bam. There's not much they're really going to be doing as far as adding in that regard. They extended out on Andrew Wiggins yesterday as well. Yeah. They're not going to do much adding, but they have proof of, hey, we changed this roster in a dramatic way in trying to make sure that you have a nice landing spot.
Right.
Golden State, as of right now, if they're signaling that they're not going to do anything in regards to Anthony Davis, and maybe we just don't believe them, but they don't seem like they're doing anything to go ahead and change that roster, all things considered.
Yeah.
Seems like they're going to run it back with Jimmy Butler, Steph, Draymond, and try to make that whole thing work. All right.
And here's why I have the Cavaliers right now in the pole position to get LeBron.
Okay.
They seem to be the team that is willing to do the most. Like, there's a lot of buzz that Kobe's working the phones, trying to make some moves. Now, he hasn't made anything
I say,
yet.
Can they pull that off, though? I guess it's got to be the next question.
Fair. Okay, but they seem to be the team, though, that is being talked about most when it comes to ancillary moves, okay, or adjacent moves, right? You lost Dean Wade last night. Now, that contract that he got from Philadelphia, and obviously I realize, the GM involved there, but that contract was not unmatchable by any stretch of the imagination. But the Cavaliers decided, hey, we're going to let Dean Wade walk. Now, he's one of two players in the starting lineup who actually plays something that could be accused of playing defense. Okay?
Yeah, that's his calling card is defense.
Right, because
it's not scoring.
He's their new version of Isaac Okoro. Right? One-dimensional player. And so you let him walk, and you did that for a reason. So, Keon Ellis, there's talk they want to move Dennis Schroeder. So I feel like that LeBron is sitting back and maybe making sure that Kobe's going to do what Kobe may or may not have said that he's going to do, or the Cavaliers as an organization have said that they will do to entice LeBron, because LeBron is not going to sign for max money. He's going to do the discount for wherever team he goes. Happiness, I guess, is supposed to be at the forefront here, combined with the ability to win a championship.
Right.
And look, when you look at this Cavalier team right now, this is, in my view, right up there with the put-together Cavs teams. Like, this is the most put-together Cavs team. They're in perfect position for him to attract him, because this isn't a team that you have to put together. When he came back in 2014, they had to go trade for Kevin Love.
But you've acknowledged that it's about what else can they do. Like, there still is something else they have to do here. As currently constructed, I like Harden, I like Donovan, obviously, and I like Mobley, but as currently constructed, I don't know that this is enough for LeBron. I really don't.
Well, I don't think it's enough for him either, and that's why he hasn't jumped in. Also, too, he wants us to sit here for a few days and marinate on this.
Well, this is what he does.
Operates.
He gets everyone to sweat it out, and then he also forces people to make decisions they wouldn't normally do. And I agree with your sentiment, though. I think the Cavs are still willing to deal even if they don't get
They
LeBron.
feel like they're the most flexible team right now.
But I 100% think you're right, and I 100% think that it does dictate and does rely on what happens in trying to reel in a big fish like Jaylen Brown. What else can they do within this conversation? What can they do to impress LeBron? 216-474 to below 92, which brings us to this. Is Jaylen Brown the move to get LeBron's attention? We want to hear from you guys. Obviously, Twitter reactions all day long. Those are brought to you by our friends over there at Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. A ton to get into. Nick Friedel joining us at 3 o'clock. Jim Bowden at 5:40. It's Afternoon Drive right here in The Fan.
code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
I think so. All the signs for years had pointed to LeBron finishing his career in Los Angeles. And privately and publicly, like all the voices that you trust were saying he's going back to LA. And so now I think we all have to admit that we don't actually know what is going on in his head and his heart. Like he could go anywhere. But if we are taking him at his word and the word of the people close to him about what matters now, the Cavs have as good of a chance and probably a more reasonable chance or a more reasonable case to be made than almost any other team. The Warriors also have that case. They do. And so you asked me, is LeBron coming back? I think he is. I think there are a lot of things that point to Cleveland being the most reasonable choice. We have to be ready for anything at this point.
That was Joe Vardon on with the Morning Boys today. It's Jonathan Peterl and Daryl Ryder here with you guys. And Daryl, I think it's pretty simple. Like I'm going to play your card. I wouldn't be shocked if it's the Cavs. I wouldn't be shocked if it's the Warriors. If you made me guess right now, I'm not moving off of what I said yesterday. I still think it's going to be Golden State, and I can give you those reasons if you'd like.
I think it's going to be the Cavs when it's all said and done.
I hope you're right. So that's the part of this that I find at least interesting for myself moving forward is that
I got nervous yesterday. Yesterday I got nervous, and I was like, ooh, very well, he might go to Golden State. But you know what? I'm going to try and stay consistent here, and I do think that the Cavaliers are in the driver's seat. They're in the pole position, and now they've got to go close the deal.
Well, is closing the deal with LeBron or closing the deal with Brown first to then close the deal with LeBron?
Well, closing the deal with whatever they got to do to get LeBron.
Because, like, if you make a deal for Brown, then I think everyone, once you get that text message or that alert to your phone, you're going to think to yourself, okay, now LeBron's next. Like, that's, like, you did what you had to do. And I think that's what makes it so interesting.
And then James Harden then fills in whatever the money is left over for him.
Yeah, and Harden's going to then become beloved in the process of this all as well because he will have publicly taken the discount and he would have been really one of the big factors for why LeBron would choose here. LeBron's not friends with anybody else but Harden at this point on this team. Like, it's a big factor in all this.
Yeah, I mean, the reason Golden State is such a threat, in my view, is because two of his best friends in the NBA, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, play there. And if they are a playoff team. He played with Steph in the Olympics and absolutely enjoyed that experience.
Steph and Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr was the coach of that Olympic team.
Right, and he enjoyed that experience
tremendously. That's proof of concept for him. And again, nobody meets him from a basketball intelligence level than the two people we just mentioned in Steve Kerr from a coaching perspective, and then obviously Steph Curry. Like there's so many things that make it enticing. I love golf, and they're like that element. I don't think it's an accident. We'll play this later. When Rich Paul says indoor and outdoor, I know some people are like, oh, Cleveland's got indoor and outdoor. Yeah, we do for 8 months out of the year. For the other 4 months out of the year, we only have indoor. We don't have the outdoor component to that. Right. Like Rich Paul didn't say just indoor golf simulators will make him happy. He said indoor and outdoor. Meanwhile, San Francisco's got some of the best courses in the country. They also have a wine region that is unmatched. And I can confidently say I know about 3.
And he has the big home that he's building on the West Coast right now, or has built on. I don't know what the status of that is, but remember he demolished a house and decided to build his own palace instead.
Well, and the other component to this too is the idea that I know one thing about his move to LA that wasn't basketball driven was the idea that he ended up doubling the amount of money in his bank account, and that wasn't just again solely basketball. That's the amount of people that he was able to meet, the business ventures he was able to get into.
Magic Johnson helped him.
Magic Johnson. So all right. So what does San Francisco have to offer that way? How about Silicon Valley? A lot of billionaires in San Francisco. A lot of really rich, wealthy, well-connected people in Silicon Valley, and that world. And so
and also it's what's happened to him recently. He found out that he's not going to have the wealth required to get in on the expansion team in Las Vegas that had been reported for years he wanted to be a part of. He's not going to be able to, he doesn't have the wealth that's required to do it.
He's not going to have $6 billion. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he's got 1.2, 1.3 somewhere in that neighborhood, and he's trying to get even more.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
know if his shares in Fenway Sports Group or whatever that ownership group is.
Yeah,
I
with
don't
the
know if
Red
that's-
Sox and then Manchester United.
Yeah, I don't know if that's enough if he could liquidate that to cover what, and clearly not, because I'm sure his financial people have already thought of that option. He doesn't need me sitting here thinking of that option. But no, I think he has learned that he's not going to be able to do the Vegas thing that he wanted to do. I don't know. Maybe when he retires, does he buy a piece of the Cavs? Dan Gilbert is doing this thing with this investment firm or whatever.
The 10%, yeah.
Yeah, that's a quick way to raise $500 million in cash, which obviously makes the paying the luxury or the luxury tax and the apron tax a lot easier to swallow when you're able to raise money like that. I've long said that I think that the Haslam should do that with the Browns, sell up to 10%, so then they can raise more money to to pay for the stadium, and they don't have to lean on the taxpayers to do that. You've got an asset that's worth billions of dollars.
That would be nice, but they don't have to be nice in this instance.
Well, that you don't become billionaires by being nice all the time, right? When it comes to business. So, but yeah, I think that when I objectively look at this, yes, I'd like LeBron to come back, obviously, okay, but I set those feelings and emotions aside, and I objectively look at the situation, and I think it comes down to two teams. It's either Golden State or Cleveland. I know Miami's still in the conversation because of Giannis and all that, and he was down there and all that. I don't think Miami's the threat. I think Golden State's the threat to the Cavaliers, and there's a lot of reporting out there right now in the last 24 to 48 hours that Kobe Altman is burning up the phone lines, trying to move some bodies, trying to make a big splash move as well, whatever that looks like, whether that's Jaylen Brown, whether that's something else that he's got up his sleeve that none of us have even talked about or thought about or whatever, right? But he's clearly, despite the public comments of we're very happy with our roster and we just need to keep, stay the course with this thing, his actions tell us otherwise. And it goes back to what I always say, watch what they do and believe what they do, not so much what they say, because sound bites are not sworn testimony. Right. And Kobe Altman's actions, combined with Dan Gilbert's post on X after they got swept and eliminated by the New York Knicks, right, about, and I'm paraphrasing, but to the effect of we're nowhere near where we need to be, right? Right. Those things tell me that Kobe Altman's looking to shake some things up, and he's just not sitting on his hands waiting to find out if LeBron's coming home.
He's never been shy to take a big swing.
No.
That's the thing with Kobe. And it's one reason why I like him being in charge and I like him being the guy that gets to make the decisions. When you would trade for Donovan the way he did, you're not just sitting in the background. What I love about this Cavs team is that they've been aggressive. They have not been.
He's very opportunistic. Well, I mean, that's how they got Jared Allen. He jumped in as the third team on the trade and stole Jared Allen away from the Brooklyn Nets for next to nothing.
Or even go back to the Harden trade itself. It's like that you're not just sitting on the sideline saying, "Well, we'll revisit this in the offseason and we'll deal with the idea that Darius is just going to be playing with 9 toes and not going to be 100%." He's like, "No, we got to do something about this." He operates in a way that I think a lot of fans should appreciate. I don't know that we do 100%, but I feel like if I was running a team, I would like to do so with the idea that I can be as aggressive as possible and live with the moves afterwards, and he's been able to do that. I appreciate that from him.
And we're always talking about the clock, right? Whether it was with LeBron when he was here, the 2 times previous, or now with Donovan, right? The thing that I've really noticed about Kobe, he's really good at reading the expiration date on things, okay? And making sure that he is showing players that, hey, we are going to do and spend whatever it takes to win. My whole contention to that is, or response I should say to that is, yeah, and it's on the players to go out and do the winning. It's same thing. I say the same thing with the Browns, right? You can say all you want about that ownership group and the results on the field and whatnot, but what you can't say is they don't provide the resources financially to give them the ability to compete. At some point, the players in the front office and the coaching staff has to take responsibility for the negative results that we typically see on the field. The Cavaliers, at least Dan Gilbert, has been getting some return on his investment in recent years. They've been in the playoffs for 4 straight years. They've advanced, okay? They went from being a play-in team to getting past the first round. Now you're past the second round into the conference finals, right? So there has been a progression there. Even if fans are in media are frustrated and disappointed and critical of how the Eastern Conference Finals went in that sweep, the bottom line, though, is this is the best Cavaliers team, the best non-LeBron James Cavaliers team. So you got to go all the way back to the late 80s, early 90s. I'm talking Larry Nance, Brad Daugherty,
it's the first time they made the conference finals without LeBron since 92. Like, there's a reason for that. All right, Brian Windhorst was on ESPN, though, and he brought up the idea of whether or not Jaylen Brown can be a realistic thing the Cavs can grab. Here we go.
The league changed this afternoon with LeBron coming on the market, and not only that, but basically announcing that he's available to just about everybody. And so start your engines on how you're going to retrofit. That is a curveball that affected the whole market. So now let's talk about Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown has not found a home. The Celtics have not found a home. After they tried to send him to Milwaukee for Giannis Antetokounmpo over the last week, they have talked to a number of other teams. They have failed to get traction on a deal. Cleveland Cavaliers learned today that LeBron James will be willing to play for less than his market value salary. That changed everything. So how does Cleveland get LeBron James' attention? Do they show him their beautiful brand new practice facility they're building? It is awesome. I saw it this week in Cleveland. But that is not going to impress him. What's going to impress him is what they do something with their roster. What can the Cavs do? James Harden opted out yesterday. He is willing to partner with the Cavs to figure out a way how to improve the roster. Jaylen Brown is out there. Can the Cavs make a move for Jaylen Brown? Then come to LeBron and say, how do you feel about us now? That's the type of move that you're going to do to get LeBron James' attention.
And what's funny about that is that, I mean, Jaylen Brown is obviously going to have such a bigger impact on the actual on-court play than what LeBron will have. But if it's all in service of trying to put together this team that'll compete this year, I mean, it's a pretty good look to me. I just, the way I see this is it's fascinating when you think about this being potentially a BOGO. I love a BOGO, a buy one, get one. And I feel like this is also a BOGO. Like, if you get Brown, you also then get LeBron James. So you have to, like, factor that in the equation.
And it's also kind of a little bit of buy one, get one free, because LeBron is, again, he would come here at a steep
very
discount.
Cheap deal. Yeah, and so you got to think about it.
Which, by the way, we found out today why.
Well, because the documentary.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. But, like, the point is that if we're going to treat this like a buy one, get one, maybe you didn't want to do the Mobley for Jaylen Brown deal previously. Maybe that was too rich for your blood when it was floated around the trade deadline. Maybe now if you look at it, though, like, it's not just Mobley for Jaylen Brown. This is Mobley for Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. Yeah. Maybe that changes the math. Maybe that changes the equation, because it does for me in many respects.
I think it does, too. But, The thing that concerns me about trading Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown is now you have a small ball team, and is that enough to get you over the hump? And the other thing too is when this thing does burn down, eventually it will. Mm-hmm. Okay, then what do the Cavs have to build around after that? Their future draft assets are few and far between, and I do feel like Evan Mobley's the insurance. I stand by what I have repeatedly said, and I'm sure the Celtics aren't going to go for it. I would absolutely try to trade Donovan Mitchell for Jaylen Brown rather than trading Evan Mobley for him.
I don't think LeBron's going to operate that way. I think LeBron wants Donovan to be the focal point of this. I don't know. We don't speak to LeBron. I have no inside track on it. I'm just
hang
looking
on.
at it.
Let me see if
I can get him on the horn.
Yeah, let me see if I can get him on the horn here.
Can you dial him up? Like, it just logically,
let me text him right now. See if while he's on the golf course at Firestone, see what he thinks about playing with Donovan Mitchell here. Let me get right on that.
If I was LeBron, I would want to play with Donovan and James Harden instead of trying to keep Mobley and try to make that whole thing work.
Yeah.
I need somebody that's going to score potentially 30 a night, and I'm going to need someone to be the Jalen Brunson piece of what the Knicks had. That part is still that matters. And I like Mobley, but Mobley's not there offensively.
Right.
And like you mentioned, the small ball lineup of it all, but you're not really that small if you look at this lineup with LeBron, with Jaylen Brown.
Right.
Because Brown's 6'6", LeBron 6'8". Obviously, you'd have Jared Allen in the mix as well. But then Harden's 6'5", 6'6". Yeah, people think Harden, we don't have a small backcourt anymore. Yeah. We don't. Like, Donovan's the only tiny piece of that. So, like, you have enough size. You'd have enough play with the wings, obviously, at this point. We have Brown and LeBron in the mix.
Yeah.
Like, there's enough there. And it takes away some of the deficiencies that we used to talk about with this team.
LeBron clearly does not want to have to come back and carry this thing, right? He wants.
Well, he's going to play whatever team he goes to, Daryl. He's going to play 55 to 60 games, and he's going to play 28 to 30 minutes a night.
Yep.
Like this is not
that. And then in the playoffs, obviously, you'll try and extend him maybe past the 30-minute just because of his experience.
Playoffs
and
are
the
different.
threat right.
But everything's leading up to the playoffs.
You're saving him. You're going to load
season,
management him for the postseason.
Whatever team he goes to, that's your experience. 28 minutes a night, 55 to 60 games.
He wants to get one for the thumb and retire. Like that. I think that is the goal for him right now. He's thinking, how can I get that 5th championship, go out on top, and have the storybook ending to my career? I think that's it. Well, you know how you do that? You come back to Cleveland, you win a second NBA championship with the Cavaliers, and you say, thanks for the memories, and we'll see you later, in retirement.
I think why Kobe is dialing up the phones, as you say, he has been in the past 24 to 48 hours, is because he knows.
Yeah.
You get Jaylen Brown, you get LeBron.
This is your shot.
That's a real chance.
That's your shot.
That's a real chance. If you don't get Jaylen Brown, well, then we're playing a 50-50 game.
Well,
then I don't. It's a jump ball. I don't know who's going to end up with LeBron.
And here's the other thing you have to think about. If it doesn't end in an NBA championship next year, then what do you ultimately get left with going forward? And I don't mean to think in a negative term there, okay? But that is also part of this equation. If it, because right now, the Cavs got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals, but it's not a lousy basketball team. They got to figure this thing out. What do they have to do to get to that next level? And we seem to say this about this group every offseason. Now, he made one change. Darius is out. James Harden is in. That was one change. I feel like there's another change they have to make with this roster if they're going to climb that ladder.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
But there's a risk because Evan Mobley right now, he's your future. He's your insurance that if and whenever Donovan goes away, whether LeBron comes back or doesn't come back, whatever happens to this roster, Evan Mobley is the centerpiece that you can rebuild around, and you could probably do it with as few assets as possible because they don't have very many.
I just don't need to be that precious with Evan. I don't need to. I'm fine. If what he gives you is Jaylen Brown and LeBron James, I'm going to send him. I'll pack his bags for him. That's something I'm comfortable doing. And if it's a 2-year window you get to play with, then let's play with that. Quick hits coming your way next, right here on The Fan.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes. It's Jonathan Peterl and Daryl Ryder here with you guys, and now it's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, you hinted towards it. Kevin O'Connor earlier today saying his sources have LeBron having discussions about filming this entire upcoming season for a documentary or a series. Now, this is something I'll give Lima credit. Lima's talked about this recently, within the past couple months, about the idea that he would make like $45 to $60 million doing something like this.
Yep.
I'd heard forever that LeBron has been filming something to do almost like a Last Dance, a Michael Jordan version, but this has been years of him doing this. And like the idea was, again, it'd be like a Last Dance Michael Jordan documentary that 10 years after he retired, he'd release, and it would be a whole like final half decade of his career, and it would all kind of drop and go. And so I don't know if this would be a part of that or if this is separate from that. But I don't hate the idea. I just the documentary doesn't make nearly as much sense or as appetizing in Golden State as it is in Cleveland, and that we have to acknowledge.
Yeah, and that's why it's just one of the little details that are out there that has, I think, the pendulum swinging the Cavaliers' way. Yeah, but it makes it easier for him to sign for that $15 million and change mid-level exception, because he's going to get this additional revenue. And in fact, he'd make more money off of that than getting a max contract in the NBA. But yeah, I feel like Cleveland, there would be no better backdrop than that.
I mean, who's even interested in a Golden State one-year final thing with? I don't care.
Him and Steph and Draymond clowning around
doesn't interest me at all. It might interest diehard national NBA fans or something like that. But I love that stuff. I'm not interested in that.
I just don't think there's a lot of story there. I think it's just,
maybe we're too close to it. There'd be interest. People would watch that.
But what would the story be in Golden State?
Well, it's not necessarily a story. Well, all right, here it is. The story is two of the game's greatest linking up and playing together at the end of their careers in like a Golden Girls type setting.
And not winning an NBA championship, so good for them.
No, but anytime you'd put, and again, Steph would have to be heavily involved in this, but you put two of the game's greats on the same court, and not even on the same court, watching them eat popcorn together and discussing a movie is going to be something that enough NBA fans will be interested in, because everyone is so starved for the personal side of these players, and what they will give off, and so people would watch it. I just don't know that, like Apple, for instance. I've thought of Apple with this because they're the ones that spent I think they spent like $25 million on a Billie Eilish documentary.
Netflix documentaries are phenomenal, too.
I know, but Apple's the one that has always given off a large amount of money for these documentaries. Again, like the Billie Eilish one was like $25 million. Yeah. There's been like 3 different singers that they've done that's been like $20-25 million. Beyonce, like they spend just insane amount of money on these documentaries. And so is Apple going to spend the same $60 million if it's on a Golden State farewell tour that they would for a Cavs actual farewell bye-bye / reunion thing? If I was an Apple executive, I wouldn't.
All I know is the greatest response to the potential of LeBron James going to Golden State and people asking, well, who's going to stop this? And the answer is arthritis.
Yeah. The jokes are they write themselves. Like, it's just, I think Spencer was calling them Team Life Alert. the Golden State geriatrics, like it's all right there for them. But I don't care nearly as much as him going to the Cavs, obviously, but I don't think anyone listening does.
Walkers and Canes standing by right now to assist.
Man, that just is so. You see how sad that is?
Yeah.
See how sad that is? Like that's going to be the
LeBron,
jokes.
Don't worry about doing the Just for Men on the beard. Just leave it white the way it is right now.
I actually think it looks pretty solid.
No, hey.
He looks like he's like on the 175th anniversary team instead of the 75th anniversary team.
He's going to look like Santa Claus by December.
It's not bad. That's.
He can finally play his older self that he did in the Sprite commercials when he was younger.
Hey, you know what? We are old enough now to to actually see real life old life LeBron from those commercials.
He's got the snicker that he's doing in every photo in the past, 2 weeks or so. He's got this it's a weird, I don't know what he's doing there. I don't know why that's what he's gone to.
Oh, with the lip up or whatever?
Yeah, the lip up. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, you're doing it right now. For the friends on YouTube, you're doing it right now. I don't know.
It looks awful on me, but that's what he's doing.
I don't know why he thinks that's cool or fun, but I guess it's LeBron, so anything can become cool and fun.
Hey, do we care about the NBA Cup?
No, I am famously a streaker, not a cupper.
Okay, so here's the issue for the Cavaliers.
And I mocked Nick when he tried to bring up the idea that the Spurs and the Knicks were the two teams in the NBA Cup this year. I've openly mocked him for having some semblance of we should acknowledge that take.
All I know is the Knicks won the NBA Cup and the NBA Championship. Anyway, speaking of the Knicks, the Cavs drew the Knicks in Group B. They've got the Knicks, the Heat, the Pacers, and the 76ers. Now, little fun thing that the NBA is trying to do in an effort to get people to care about the NBA Cup. You just said you don't care.
I don't care. Young people do though.
I don't. I don't. What the hanging the banner thing is laughable to me.
I'm 37, so I hate being like young people, but people 25 and younger like the NBA Cup.
But the Knicks had the NBA Cup, whatever that trophy is called. They had it next to Larry during the parade this year. They were holding them both up.
What is it called? I want to look up what the NBA Cup trophy is called.
That's how much I care about the
Commissioner's
NBA Cup. Is it the Commissioner's Cup? Good for them.
Really? They should have named it after somebody, though. I like when they name it after, but this one could have been the Elgin Baylor Cup or something. You know what I mean? Give me something.
Well, let's see if this will get you to care about the NBA Cup. So the path for the Cavaliers to get to the championship in the end is very tough. Their pool is tough, right?
Sure.
One of the toughest, but the championship game is going to be held at Hinkle Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. 9,000 seat. The home of Hoosiers.
The home of Hoosiers.
That's where they're going to do the NBA Cup championship game. Does that make you care more now, Peterlin?
No, but I will watch because I think anytime an NBA team will play in that tiny of a venue, I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So I will watch. I don't know that the conditions will be great. I'm sure they have to be. There's something that works within the NBA Players Association.
They just redid the locker rooms and stuff.
Okay, I guess. I know what they're doing though. Baseball has had a big hit with the Field of Dreams stuff.
Yes.
And this is what they're doing. They're trying to tap into legacy basketball movie and a historic site. This is their version of Field of Dreams. That's all this screams to me. Could they have done a better basketball setting? I don't think they could have. With baseball, it's obvious. There's better baseball movies than Field of Dreams. I like so many baseball movies more than Field of Dreams.
Bull Durham's better.
Bull Durham's a million times better in my mind. But that's not the point.
Major League, 1,000 times better.
The point is cornfield in Iowa. Let's get people to go and let's do this.
If you build it, they will come.
And they did. Hoosiers is one of the most iconic basketball movies. I don't think there's one that's even more iconic. Space Jam is more memorable for people my age and
for kids,
and for kids and everything like that. But from iconic basketball movies, I don't know that there's one that's greater. And so they might just be tapping out into what it is. I don't know that you put the cup there. I feel like you can put random NBA regular season game there and have it be a draw. The same way baseball does a Fox Friday night between the Yankees and the Cubs, and they all go to the Field of Dreams. But I appreciate the creativity and the effort.
I guess we're going to find out just how badly the Cavaliers would like to play in that building.
You don't put a draw at a spot that's supposed to be a draw. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You let those stand alone. If it's going to be the Field of Dreams works because it's a random Friday night in July and you watch because it's cool, there's the draw. If you don't put it, you don't play the All-Star game at the Field of Dreams. You already have the draw. You have the hook there already. The NBA Cup is going to exist on its own. You don't need to do the gimmick attached to it. That in and of itself is the gimmick. You're putting a hat on a hat. You're putting a gimmick within a gimmick, and that's where I think it cheapens it. It lessens it a little bit. All right, there we go. That one felt all right. All right, DJ Moore. He was shopping in Buffalo. And he saw a bunch of DJ Moore jerseys. They're, the jerseys, not, the shirt jerseys.
Yeah.
And he was at the store, T-Shirt University is the name of the store in Buffalo, okay? And he went up to the manager and was like, I want to buy all of these jerseys. He spent $1,200 on DJ Moore jerseys. And then what they did at the store was put on the tag, price 0, DJ Moore bought this jersey for you, but you had to go up and actually be someone that was interested in the DJ Moore jersey first, see the price tag, and then would be able to take it. The manager, when he tells this story, Scott Marshall's his name, had no idea who DJ Moore really was. Like DJ Moore came in and was like, "I want to buy this, I want to do this," and the guy's like, "Oh, okay. Like, do you know him? Like, wait. And DJ Moore just told him he was a part of his management team, and then as DJ Moore was leaving, turned around and was like, "Yeah, no, it's actually me. Like, I'm DJ. I want to buy these jerseys. That's me." Is that he's being praised for this? I don't know that you need praise for this, but is that a cool gesture?
Yeah.
Or is that a little bit of a try-hard move?
No, I think that's a great move. Sure. I mean, because the jerseys, right? That's what he did.
Yeah.
Those aren't cheap, okay? I mean,
$1,200 total is what he spent.
I know that. I realize he makes a lot of money, but no,
it's still $1,200,
right? And so, no, I think that's a great move.
I've just never heard of anything like this.
I don't think it's cheesy. I don't think it's a try-hard move. I think that's just a really nice thing he did for fans. Stop hating on players for doing nice things for fans.
I'm not hating. I just wanted to know your perception of it because I was left thinking it could have gone horribly wrong if he turns around and then the manager is just like, "Hey, anybody want a free DJ Moore jersey?" And then it just kind of goes to the random people that walk in. I like that they did the price tag on it, and you got people that were genuinely interested in a DJ Moore jersey, and then it was like, "No, you actually get this for free." I thought that was done to perfection.
That right there is the key. It's not like he bought them, threw them in a box, and then started handing them out. The fact that you have to go up to the rack and grab it, that's cool. I wonder how many are still left on the rack, though.
They went, and according to the news article that I read, there was still 2 remaining out of the 27 that was purchased. That's what it was.
He bought. Hang on, wait a minute. You
27.
Said he bought 27 of these things, and it cost him how much money?
$1,200.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
Are jerseys that expensive?
Yeah, apparently they are.
I mean, that's over $50, or that's under $50 a pop. But that's in that area. You're gonna have a calculator?
I'm doing the math right now.
Okay, we don't have time for that.
It's
it's like 45, 44?
$45.
Yeah, that's expensive for a jersey. That's expensive for a jersey.
Look,
T-shirt university prices are insane.
Yeah, T-shirts these days are $60.
They've gone crazy. Nick Friedel for the latest on what's going on with LeBron James. How likely is a landing spot here with the Cavs? He's our Odyssey NBA insider. He'll join us next right here on The Fan.
from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You are not going to believe Lima's remedy to gambling in professional sports.
I've got the fix once and for all. It'll make the press conferences better. It'll make the games better. Just got to open your mind.
It's dumb, and I still say 80% of you will agree with him. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I'm apologizing to no one.
All right, back in here on The Fan. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Rutter here with you guys. On the line, Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider Call is brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Nick, thanks for joining us today.
Guys, it's great to be with you.
I obviously, you covered Golden State. You've been around the NBA for a long time. Now you're our Odyssey NBA insider. But I checked out your latest on The Athletic. Why LeBron James joining Steph Curry and the Warriors would make sense for his final chapter. That's not what we want to hear locally here, Nick. But tell us why you feel like he's going to end up with Golden State.
Well, I don't feel as strongly as I might have as far as Golden State all the way, guys. And I'd give anybody in Cleveland hope that I think it comes down to the Warriors and the Cavs. And from where I'm sitting right now, it feels pretty 50-50 because as far as stories go, if LeBron is looking for happiness at the end of his career and he can play with his friends and Steph Curry and Draymond and he knows Steve Kerr from Team USA, then the Warriors make a hell of a lot of sense. Northern California is gorgeous. He loves his wine. He loves his golf now. He can do all those things. And the Warriors have a culture in place where they let the players kind of do what they want so long as they show up and they play whenever they're ready to roll. So on a lot of different levels, the Warriors make sense. But from a storybook standpoint, I mean, come on. You can't beat Cleveland. Like, he started in Cleveland. This could potentially be the final year. We'll see what happens a year from right now. But Cleveland is where everything has kind of come back to always for LeBron. My only question is, I think if you're looking for a realistic chance to win a title, I don't think either of those places are going to provide it. But as we sit right now, I think the Warriors, if you're looking strictly for quality of life and enjoying a final season, they make sense. If you're looking to complete the circle and you still have so many people that you feel close to in and around that Cleveland area, then go with the Cavs so long as they can get the money to make it happen.
What do you think LeBron is waiting for right now, and how long do you think he's going to drag this out?
And having watched this LeBron stuff, guys, for years and years from a distance, I don't think there's any way to answer the second part of that question because I don't think even he knows right now for sure exactly which direction he's going to go. I think he's going to sit down at some point in the next day or two with Rich Paul and say, all right, well, what are our options here? But as far as trying to read into it, I go back to one of my closest friends in the business is Dave McMenamin. He has a really strong line into the thinking always with what's going on with LeBron and the people around LeBron. And when he's sitting there saying that, I think, he wants a basketball happiness, I think was the exact terminology yesterday at the end here, then it's pretty clear to me that, again, we go back to two teams. If he wants to go try to find a ring in his last year, the team that makes complete sense and where he'd be an absolute fit on the floor is San Antonio. But, I mean, guys, you think LeBron James is going to go sit in San Antonio, Texas for a year at the end of an incredible career? I wouldn't bet on that, but I guess you never know. But as far as when the decision goes, I just know in talking to people in the last 24 hours, I don't think anybody's expecting it to be imminent. I don't think it's going to happen, today, or we're going to get some kind of news. I think this could drag for a little while. And when you have a player who means as much as LeBron does, he calls the shots, as we've seen so many times before.
You mentioned the friendship he has with Steph, with Draymond. I got to ask, because I'm a little old school. I miss players hating each other's guts like the old days. I don't know, just me. I would probably hold a grudge against guys that won 3 of 4 NBA championships from me. That's just me. Just how have those? I know the Olympics had a lot to do with the Steph and LeBron and Steve Kerr relationship, but is the bond really that strong between LeBron, Steph, and Draymond all of a sudden that, he'd do his swan song with a 4th different team?
I think it is, and I would tell you, I agree with you. I grew up in the days where people really didn't like each other, and it made the games more compelling.
I mean, Magic and Bird didn't talk until they retired, right?
Absolutely, and then you've got I remember talking to Reggie Miller about this, and he's like, "Man, I hated Michael Jordan." I mean, people just they didn't have that kind of friendship during their playing careers. But what I would tell you to that point is the game's changed, and it changed in a lot of ways when LeBron went to Miami and he left Cleveland the first time, as you guys well know. So everything about how people are viewing the league is different than it might have been 20, 30 years ago. With that said, as far as the Warriors go, yeah, I do think that bond is pretty strong. I mean, LeBron and Steph have known each other 20-plus years, dating back to when Steph was still at Davidson. And that relationship got icy, certainly, when they were going through all those finals runs. And I think there was some jealousy a little bit on LeBron's side that Steph kind of came out of nowhere and then became this gigantic star. And aside from 16, they couldn't beat him. But in time, the greats always seem to find respect for one another. And when it comes to Steph and LeBron, I think that's the word that we would go back to, is there's just a really strong respect between those two. And Draymond and LeBron, they built their own relationship. They're both represented by Rich Paul, and they've gotten to know each other more over these last few years. But when you're trying to look at, again, a basketball situation, Kerr's one of the best coaches to ever do it. LeBron's been coached by him. They had that success in Paris at the Olympics. Steph's still at the top of his game, but you just wonder if he can stay healthy. And Draymond isn't, but Draymond has that relationship, and he knows what he would need to get LeBron feeling comfortable as a Warrior. So I don't think that's lost on anybody, and it's why I think if we're kind of bouncing between the two, I don't buy guys that either one of those teams, the Warriors or the Cavs, are going to win a title next season. It just comes down to where LeBron feels most comfortable, and only he's going to know that answer.
Nick Friedell joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your new home at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Nick, you'd mentioned the idea that like the Warriors culture and what they do for players is just different than other spots. In your time around Golden State, take us into what that is and why that would be something that maybe he wouldn't be offered here in Cleveland.
Guys, I'll give you a perfect example, and it's Jimmy Butler. And I have covered him, since he came into the league in Chicago. When Jimmy got out here to the Bay, they basically told him, look, you can travel wherever you want. You can come and go as you please. We trust you to get your workouts in wherever you are. We believe in you as a person, and we're going to let you do your own thing. And Jimmy, for all the blow-ups that there have been in previous destinations, has really been drawn to that. And I think he feels very respected here, that people trust him enough to just take care of his own business. So I say that because if LeBron comes here and he wants to go back to L.A. for a couple days, they do that in a heartbeat. I mean, they let Draymond go back and forth. He's got a house out there in that area, and they trust that when practice is there, they'll be there, and when the game time hits, they'll be there too. So how exactly the culture is different to Cleveland, I can't speak to for sure because I'm not around that team as much. What I do know is especially with the treatment of star players. And I'd go back to Kevin Durant from now 10 years ago. Stars need to be in the NBA usually treated differently. And when you have a star, you have to find their comfort level and how that can work within the framework of your organization. And Steve Kerr and Bob Myers and now Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, they say, hey, this is the place that stars can feel comfortable because we've got Steph, and Steph sets the tone every day in the building, and we're going to let you be and live whatever kind of life you want to lead in between the days of these games. And I can promise you it is not always like that in organizations around the league. So in that regard, I mean, LeBron, I'm sure, knows all this stuff and has talked to everybody. But anytime that he were to talk to Draymond or Steph, or if he's crossed paths with Jimmy in the last year or so, they'll tell you that you can do whatever you want out here with the Warriors so long as you produce when the lights come on.
So what do the Cavaliers have to do to get LeBron to buy back into them, do you think?
I think they just have to hit him with all the nostalgia possible. They can say, you started here, you helped us win a title in the middle here, and you can end it here. And there's symmetry there, and the storybook is there. What would scare me, guys, is, you can sell, hey, we're going to try and win a title. Again, I don't believe that Donovan Mitchell and Harden and whatever other pieces, Mobley, throw anyone you want into the conversation. I don't believe that they are better than the Knicks. And now with Toronto getting Kawhi back, I just wonder if Cleveland got to the top of wherever their ceiling is as a group, and they're just not going to be able to be there again. Again, if we're debating between Cleveland or Golden State, I'm not sitting here telling you at all that the Warriors have a better chance to win a title. I don't believe that. Their roster is old. The difference is night to night, you're playing with one of the greatest players that's ever played in Steph, one of your close friends in Draymond, and you're being coached by Kerr. And you're getting to live out in a place where it's 65 and sunny most days as compared to the brutal cold that we all know that can happen in that area of the country. So there are a lot of different factors, but if you're Cleveland, you say, hey, we know you the best, we love you, and we'll do everything we can in your final year to make you comfortable on and off the floor. And I think that's the best sell that Kobe Altman and that group can make.
You mentioned you don't think that the Cavs are title contenders as currently constructed, and there's not anyone listening right now that disagrees with that. But if they trade it for Jaylen Brown, and then we treat this as a BOGO, a buy one, get one, so you get Jaylen Brown, that shows LeBron enough that you're making the moves necessary, and so you get LeBron as well. Let's say Mobley's the piece that gets shipped out because it's what we previously discussed. Is that iteration where it's James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen, and then LeBron and Jaylen Brown, is that a title winner?
I don't believe so, and I can only speak for myself here, but I don't believe, guys, that the Cavs would still have the number one guy. And we could go back and forth, and everybody would have a different opinion, but Donovan Mitchell's a hell of a player. I've never believed he was the number one guy on a title team. Jaylen Brown is a hell of a player, and he had a hell of a year last season. I don't believe he's the number one player on a title team. LeBron certainly has proven it time and again, but LeBron's 41 years old. It's just a different time in his career. So when you have all those pieces together, are you really good? Sure. Are you interesting? Of course, especially if this indeed is LeBron's final year. But even if they made some moves, and I keep name dropping my friends here, but Brian Windhorst said, look, you want to get LeBron's attention, you make a move to show him you're interested. And I agree with him completely. I know he's right. You can make the move, but if you're having the honest conversation, I just don't think any of those moves get you that much closer to where you just were in the Eastern Conference Finals. So it all makes sense to try and make it happen. I actually think, just as a fan, it's a cool story if he landed back in Cleveland. I just don't believe there's any move out there that the Cavs can make that puts them closer to where they just have been.
Nick, fantastic insight. We appreciate you as always. We'll catch up with you later. Thank you so much.
Guys, it was great being with you. Thanks.
Good stuff right there. Nick Friedel on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Right hotline. And that was our Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. Insider Call is brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Want to hear from you guys. 216-474-0092. Are the Cavs the favorite now? Nick laid out the reasons why it should be Golden State. Do you agree? Do you disagree? It's Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on The Fan.
sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I think it comes down to the Warriors and the Cavs. And from where I'm sitting right now, it feels pretty 50-50. Because as far as stories go, if LeBron is looking for happiness at the end of his career and he can play with his friends, Steph Curry and Draymond, and he knows Steve Kerr from Team USA, then the Warriors make a hell of a lot of sense. Northern California is gorgeous. He loves his wine. He loves his golf now. He can do all those things, and the Warriors have a culture in place where they let the players kind of do what they want so long as they show up and they play whenever they're ready to roll. So on a lot of different levels, the Warriors make sense. But from a storybook standpoint, you can't beat Cleveland. I think if you're looking for a realistic chance to win a title, I don't think either of those places are going to provide it.
That was Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider. He joined us last segment. Obviously, he's got a deep history not only around the NBA, but also covering Golden State for as many years as he did there as well. And so I find it interesting. Like one of the nuggets out of this, I'm like, what can we get out of Nick that is going to be unique and different? It's like, well, how about the insight into what the Warriors can offer up? And that's different. That answer right there. I mean, think about it, Daryl. They treat superstars in the best way imaginable if you're Golden State. Jimmy Butler is hated everywhere that he's gone. He's hated the environment. He's hated what Pat Riley had him do. He hated in Chicago. It was all sorts of problems with Tibbs and everything else. And it's like, well, in Golden State, you got a happy version of Jimmy Butler. Why? Because they just kind of let you do you. And I would imagine the Cavs wouldn't be that far off. But you know it going into it, it's still night and day difference between what he'd be offered up.
Yeah, I would think that the Cavaliers would offer a little more structure than maybe the Golden State Warriors do. But here's the other thing, too. That's also led to some of the Warriors' problems as well. The very relaxed atmosphere, right? And I think that maybe the Cavaliers would provide a little more structure in that regard. But, yeah, listen, they treated LeBron extremely well his first two stints here in Cleveland as well. So let's not act like, coming to Cleveland would be, taskmaster work all the time. I agree with that. I mean, he is available to reporters in whenever he.
I know, but this would be the true idea of I wouldn't have to worry about disappearing to LA to hang out with my kids for 2 days to go ahead and do practices because they let Draymond do all that stuff, and it's like I don't know.
There'd be no issue with the film crew for the documentary or whatever.
There'd be none of that.
Yeah, I mean,
Pat Riley was dictating what type of cookies they had on the plane, though.
Right.
LeBron has had problems in the past.
Right. That's why I don't think he's going to Miami because
I don't know. There's also been reports about them making up and doing all that different stuff. So it's a weird, that whole dynamic's so weird to begin with anyway. By the way, the Denver Post reporting that the Nuggets have reached out to LeBron as well. Denver's one of these teams that have been weirdly linked to LeBron in NBA circles. There's a Jokic-LeBron thing that I think some of the NBA intelligentsia wants to see have happen. And it doesn't make sense to me, but there's been enough chatter about it that we at least have to acknowledge it.
I think this is a two-team race. It's the Cavs or Golden State. Everything else is window dressing.
But if we're coming down to the splitting hairs side of it, and I think it will, if everyone says it's a 50-50 right now, or it at least is perceived to be that, Golden State will be able to offer up X amount of things, including the golf, including the wine, including some of the things he's really interested in. It can't be their culture that tips it in the scales, but again, if we're playing within the margins, maybe it is the little things like that he guarantees. Because he doesn't know Kenny Atkinson. He doesn't know what Atkinson is going to have him do.
Yeah, he didn't know David Blatt either.
And it didn't work out, obviously. Clearly. And maybe there's a part of LeBron that has to understand, I don't want to say you can't just run out Kenny Atkinson. He's still LeBron James. You still have a say in all of this because you're still LeBron.
Right.
But the red carpet treatment that Golden State will offer up, I don't know. Are you going to get 100% of that here with the Cavs? I just don't know. These are just all the little things that come into play, the tiny things that all snowball into a big thing.
Yeah, I think that the Cavaliers would be very comfortable for him to come home. I understand about Golden State, West Coast. He's got his base there in L.A. that he's built, obviously. Just a couple hours away there. But I think that the Cavaliers could provide just as much comfort to LeBron as the Golden State Warriors.
But you see how when we're describing this?
And I think the Cavaliers can provide just as much, if not a better opportunity to win. I think that
I agree with that.
He would go deeper in the playoffs with the Cavaliers than he would Golden State.
I agree with that, but that's part of it. As we're describing this, it almost makes it sound like Golden State is the almost 1 foot out the door retirement option.
Yeah,
where he's choosing. What he would be choosing is I'm a semi-retired basketball player at this point.
Right.
I get to show up for practices and do whatever I want when I want. I go golfing in my free time. I drink wine. I make business deals with Silicon Valley executives. And there's zero pressure attached to any of this, by the way. He can lose in Golden State. Nobody cares. They won't care. Steph won, obviously, and had a dynasty, and then won after the fact in a title in 2022. Like, they've done it, but Steph could never win a playoff series again, and nobody's going to split hairs about it.
Right.
No one's going to give him a problem, right?
They kind of gave LeBron some grief about, which I don't understand why, because he carried them through that first playoff series win. Then you ran into Oklahoma City. What did you expect to happen without your top two scorers?
Right, he was the best player on the court in the Houston series.
100%.
He was the second best player on the court in the second series against Oklahoma City.
Absolutely.
But even within that, there wasn't that much pressure attached to him in Los Angeles.
I'm not saying pressure, but I just feel like he still got grief after that series.
There will be pressure if he comes here, though.
You think
this
so?
This is not a pressure-free environment. You're not on a free roll. If they make a trade for Jaylen Brown, and this amplifies it, obviously,
right.
But if you make a trade for Jaylen Brown and you send Evan Mobley to Boston or wherever else in this deal, and then you figure this whole thing out, like, that is a huge pressurized moment because you're putting a lot of chips in the middle of the table. The Cavs are investing everything
to try and win another championship.
What would be a 1 or 2 year stretch where you'd be able to have both Harden, LeBron, and then obviously Brown and Donovan all together. I think if you did that move, I think LeBron it'd have to be a 2 year deal. He'd have to be here for 2 years. I don't think it's even just one.
Yeah.
But the pressure attached to this would be immense. Like that is pressure cooker environment stuff. That's not you're out for a stroll on a Sunday. Let's go golfing on Monday. That is high intensity. Kobe Altman's putting his job on the line type moves. That's big bucks right there.
I don't think he's putting his job on the line one bit.
Well, all right, we can debate the little semantics part of that if you want later. I think if you make a massive trade, basically mortgaging the entire future, and then it doesn't work out, you don't win a title 2 years later, you have nowhere to go. I think you're out of a job at that point. But I don't want to get bogged down in that.
Well, and that's fine because then Kobe doesn't have to worry about cleaning up that mess.
Exactly the point. Like he can just move freely, and it is what it is. But, but again, I don't want to get bogged down in that. The part I want to discuss is the idea that that's an immense amount of pressure that does not exist if you go to Golden State. Now, I've always been of the belief that
you're saying Golden State's the retirement home.
Basically, yeah.
Kick back, relax, shoot some hoops with your buddies, and
make a documentary, get to golf, go drink your wine, have your
That'll
Pinot.
Be what it'll be.
Make your podcast, do whatever you want to do.
But do you think LeBron's wired that way?
Well, most great people, I feel like, aren't.
Yeah, see, I don't think he's wired that way. I think he really does want to be able to have a chance to go out by winning a 5th NBA championship and retiring.
He won the COVID bubble. Outside of that, he won 3 playoff series in his whole entire time with the Lakers.
That's
Like he didn't seem like he was stressing the idea of if I never win one again, what will I do? It just didn't. I never got that vibe with LeBron in his time in Los Angeles. Like it never got to that. And like this has honestly been the first sign since he moved to Los Angeles that he wants to win a title. That he's invested in trying to win at all cost. And so it's just an interesting dynamic at play. I'd love to give LeBron the benefit of the doubt that he loves pressure and he loves everything attached to it.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know that. Yeah. And at 42 years old, that answer is obviously going to be way different than at 30 years old because like LeBron and like how we operate in life, we evolve and we move forward. And what interests us at 42 is not the same thing that interests us at 32.
I just think the narrative is completely different if he comes back. I do.
It's not a free roll. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I understand it's not a free roll.
I'm not treating if you make a trade for Jaylen Brown and have LeBron, no free rolls.
Yeah, but see, if he goes to Golden State,
no Peterlin passes either. By the way, no Peterlin passes, no Padone passes.
The Peterlin pass.
None of that.
There's no such thing as a Padone pass.
I heard when I was gone, he was trying to start up a Padone pass. I don't know.
yeah. You know what? Next time we're together, we're going to go ahead and put the kibosh on that.
I kind of liked it. I don't know.
Well, imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
That's kind of how I took it. I was fine with it.
I think he was just stealing your bit. That's what he was doing.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah, well, no, we're going to...
Perfectly fine.
We're going to set that straight.
But none of that will exist, Daryl.
This will not be... Let's put it this way. I'm not going to treat him like LeBron with the Golden State Warriors, okay? That's not how this is going to happen.
No retirement spot for Petone?
No, absolutely not.
Because he's like 27, right?
But did you really want, though, if you're LeBron and you're as competitive as he's always been? Because I don't think it's a free pass if he goes to Golden State either. I think if he goes to Golden State, people are going to do what I do. And it's like, how could you team up with those guys who ripped 3 of 4 NBA championships from you? Yeah, you might be friends now after your time with the Olympics and all. Okay. And I realize that the game is different and, we're not talking Bird versus Magic here, but like, how can you just do that? There's going to be some criticism there. There's going to be some eyeballs on that situation. There's going to be some expectations that come with that situation as well. Maybe
I don't think so.
Maybe not as much as if he comes back to the Cavaliers.
In the West, you can excuse it all away. Oh, you ran up into Wemby.
Yeah,
Oklahoma
you ran into
City.
the Thunder, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Minnesota really is that good of a team, aren't they?
Oh,
hey,
you know what would
Jokic.
be delicious?
A lot of people lose to Jokic.
Here's what would be delicious is if he goes to Golden State and the rebuilt Los Angeles Lakers wipe him out of the playoffs. That would be delicious.
The Snowtime Lakers?
I would absolutely root for that.
Yeah, Mac liked that one. I heard you were making your own jokes back there, too. Yeah, don't say them on the air. Yours were inappropriate.
Yeah.
216-474.
Let's keep Mac out of trouble today.
That's so not fair to Mac. No, yours were fine. Chuck up next. Hello, Chuck.
Hey, guys. What was wrong with that guy? He didn't like Cleveland, the city of Cleveland, or what?
Oh, Nick Friedel? Well, I mean, he covered the Warriors. He covered the Warriors for so many years. Now he does national stuff, but he covered the Warriors.
Well, you know what? The Warriors now, if LeBron joined those guys, it's over the hill gang. I mean, because those guys are up in age. I think everybody would be over 35 or older, wouldn't they?
Oddly enough, if they added Anthony Davis in the mix, Davis would be one of the younger guys. You'd be most worried about him with his injuries.
Yeah, and he's been around for about 12 years now, ain't he?
Yeah. Yep. It's an old team. Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate you as always. Tyler up next. Hello, Tyler.
Geritol for the win.
And that's what he's going to get. He's going to get all these jokes.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, Tyler.
So multiple part question here. So with the new contract with Bronny, is him being traded to Cleveland even a situation that could happen?
Yeah, I mean, the contract was guaranteed, but you can always, yes, he could be traded.
By the way, ultimate dad move there, making sure that was guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, that was him just taking care of him is all that was.
Okay. So that being said, would it be worth it to basically keep everyone together, keep, Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, and all that, and then throw some picks at him for Bronny or whatever, and would that be enough, do you think, to get LeBron back here?
No, because Golden State could offer up that same thing. Like the difference in
I think LeBron wants another piece brought in here.
Yeah, I think he wants Jaylen Brown, is what I think. And I have no reason to believe that outside of it just makes the most basketball sense for getting this team to be as competitive as possible, as immediately as you possibly can. Like, LeBron doesn't care.
See, this is what I don't get,
that we have Evan Mobley 5 years from now. He does not care about
If he doesn't care about the results in Golden State, then why does he care with the Cavs making moves to try and help him win? Like, I just feel like you're talking, not you, but just the situation. You're both sides of your mouth there.
Well, no, I feel like he wants the Golden State Warriors to go out and get Anthony Davis. I feel like that's part of his contingency as well. But I feel like if he chose the Warriors, in my opinion, it would not be because he feels like a title is necessary, and he would have given up on the idea that everyone can offer him the sun, the moon, and the stars. Like that's LeBron coming to that realization of like, oh, turns out they can't just upend their entire roster for me. I guess I'll go to the one retirement home opportunity. That's all that is, in my opinion. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Tyler?
Thanks for taking the call, guys.
All right. Thanks, Tyler. I appreciate you. He got stuck in those weird crossroads sometimes where the hosts talk to each other as he's just sitting there on the line being like, what exactly is going on right now? No, but this is part of the equation. This is why, like, LeBron...
I just feel like there's two separate situations
and
here.
It's because we don't know how LeBron thinks. Nobody knows how LeBron thinks. No one knows what he wants. Does he want to win a title at all costs? And is the demand that whichever team is going to get me the best chance to do that, what he ultimately is arising on?
Which I feel like that has to be Cleveland.
Or the other side of this, and this is where he might just end up doing Golden State, is Is he relying on that happiness quote that he gave everybody yesterday in the media?
Yeah.
And what is happiness? Happiness isn't being competitive. Happiness is going to Golden State and doing a 1 foot out the door retirement tour. And so, like, the part of this that might sound like we're talking out of both sides of you-know-what is the idea that we're trying to figure out what LeBron actually wants. And so you can end up with two different equations based off of what LeBron wants / needs.
I just feel like he's not going to do if he comes back to the Cavs, it won't be a 1 foot out the door retirement tour. It's going to be we're trying to win an NBA championship on the way out the door. But if he goes to Golden State, it's going to be just chill with my buddies.
Exactly. You got it nailed exactly.
And
it'll be obvious to us which one he chose based off of which one and where his head actually was in this based off of who he chooses. If he chooses Golden State, you're right, and this is my thought as well. That's the retirement tour. That's your golfing, you're playing wine, you're hobnobbing with all the elites with the $1 billion out there in Silicon Valley, and you've decided that winning isn't everything to you. If you come here, especially if they make a trade for someone like Jaylen Brown, it's about winning a title and closing out the chapter.
Yep.
And you're telling everyone you care about winning that title and you care about getting the ring for Cleveland again and ending it here and doing all that. And so it's really just a matter of trying to get inside his head of what he cares the most about. But we don't have an answer to that right now.
And being able to say, hey, you tried to do this without me and you couldn't do it. Now I come back, and if he's able to do it, like, that's the ultimate, right?
It would be pretty sweet. It would be pretty sweet.
And especially doing it with a lot of the players that they tried to do it without him.
And we've talked before when we talk about rings, for instance, like what is the heaviest ring? Which one has got the most weight to it, right?
Oh, it's the Cleveland one. If I had to rank his championships, Cleveland's number one.
Not even from the LeBron side of things. Oh. Just from in NBA world, we always think about all right, so like this Knicks ring, for instance, Jalen Brunson did a lot of heavy lifting in this ring.
Right.
Okay, that's Jalen Brunson did a lot of heavy. You get credit plus if you're Jalen Brunson in your NBA hierarchy.
Yeah.
If LeBron gets this Cavs team over the top with a bunch of people that have perennially failed in the postseason, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, all these guys, that's a heavy ring.
Yeah,
that's what that's called. In the NBA world, we call that a heavy ring. Well, that one gets weighted.
I would say 1-3, down 1-3 to the winningest regular season team in NBA history. I think that's as heavy as it gets.
As heavy as it gets always will be. But this one won't be the COVID bubble ring, okay?
No,
that was a pretty cheap ring, all things considered. That one didn't get heavy weighted, okay?
Yeah, that I would. If I were ranking his championships, it would be Cavs 1, his first title with the Heat 2, second title with the Heat is 3, and the bubble ring with the Lakers is 4.
All right, we got a lot of LeBron throughout the show. Obviously, we've done a lot today. We'll get back to LeBron in just a little bit. We got some Browns topics as well in the 4 o'clock hour. I want to have a big picture gambling conversation with Daryl, though. How much do you guys actually care about the gambling stories? Malik Beasley set me off on this one. Malik Beasley, basically, everything that was reported and everything we found out is he was rigging the game about as gratuitously as you could imagine, and the story just kind of came and went. I want your guys' input. 216-474-0092. Do we only care if it's Brendan Sorsby that gets in trouble? Where's our line within the gambling stories, and are we just going to become numb to it? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now. All right, coming up in about 15 minutes, there was a prediction around Myles Garrett that I think will upset people. We'll get to that coming up in about 15. But I wanted to do this, and this is not like stemming from anything wild or crazy. It's just that Malik Beasley story came out a couple days ago, Daryl, and it just had me thinking. If you don't know the story at all, I know you know it, Daryl, but anyone listening out there, him and Ed Davis were indicted by federal prosecutors for participating in a sports gambling scheme, right? Ed Davis had loaned him out a bunch of money, and then he was like, hey, you got to pay me. You owe me millions of dollars in your own gambling debt. You got to pay me this money. And Malik Beasley's like, what do you want to do about this? And the two of them then conspired, and really it was Ed Davis that conspired to then have, Malik Beasley fix games. And the prosecutors had alleged that there was 4 different games, one including the Cavs, that involved Beasley intentionally altering his play. It was obvious. You can go back and watch some of the clips on it. We've all seen some of the clips on it. And, it was his way of trying to get out of millions of dollars in gambling debt to do, tens of thousands of dollars in prop bets. And it's now the 5th different player that we've seen in the NBA. Terry Rozier, Jonte Porter, Damon Jones, and now obviously these two that have been involved in this. And this is not just obviously sticking to the NBA. We have the stories in Major League Baseball. We have the Brendan Sorsby stuff now that's creeped into the NFL. But we've had NFL stories prior to that as well. Calvin Ridley, Jameson Williams, you guys know, on and on. I'm fascinated by this stuff, Daryl. I find this stuff to be...
So are your friends in the desert.
And I don't know what's going to become of all of this. I don't know how this is all going to go. But we did hit a point. This is what I find interesting. We hit a point with the Malik Beasley story that should have been just as big as Class A. That's an active NBA player that is gambling on games, and no one's discussing it.
Well, I would argue it should be bigger than Class A because he was altering his play, or he's accused of altering his play in games. There's the one clip. I forget who it was against, but down 9, the spread was 8.5. Mm-hmm. He grabs a rebound with less than 10 seconds to play, and he races down the floor to get a layup while everyone's just like looking around like, what the heck, dude? This game's over, right? And so he's accused of, and I'll be very clear, he's accused of altering his play to impact games. That, to me, is a much bigger story, at least from my perspective. I think this should be a much bigger story than it feels like it's been. I do agree with you. I feel like this has been brushed off, put to the side, thought of as not a big deal. Oh, hey, what do you know? Just another gambling story, whatever. But the accusation that he was participating in games and affecting outcomes of bets in the games that he was participating in and altering his play, at least that's what he's accused of, to affect the outcomes, right? That, to me, is a bigger scandal and should be a much bigger scandal because that cuts to the integrity of the game. And this is the argument that I had with Brendan Sorsby, or the concern, I should say, that I had with Brendan Sorsby. The risk and concern of potentially a situation like this where you get caught up in something and you become compromised as a person and as a player. And based on the accusations that have been levied in this particular case, Beasley got caught up in that.
And he's paid handsomely for it, obviously. He had a contract in the Pistons that then got pulled, and he's got actual charges. Beasley and Davis and these 4 other defendants that are with him here, they have actual charges, including sports bribery and conspiracy to commit wire fraud and services fraud and some of the money laundering attached to this as well. Like, this is big-time stuff, yes. And I find it shocking. And I understand why Sorsby's a massive story. It involves quarterbacks, it's college football, it's NFL. I get it. I just wonder if we've had too many of these now where people are they just don't care as much to have the discussion and have the story. Like, are we setting our brains up for the idea that as long as a sports league is operating in this gambling universe that we currently live in, you're going to get, I don't know, 2 to 3 of these a year? Is that now the expectation?
Yes. And I think, too, and this is, I do feel like a legitimate part of the conversation. I'm not excusing participating in gambling on things you're participating in or gambling on your team, even if you're not playing in the games or whatever, because you have that inside information. But the attitudes around gambling and sports betting are completely different than what they were 25 years ago. I am old enough. I used to go, I'd have my annual work trip to Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. I would go to the sports book. I'd put my $20 on the Browns to win the Super Bowl, $20 on the then Indians to win the World Series, and $20 on the Cavaliers to win the NBA championship. And that was my fun. I knew every year that I'd go to Vegas, I was lighting $60 on fire.
Yeah, okay? Well, you would have been able to cash it a year later then, right?
But it's different now. You can just, it's on your phone, right? You've got the prop bets and all kinds of things you can that you can bet on. And so the attitudes surrounding sports betting certainly have changed. I think that the more these type of stories come out, the more folks will become numb to it. However, what they should not become numb to is players that are accused of gambling on stuff that they're participating in.
But I think we are, and I think that's kind of where I was at with this discourse, and how it just kind of hit me in the face of, like, how can you have – I mean, the Athletic report on this is just bombshell after bombshell, and yes. I'm sure national people talked about it maybe briefly. We brought it up in quick hits, I think, is all that ended up happening. Like this has gotten basically, and Beasley's been in the news before for this, so maybe it's a tired story for people, but it shouldn't be. How does a story just get swept under the rug? How is this not something that we just continue to talk about over and over again? And maybe Beasley's not a big enough player for this. Is that going to be the end result? Do we only care about gambling stories if it happens to a big enough player?
Yeah,
is that what this is?
And it shouldn't be that either.
We cared about it when Ortiz was not some massive player. We cared about it. It wasn't just Clase, who one of the best closers in the game. For 2 weeks, it was just Ortiz.
Well, Sorsby's being held out of football for a year with a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, we're going to let bygones be bygones, but you're not coming in this year. We'll see you next April, and make sure you keep your nose clean. Right, and that's typically the NFL penalty. You sit out a year. So
I think we're just going to get used to the idea. It's just going to be if you have a sports league, you're going to have 2 to 3 of these a year. And I guess what is my job in this role? Am I just supposed to just be like, oh, there's another one, like it's a shooting star? Is there? Oh, there goes another one.
To me, it's just as bad as the gamblers, those placing the bets that slide into or try to slide into players' DMs or post on social media at the players with very vulgar and disrespectful messages because their parlay didn't hit or whatever, right? Because the player didn't do enough that night in a box score, right? To me, that's as bad as this stuff, and we should not become desensitized to it. What we do have to accept, though, is that these younger kids, these younger athletes that are inundated with all these things, whether you're watching baseball, hockey, NBA, whatever, right? Whatever you're watching, you're inundated with the sports gambling ads. 18, 19, 20-year-olds are going to place bets in college. The line that can't be crossed, though, is you can't be a student athlete betting on games that you're playing in or betting on your team that you're a member of. That has to be the
even in the
line
college
in the
ranks. We get a story every, 2 months about something happening at some, lesser D1 school that all of a sudden something's popped up.
And you get these kids that come from these very unfortunate backgrounds, and this could potentially be a very easy thing to exploit as well, right? Hey, you want to make a couple? You want to make a quick $20,000? Here, do this in the game. And I'm not saying that that's going to happen or has happened or whatever, but you certainly would understand if that temptation is there. But I do feel like there needs to be some clarification from the sports leagues and from the universities who are profiting significantly off sports betting. And fine, okay. Again, attitudes are different. But there needs to be some real specific defined rules, because if you're going to Like, let's say next
Well, they
draft.
can't tell us it is make or break for these leagues, and then we have 3 incidents a year.
Oh, I said this with the Sorsby thing. I think that part of the NFL draft process is going to have to be a sports gambling audit of the prospects, much like you do a health audit, right?
Yeah, might have to be.
Not that you bet, okay? Because, again, betting's legal in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
What did you bet on?
Yeah, no question. All right, 216-474 to below 92. Ben Solak gives a Myles Garrett prediction. It might make you mad. That's what we want to tap into. 216-474 to below 92. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
It does slip out occasionally.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. Jim Bowden joining us at 5:40. So we're going to get some heavy baseball talk there. But we get some little sprinkled in right here before we get to Myles Garrett and what Ben Solak's thoughts were there. 9-4. Guardians with a win over the Rangers. They avoid the sweep. You lose a series. You've only won one series since J-Ram went on the IL. Obviously not ideal. But what's fun about a game like today, Daryl, is that at least the offense and the bats showed some life. You had some big key hits, some big home runs. David Fry, a 3-run blast out of the one hole. Okay, fine. I have a hard time with this team right now, but I am enjoying watching them play.
Well, did you expect anything less when you lose your top 3 hitters in one day and you're still down 2 guys, Hosey and Angel?
I know. You're just trying to tread water.
Yeah,
is all we're trying to get you to do here.
And you know what? It sets up a really big weekend against the Chicago White Sox as well, okay?
Yeah.
You're definitely still within shouting distance of them. I still believe at some point the White Sox are going to come back to earth. I mean, not to say that they've run away from this thing because they're neck and neck with the Guardians as far as overall record goes. But, you just want to tread water, get to the end of July when Hosey comes back, and you're going to be just fine. And I hate to use the old cliche. Well, hey, you're just, it's like trading for Jose Ramirez at the trade deadline to get that shot in the arm.
That sounds like Guardians ownership. I don't want to hear it.
I know, but that's what it's going to be. And so, at least they salvaged the finale today. Yeah, I was shocked when I came in. I looked at the TV and I was like, does that say a 5 next to the CLE there? Are my eyes? I realized I got new glasses. The eyes might be playing some tricks on me. Did I really see a 5 spot for the Guardians early in
like
this
the second inning?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have that typically. I got to give credit to Austin Hedges. And I don't. This isn't like I begrudgingly give him credit. It's not one of those type things. I just can't remember a time where I've ever given him credit before. Okay, so this is like uncharted territory for me.
Not for telling Josh Naylor that nobody likes him.
No, I kind of thought that was Josh Naylor actually just getting under Hedges' skin in order to invoke that commentary, and that was almost like a win for Josh Naylor to get Austin Hedges that upset to be able to say.
Well, turns out since in the subsequent days that have followed, turns out not a lot of people like Josh Naylor.
Last 5 games, Hedges is hitting .385 at the plate.
Well, he's having a career year.
He's tearing the cover off the ball. He's
easy now
on the season. Well, I mean, for Austin Hedges' sake,
he's having a career year and hitting .260.
I'm not saying that he's like all of a sudden Babe Ruth at the plate, but when we expected
in this lineup,
when he got hired and got given $4 million to just basically be slider. When all of a sudden you're doing stuff and you're performing and you've made me forget about Bo Naylor and the struggles and having to put him down. You have me forgetting about all these other people that need to be up here and all these catchers in the minors that need to be up here playing and doing this. I got to tip my cap to him. Now, do I think it's going to last? That's probably the worry I have with Austin Hedges in this whole stretch. I keep waiting for the bottom to fall out because historically he's just not this good of a hitter. Yeah. And so I keep waiting for something to happen where he just boomerangs back to the real Austin Hedges as we see this all the time in baseball.
When Jose comes back, maybe Austin Hedges will go back to being Austin Hedges. You know what? They need a hero right now, and it sounds like that it's going to be Austin.
I will take it. I guess we'll take it. It's amazing to me. I don't think I've ever had, I'm sure I have, but as quick of a turnaround for someone where I just think automatic out when they're at the plate to like, oh, great, Hedges is up.
He made contact.
Hedges is at the plate. We have a real chance to score some runs here now. Like that's in a very quick amount of time, he has been able to change the perception of more than just a mascot for the team and more than just basically this quasi second manager for Hedges. And I think that's a good development for the Guardians. Has it all been great? Obviously not. You know, in baseball, the old adage is you're not nearly as good as when you're playing your best baseball as you think you are. You're also not nearly as bad as when you're playing your worst baseball. You can make an argument that since J-Ram went down, they're playing their worst baseball. This is not good night in, night out. The offense doesn't leave much to be desired. It seem like they can't score at a rate that's going to be giving them a chance later on in the season. But games like today, not getting swept, getting lined up for a series against the White Sox, it made me feel a little bit better today. Doesn't make me feel great big picture, but it made me feel better today, Daryl.
Yeah, well, again, they salvaged the finale. It sets up what I believe is going to be a fun weekend against Chicago. If they're able to find some way to get some consistent offense here, I think it'll be a good weekend for them, and maybe they can take over first place in the division. But my thing is, you stay within 5 games. Be within 5 games of Chicago when Jose Ramirez comes back, and they are fine down the stretch.
All right, baseball talk coverage on the Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Ben Solak writes for ESPN, Daryl, and he always comes out with these predictions, right? And now's this time of the year where he does his predictions, he does his deep dive, and he tries to find out exactly what he thinks he knows about this NFL season. And in this prediction, he had Myles Garrett getting 20 sacks. 20 sack season. Since sacks became an official stat in 1982, we've had our fair share. There's been 10 of them. 7 of those have resulted in winning the Defensive Player of the Year. One of those, the Jared Allen season, or the Justin Houston season, was in the year that J.J. Watt also had 20 sacks. So you shouldn't really look at it as 7-3, more look at it like 8-2. But the point is, the most recent guys that have gotten to 20, J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, T.J. Watt, and then Myles Garrett, have all ended with a Defensive Player of the Year. So if he gets to 20, he will have won 3 out of the last 4.
Yeah.
There's just something about the DPOY and getting to 3 out of the last 4 and basically solidifying everything that the trade and what the Rams wanted that to materialize into that I find incredibly interesting. And I don't know if Browns fans are going to care or if Browns fans are just going to snicker if Myles is awesome this year.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Browns fans are going to pay more attention to what Jared Verse does in Myles' place rather than just focusing on what Myles is doing in LA. Because I think everyone expects the Rams will be good, right?
Yeah. I mean, they should be. They're, in my opinion, if not the best team in football, they're the second best team in football. You can make an argument. Is it Seahawks? Is it Rams? Well, what direction do you want to go there? Do you want to throw any of the teams with great quarterbacks in the mix? You can put the Bills in there if you want. You can put the Chiefs obviously in there. Like there's only a handful of teams, but the Rams are definitely one of them.
Yeah. But as far as Myles goes, I kind of feel like more fans will be more passionate about like the results of the Rams season. Like if the Rams win the Super Bowl, Myles wins the Super Bowl, I'd be curious to how Browns fan would react to that.
Can it be a win for a Browns fan if the Rams choke in the playoffs and let's say have a second-round exit or a first-round exit, but Myles does in fact get this monstrous year where he has 20-plus sacks, as Ben Solak is saying, wins DPOY once again, and is just an absolute force on the field?
Yeah, I think that there'll be some fans that'll take a victory lap on that. See, hey, you know, regular season player didn't get it done in the playoffs when it mattered most, all that kind of thing. I'm sure there'll be some people that'll be thinking in those terms, but it certainly would validate the trade for the Rams, right? If he wins Defensive Player of the Year again, 20 sacks is the new benchmark, especially because now you're playing 17 games. It's been extended, so more opportunities to get them. But I mean, look what it took for him just to get to 23 last year, right? It took the final 4 minutes of the last game, and the only reason I think a lot of people were watching that game was to see if Myles Garrett got that sack, and and it finally happened there in the closing minutes. But that was really that was the only intrigue for Browns-Bengals in Week 18.
Yeah,
is Myles Garrett going to break this record or not?
No question about it. I guess I'm just trying to figure out if it's as monstrous of a season as Ben Solak is highlighting. And basically in this piece, Ben finds no way that Myles is just going to end up being worse than he was in 2026.
Well, I don't know that. I mean, last time I checked, 23 is more than 20. Okay. I also think you have to figure...
Yeah, but I think
the problem for Myles is he had sacks here where it just didn't matter. Remember, he had 5 sacks against the Patriots. The Browns lost by 3 touchdowns. Like, never forget that. And so
But he's going to have more opportunities to get sacks, I think, is the corresponding part of this. Because when you're in more advantageous times to actually go after a passer, you're going to be in a lot more 3rd and 7s and a lot more close games that are going to actually dictate.
Well, then he should surpass the 23 sacks.
Because when he got traded, there was one NFL. It might have been my guy Tage Seth. I can't remember who exactly it was. Tage with Sumer Sports, but they predicted out that there should be about 75 to 85 more actual sack attempt chances that Myles Garrett will have in just playing that much better of an offense and important games, not only late in the game, but obviously late in the season as well. And so because of that, the end result will be 75 to 85 more chances for Myles Garrett.
Yeah, well,
which would obviously then result in more sacks.
And again, then the bar should not be 20 sacks. The bar should be 24. If that's what the argument is, he's gonna have more opportunities. Well, then he should produce more.
But he won't need 24 in order to just win DPOY. It seems like 20 is that benchmark, at least for the past decade plus now, since 2014.
Depends if someone else gets 21.
Well, that's always obviously on the table, right? And that's the same thing that happened to J.J. Watt and then Justin Houston that year.
It's kind of like Defensive Player of the Year has become for defenders what the Offensive Player of the Year, like it usually goes to the best quarterback, right? So it's going to be going to the guy with the most sacks.
Well, Surtain broke that a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not.
I'm just saying in general.
But I do understand what you're saying. Yeah, if you have a remarkable season, what is perceived, and maybe that'll change too, our perception of what is a remarkable sack season if 20 starts to become more the norm. But as of right now, that is considered a remarkable season. And so if he gets there, I just find it interesting because when Baker left here, we didn't really monitor. Obviously, the first year we did because it was Panthers-Browns to open up the season.
Right.
But we didn't stay monitoring Baker because he was struggling.
Yeah.
And once he started to struggle and then he got traded to the Rams and even early on in the Buccaneers time, we just kind of let that be. We didn't start bringing Baker back into the conversation when he started to look good. In particular, last year. When did we never talked more Baker Mayfield football than the first 7 weeks of last season when he was putting up MVP numbers.
Yeah.
That was the most time since he's been gone that we talked about him. And so I do wonder if Myles lives up to everything the Rams think that he will. Are we just gonna turn our cheek to it and be like, well, that's the cost of doing business? Or are people going to look at it and say to themselves, like, oh, I want to see what happens here? Well, I'm interested. Wait, 20 sacks for Myles. I'm interested.
If Myles wins another Defensive Player of the Year and Jared Verse contributes very little to the Browns, then I think Browns fan will be upset. Because the expectation was the reason you made that trade was you got a young player that was going to come in and be the new cornerstone of your defense, be the new pass rush guy, right? We talk about third most pressures behind Myles and Micah. And those things, then I think you'll get some Browns fans that maybe looking out west to what's going on. But if Jared Verse comes in here and he plays well, and I'm not saying put up the same numbers that Myles did sack-wise, because I just don't think that's going to happen, and I don't know that that's fair or realistic to expect that either. But as long as he comes in here and he plays well, I don't think that Browns fans are going to be staring out west. Because, again, I think they all recognize what I recognize, and that is this guy, all-time franchise sack leader, has had games where he has tried to take them over, and it hasn't mattered. And you accept that, yeah, he's a great player. He did some unbelievable things with the Browns, but the team around him was terrible, and the franchise was unable to capitalize on his greatness, much like Joe Thomas, much like a lot of other, really good players that have come through Cleveland over the years. I think this whole Myles thing and what's expected of him, that as far as being paid attention to here in Northeast Ohio, I think it all hinges on Jared Verse and how he performs here.
Do you care more about Myles winning DPOY or the Super Bowl? And also, will you be willing to accept whoever the Browns name as their starting quarterback? One analyst tells you why he thinks that should be the case. 216-474-0092. We'll do that in 5 minutes. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Missed a moment in your show? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterman and Daryl Ryder here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. Get back into LeBron discussion about 20 minutes or so. The golfing side of LeBron, Daryl. As I know you're talking about getting back into the sports.
We'll see. We'll see.
What's that about?
We'll see.
I mean, it seems I always encourage people to get into golf. I think the health benefits are underreported and under-discussed.
You mean the rage that comes with having a bad day on the golf course?
No, well, I mean, that happens for a lot of people, I guess. I'm talking more about, like, don't ride the cart. Just walk. Walk the 9 holes, and then I'm not saying walk 18. That's crazy town. But, like, walk the 9 holes. You get a good, it's a good walk in the park for 2 hours, and all of a sudden, you get some health benefits. That's what I'm saying.
All right. I'll take your word for that.
I don't think you need to do it for the health benefits, though. I don't. I think there's a lot of other reasons outside of health benefits that I would advise you that I think golf is good for you.
No, I need to do it for the health benefits. I'm limited these days in what I can do without, putting myself in.
What do you mean? Why are you limited?
It's
No, I don't know. I don't. That's why I'm asking. I'm scared. Now you have me scared a little bit. I'm 37. You're close to 50. What do I have coming in the next 10 years?
Oh, no. I had COVID like 8 times, and it did its damage. So I'm dealing with the after effects of all that.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like there's like certain things you just won't be able to do now. Like I have a buddy of mine that always.
I have to be very careful how much strain I put on my body now and things like that. Yeah.
Do you do any tests or anything? Not like medically. Like a buddy of mine. Every summer, he'll do a backflip into a pool.
Yeah, no.
And that's his way of testing to be like, am I still in shape? Can I still do things?
You know what my test is?
What's that?
When I have to bend over and hold myself up at my knees because I can't breathe. That's how I know that things are not great.
Can you stand up?
Which, by the way, that has happened in recent time. Like I said, I have to I can't run anymore. That is. Yeah, that sends me into places that I don't want to go.
You just can't run at all.
It just, it messes me up now.
All right, like if all of a sudden the Halley building caught fire.
The beats per minute get way, way too high.
Okay, but you could if you needed. Like the Halley building caught fire, you could run out of this building.
I would run out, but that doesn't mean I'm surviving after I've run out.
Okay. just enough for you then.
Odds are I might.
I've told Nick this before.
Odds are I'm going to need medical assistance if I have to run out of this building.
I've told Nick this before. At a certain point in life, you understand you're just probably never running ever again in life. Yeah. That's just it. Like at 37 years old,
I'm learning my new limitations.
I still will at some point run again in life because I still use the treadmill every now and again, and like I haven't given up on that part of life yet. But there will be a time in the next 5 or 6 years where I just have that realization that there will be nothing in life that I'll ever need to run more than a block for ever again.
Yeah,
I just won't have that. That won't be a part of my existence, and that's okay. That's not sad. I'm going to embrace that when that comes. But I think you need to get into golf, Daryl. But I'm not going to push it on you. Because really, if you miss out on it, you miss out on it.
That's why I'm probably going to do the golf thing. I do a lot of walking these days. That's how I make sure I keep the blood going and all that kind of thing.
All right, good. Does Deshaun Watson get your blood going?
No.
No, not in the slightest.
I have zero interest in Deshaun Watson at all. None. I'm not even looking forward to watching him in training camp.
Would you do the Chris Fedor and say you'd poke your eyes out? Although he said that in response to Shedeur, not necessarily Deshaun.
He said that about Shedeur?
Yeah, he said he'd rather poke his eyes out than watch Shedeur play football.
So he'd rather watch Deshaun than Shedeur?
That's the assumption there, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't talk to him. I just saw the clip last week. Maybe the follow-up there was I'd also poke my eyes out and watching Deshaun. I feel the way you feel, though.
I feel the opposite. I'd rather watch Dillon Gabriel than Deshaun.
Yeah. If you told me I could choose one or the other, and I think both would fail miserably. I'm not going to think that one would be a million times better than the other. I just feel very confident in the idea that Deshaun Watson's going to suck at this.
Yeah, I'm not getting caught up. I see the videos that are being posted on social media, and good for him and his people putting that stuff out there to show that he's working and all that, whatever. put a defense on the field. Then I will judge whether or not Deshaun can play or not. I'm not getting hyped up over workout video. It's workout video season. That's where we're at in the off season. It's vacation workout video season, and that's fine. I'm not going to get caught up in all that kind of stuff.
No, I mean, I like that he's here. I think that's nice.
Good for him.
There's a seriousness.
He's putting in the work. He's putting in the work. There's no question about that.
For people that thought this was one big farce and wasn't actually a competition and was all just going to end up with some sort of, I don't know, some idea that Deshaun wasn't actually really going to ever try to get on the field, he's obviously disproven that.
No, last year should have shut those people up because there was no reason for him to open up that practice window or try and get that practice window opened, and he basically fought for that, and so they did. They opened it, and obviously they shut him down after that.
I respect that he's taking this very seriously. I respect that after the idea that he could just have his $230 million and after this season just kind of walk away and never be seen again and just kind of call it a football life, which, by the way, if I were him, that's probably what I would do. Maybe that's why I'm not a pro athlete. I would just take the $230 million, take all the scrutiny, and just give everyone the double bird and walk away and say, "I'll see you guys on the other side." Right? I'm gonna go retire to Greece with my wife, and you'll never hear from me again. But he's not taking that route at all. In fact, and this is kind of the scary part in thinking about this with Haslam and with Andrew Berry in general. He seems to feel like he can have a redemption story. He seems to feel like he can redeem this whole entire thing. And I guess who am I to argue that he can't? I don't think it's going to happen. But if he thinks one season can be the snowball effect to all of a sudden having his whole entire football life rewritten, I guess I can respect that he's taking it serious and thinks it can happen. I just don't believe that it can.
No, I don't think that he's going to return to the player that he was, or that the Browns thought that they were going to be getting when they made that trade and gave him that insane contract.
Because there's all sorts of quarterbacks, Daryl, that have rewritten their football life and have rewritten their stuff after so many times. We in society, we do tend to forget largely. Now Deshaun's story will never go away. That's such a big part of it. The same way Big Ben's story was such a big part of it. It's never going to go away. But there are guys like Jameis Winston, for instance, where it becomes a footnote and doesn't necessarily define them.
Right. It's been 6 years for this guy. He's played 19 games in 6 years. And I just don't, first of all, I don't think it's fair to Deshaun. And believe me, I'm the last person that's ever going to really defend him on anything. But in this case, I will, because there has to be some fairness and some objectivity when it comes to this situation. Do I think he's going to be any good this year? No. Would I rather watch Dillon Gabriel play than him? Absolutely. And we know how much I enjoy watching Dillon Gabriel play football. Not at all. Okay.
I'd rather start Taylon Green than I think Dillon Gabriel.
Right. But
Coach Riz is not going to like that comment.
But to be fair to Deshaun, I don't think it's realistic to just expect that this guy's going to be able to be the same player. And I think that there are some people that are trying to, including the Cleveland Browns, that are trying to talk themselves into, this guy's going to come back and he's going to be good enough to help us win some games and he's going to be electrifying at times. And I have no expectation. Here's what I remember. Here's my last real football memory of Deshaun Watson. Okay? Yeah. It was the joint practice against the Minnesota Vikings. All right? Mm-hmm. They couldn't even line up correctly. All right? And Deshaun had one of the worst practices you'll ever see by a quarterback. Okay.
Yeah, and the other side of that was the MJ Emerson joint practice session where there's a lot that happened with Justin Jefferson. Right. But everyone in Minnesota left being like, who's this MJ Emerson guy? He's awesome.
Right. Yeah. So that's the lasting image there, right? Because again, he wasn't being actually sacked or in risk of being touched or whatever. And that was just a disaster. And unfortunately, that basically told us what was about to happen, which, by the way, happened, right, in those first 6.5 games before he got hurt, right? So I have no expectation that Deshaun Watson's going to do anything for the Browns this year. If he does, okay, great.
And a lot of this, I imagine, is based off of obviously what you've seen in the past, but a lot of this is being based off of what you've seen already, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's been 6 years since this guy has done anything.
I mean, in practices. I mean, like the things that while I'm on the air talking to everybody here, you're out at the practices and you're seeing things.
It's Jekyll and Hyde. 1 minute he makes a brilliant throw and ooh, this guy still got it. And then he kills a worm just throwing a dump-off screen pass. So, yeah, I mean, he'll hit a guy in the hands 30 yards down the field and then miss a guy by 5 yards. Like, it's consistently inconsistent with this guy right now. And it's part of the reason why this whole quarterback thing isn't settled going into training camp. And I don't think it's going to be settled probably until after that joint practice with the Bills. Was it August 20th, I believe it's going to be? Mm-hmm. Like, we're going to have 5 weeks of this, I think, at least, of this training camp competition. Because neither one of these guys has really separated or distinguished themselves on a level where, like, yeah, that's the guy. So, but yeah, I want to be fair to Deshaun here too, and just be like, yeah, I'm not going to hype people up about this guy that he's going to come back and he's going to, work miracles after playing 19 games over 6 years. I just don't think it's realistic.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
The fact that the fact that he got himself back on the field, respect for that. The fact that he's taken this seriously and he's put in the work and all that, respect, okay? That he's not just cashed the check and, gone off into retirement or whatever. Okay, I respect all of that. I don't think anyone has accused Deshaun Watson of a lack of effort or a lack of, trying or however you want to define that, right? Or putting in the work. Mm-hmm. No one has accused him of not doing that, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think that that's important, but that doesn't, just because he's put in the work, and he's still putting in the work, again, the Instagram videos, he's over in Berea doing stuff.
What do you make of those Instagram videos?
Nothing, because it's on air, and it doesn't matter. Great, fantastic.
I knew you wouldn't be a fan. That's all. I knew
yeah,
that.
I don't care about workout videos other than just kind of like taking attendance. Great to see Harold Fannin Jr. is working with him. Great. That means that Harold's healthy and fantastic. We'll see him all at training camp. But the reality is that to have any expectation that Deshaun is going to be able to elevate or salvage the upcoming season, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's realistic. I'm not expecting it one bit. Anything he does is gravy at this point because I think it's a sunk cost.
Here's what Field Yates on ESPN had to say about the Browns and this competition.
This is the truest quarterback competition in the NFL. What I mean by that is whoever performs best in training camp should be the week one starter. There are other quarterback competitions where if you have a young quarterback and he narrowly outperforms the veteran quarterback in training camp, I still would lean on the veteran early in the season to alleviate some of the pressure on a young player. In Cleveland, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, maybe even Dillon Gabriel, whichever one performs best in training camp should be on the field for that opening week.
Oh, I couldn't disagree more with Field Yates in that last sentiment there. Tie does not go to the veteran in this instance because the veteran is on the final year of his deal. In this instance, the tie goes to Shedeur and should always go to Shedeur, the guy that could be on the roster next year and the guy that if you give 17 games, you can actually find out if he could be something as far as an answer is concerned. Now, he's got to show that he can be. That's still on Shedeur to display that, but I strongly disagree with Field Yates on that one. I think most quarterback races, he's right. Most quarterback races, you give it to the veteran and you go from there. Not in this one.
Yeah, and this is what I always say about quarterback competitions. If you have to have a quarterback competition, you don't have a quarterback. And unfortunately, we've done so many of these here in Cleveland that it's just like, am I excited? No, I'm not excited about this. This is like the 20th one I've covered. Like, this is just...
Oh, yeah, that's the power rankings we need.
Yeah, I mean, it's
your favorite quarterback competition.
Just absolutely does nothing.
You got a doctorate in quarterback competitions.
Yeah, it just... I got
lousy quarterback competitions. Yeah, not necessarily even like good ones, like lousy ones.
And look, I have a PhD in bad quarterback play. I know what it looks like because that's all I've seen.
Some are wondering, does that make it hard to diagnose good quarterback play, Daryl?
Trust me, I have a feeling when I see a good quarterback play, I'm going to know it.
Hold on, I don't mean to make this anything against you guys and the people that cover the Browns. It's just you guys have gone through so much bad football, and I do think it is one of those things. I think Lima first pointed this out, and I've always agreed with it.
Although his first practice here, Deshaun's first practice here was mesmerizing.
But we do make
it was. I'm not going to lie,
and I remember that, and it looked great. It did.
It's like the greatest practice I've ever seen.
But because we've been hampered by such bad quarterback play for so long,
I was like, "Ooh, ball made it 40 yards down the field without being dropped, and it was a tight spiral."
When you make like a 25-yard over-the-middle pass, we lose our minds. Like normal passes that NFL teams see all the time,
Jonathan,
we lose our minds.
Jonathan,
when problem with us.
When Eric Mangini was the coach, the lead note in my practice notebook was the fact that they scored one touchdown in a drill. Like, they actually scored a touchdown in a drill.
Yeah, it's tough. It's just
okay?
Yeah.
That's where I come from.
Yeah, that's tough.
Okay?
I'm gonna put your good quarterback skill up against a lot of people here. You know how to do bad quarterbacks.
You think I'm joking
you know
and being
how to diagnose
facetious?
Bad quarterbacks. I don't know.
Corrali's in here looking at me like I'm outside of my mind. No, I'm not joking with you.
I think he's just hungry.
They scored 1 touchdown in a practice, and that was the lead note.
Yeah, that's tough. All right, 216-474 below 92. We're going to get back to the LeBron story. Obviously, a lot involved around this, including what Rich Paul had to say. And does a return of LeBron make the Cavs the favorite in the East? It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
When there's a big sports story in Cleveland or anywhere in the sports world, hear the news.
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming your way in about 15 minutes. Jim Bowden joining us at 5:40. We'll get into a Guardians discussion then.
Yeah, they won today.
They did win today. I'm happy they avoided the sweep. I'm happy they scored.
Party at Austin Hedges.
Offense came to life. I shouted out Austin Hedges for the first time since Austin Hedges has even been on the Guardians. And this includes before he then went to Texas and won a World Series with them, where in the last month of the season, Rangers fans and everyone on that Rangers team, despite Hedges hitting like, I don't know, $112, credited him with why they won the World Series. And just a very interesting and very just different development. So anyway, first time I gave him some props. He's been hitting the baseball
having
real
a
nicely.
career year, and you're just finally starting to give him some love. Good for you.
Yeah, just for him to like suck for the next month and me turn around and be like, damn it, Hedges, you stink, and I knew it the entire time.
I feel like your Austin Hedges is my Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, no, not at all. No, not in the slightest bit. I feel like there's some real animosity between you and Dylan Gabriel that may or may not exist. It might be one-sided. I don't know that
He's a
Dylan.
great kid.
I don't even.
He's a great kid.
He's a tiny little guy.
What are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, you can't tell me he's a great kid.
He's a great kid. The NFL's not for him.
Nick did this like a month ago. He did, I feel so bad for Dylan Gabriel. I have empathy for Dylan Gabriel.
He's
and
going to
you
be paid
can't
well.
make all the short jokes you make and then turn around and be like, I feel empathy for Dylan Gabriel.
I make fat jokes about Nick all the time, and I say I feel bad for him, and I feel bad for making the jokes.
Yeah, but you know Nick.
But see, here's the other thing too:
you guys are friends.
I don't make.
You don't know Dylan Gabriel like that.
I don't make short jokes about Dylan though.
No.
My commentary.
I was talking to Nick.
My commentary is strictly on his play on the field.
Right, which then turns around and you said something nice about Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, he's a nice kid. There's nothing, but you're making it sound like I have some like personal vendetta against him, which I don't. He's a great kid.
No, I don't think you have a personal vendetta about him.
He's a great kid. The NFL just isn't for him. Or maybe just being a backup quarterback is for him. Maybe he'll be the next Colt McCoy and play for like 15 teams in his career.
I think he'd be so lucky if that ended up being the case. Hey, if Dylan Gabriel got that career, I think that's great for him.
Listen,
if he had Chase Daniels' career, I think that'd be great.
He's extremely intelligent. That's one of the things that the Browns love about him is his ability to learn the playbook and whatnot. I don't know that he can read the defenses at the level that's required at the NFL. I don't know that the supercomputer is as super as
that was just bad branding by Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah,
I feel like when we look back on
that was right up there with Hugh Jackson and the trust me on Cody Kessler.
Yeah, that was bad too.
You know what I mean?
That was bad. But like
you're selling it. You're overselling something that you really shouldn't take time to oversell.
They did him no favors, Dylan Gabriel.
No, because they did
him none.
Well, here's the other thing too is I know you remember this, but like he was the first guy up in the offseason program, 11 on 11, boom, Dylan Gabriel's there. So I wasn't treating him like a third round pick. I was treating him like a guy that they're being serious about preparing to play.
No,
and guess what?
You were just doing your job at the time.
And guess what? I was right because they were preparing him to play. He did play, not very well.
No, Nick and I both ragged on it in the training camp setting too, because I'll never forget us doing this interview with Bernie and just watching every ball hit the ground. And I like stopped talking to Bernie Kosar because I'm like, this is everyone seeing what's happening right now? Are we all looking at what's happening right now?
Right.
It was unreal. And so we all collectively ragged on him. I just find it funny the empathy and compassion that is now going Dylan's way, as it's like, but they didn't do him any favors. I can acknowledge that in the construct of all those conversations. Like I was thinking about the other day, it came up how we always interview the coaches at training camp. This show, Afternoon Drive, gets to interview the coach at training camp once a year.
Right.
That's when we get them. We get them at that time. It's specifically for us. It's always been this slot, and I'm excited to talk to Todd Monken when we go this year, right?
Just have your finger on the dump button.
Yeah, and again, that's Mac's job, not mine. We'll be fine. But when we talked to Stefanski last year, I was just thinking about this today, just randomly. The idea that like he didn't bring up in the interview we had, he wouldn't say Shedor's name. That was weird. That was awkward.
Really?
Yeah, no, he wouldn't do it. Yeah, it was. He avoided saying Shedor's name. It was, but like
maybe that's where all that stuff of sabotage or whatever came from because he wouldn't say Shedor's name.
There was just some weird things like that did just keep happening.
And Kevin looked so excited when they made the pick.
And on the other side of that, yeah, right, yeah. But on the other side of that. You can almost make the argument that he went the other direction when it came to Dylan, not necessarily in
lit up.
Yeah, and it just like, you know,
he was real excited about that pick.
How people set you up and how people present you does make a difference in the entire story. If they had not set up Dylan the way that they did, and it wasn't so obvious that he was a Kevin Stefanski favorite,
right?
And Stefanski loved him so much, maybe we have a different interpretation of Dylan Gabriel.
Loves him so much that Kevin's in Atlanta and Dylan is still here.
Well, so that's the hard part too. That's almost like when two people in a relationship, when they break up and then you then talk to the person and you're like, yeah, she always sucked. Boy, did I hate her. And you get and like the reasons why you're doing it is to make your buddy feel better is all that is. You're like, man, she really, I never liked the way she did X, Y, and Z. And then they get back together and then all of a sudden you're the bad guy.
Yep.
Right? Then you're the one that was just bad-mouthing the person that then they got back together, right?
Right.
And it almost feels like that for Dylan in a sense, where it's like it's like, well, hold on, we badmouthed them. We did this. We did that, and he's got to live with the repercussions of the fallout of the breakup between the Browns and Kevin Stefanski, and he's just sitting there like, I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I don't think the organization did him a lot of favors last year.
No, not in the slightest bit. And I do wonder if there was a different launching point in there. Now maybe people still would dislike him because we did watch him play enough football ourselves and play in actual games.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
You do a 4-man quarterback competition, and he's the first guy up getting reps. That you're not doing a third-round pick any favors there.
Yeah, they just didn't, and that's fine. All right, so anyway, I want to play this clip from Rich Paul, and I've used my own love of golf in this LeBron saga over the previous 24 hours. As I really do feel like it matters because I know what LeBron is going through. I started playing golf about 5-6 years ago. I picked it up during COVID, okay? And I've been hooked ever since. I love the sport. I'm obsessed with the sport. I think it's a drug, okay? That's how I term it. I really do. I think about golf a lot, way more than I probably should. But the point is, like, I'm constantly thinking, when do I get to play next? When do I get to do this? At night, I'm sitting there like, how about this swing change? How about this swing change? Like all these little things, it takes over a lot more of my day than I ever thought a hobby could. Let's put it that way, okay? Now, I'm still to be dull about things, and I still have to, obviously do a lot of sports and a lot of everything, but there's a lot of time I put towards this. And I know what LeBron is going through because LeBron acts the exact same way. In these Instagram stories, in the YouTube videos that he's gone on with Bob Does Sports and all the different golf world stuff that I've watched and taken in, by the way, he's caught the golf bug. I know that, okay? I unequivocally know that. And so I just feel like it's being downplayed. But the golf-obsessed person that I am right now, I have to acknowledge the idea that he clearly cares about golf being in his life for the rest of his life. And so when Rich Paul speaks, I think people thought this was a good thing for the Cavs. I don't look at this as a good thing. I don't want to present it as some sort of negative, but I didn't see this as a good thing. Here we go.
Does market matter?
As long as they're indoor and outdoor golf, Max, I think he'll be fine.
We don't have indoor and outdoor golf. We have it right now. On July 1st, we have indoor and outdoor golf, Daryl. We don't have outdoor golf from November to April. Like the time that LeBron's going to be here, there's a 6-month chunk of the season. You can argue 5 months if you push it to November, which I tend to do. But there's a 5-month stretch of the season. We don't have the most important thing to LeBron right now, which is golf.
Well, maybe the Browns will loan the Cavs their golf simulator.
The simulator doesn't work the same way. Anybody that knows golf simulators, and this is where I use my not even golf expertise,
he said
my obsession with golf.
I heard Rich Paul say indoor golf.
No. He said indoor and outdoor.
Yeah.
And I think that's the distinction there. It's not an indoor or outdoor. It's an indoor and outdoor golf. Indoor doesn't cover it.
Okay.
Playing on a golf simulator is not playing golf.
Well, I'm aware.
It doesn't scratch the need the same way. And I think I can just speak to this based off of somebody that has to use simulators in the wintertime because I live in Cleveland and I know how this goes. And now, obviously, LeBron can go to other cities and he can golf at different times. I get that and understand that. But golf, to me, doesn't exist the same way it does right now.
So you're of the thought that golf is going to dictate where LeBron James plays basketball
I think golf
next.
is going to be a huge part of this, and I think people are sleeping on the idea that he cares about
He's
golf.
supposedly a member
ton.
at Firestone
I
now.
know, and Firestone's fantastic. Try playing it in December. You can't. There's snow everywhere. I think this is
Actually,
being
you're right. Not all the time. We've had a lot of warm Decembers here.
I've played golf now for 6 years. 6 years now I played golf in Cleveland, okay?
Yeah.
I don't get to play past November 1st, and I don't get to play any earlier than around March 15th. Like, that part is blocked off, and I hate it. I hate every stretch of it. Every now and again, there's been a couple winters where I've gotten into, like, early December, and there's, like, one weekend that pops in there, and so I'm shut down for 4 weeks, and then I get, like, one, like, December 2nd weekend where it happens to be 50 degrees, and it's a miserable experience, but I do it because golf is still golf. I'm telling you, everyone looked at, like, indoor and outdoor as some sort of great, awesome thing. Oh, we have indoor simulators. This is going to be great. No, it's not. Not the same thing. Golf on a simulator is not anywhere close to the same thing as golf on the course. This is going to matter to LeBron. He goes on all these YouTube golf shows. He's in the golf community. He's constantly tweeting about
There's
golf.
a lot of great places to play golf in Northeast Ohio.
This isn't a normal... Yeah, but you can't do it in January. You can't do it in February. You can't do it in December. What I'm trying to express to you is that I have a sport and a hobby that I love dearly.
So you're saying if he can't do it 12 months out of the year, he's not going to be happy.
Like it's
Guess
one
what
of
he
these
should be doing
toys
between December and March? He should be playing basketball, not golfing. Play basketball.
Steph Curry doesn't have to choose between the two. Steph Curry is a scratch golfer and gets to do as much of it as he wants. And I think LeBron sees that. And I think he's looking at himself like, hey, I don't have to choose between the two at this point. My hobby can stay. Michael Jordan used to play golf all the time, right? Like this is part of it. It's part of the equation. But like I'm telling you, this is going to matter.
Well, he picked it up after baseball didn't work for him. So,
well, Jordan likes it for different reasons than LeBron does.
Yeah,
Jordan likes it for the gambling. Let's not be shy about it. Jordan loves everything you can gamble on. But LeBron just likes the sport the same way I like the sport. I just like the sport. I don't need to gamble on it. I don't need to have money on it. I don't need to go out there and drink while doing it or anything like that. Jordan was just a degenerate. Jordan just loved to gamble. The Lead coming your way next right here on The Fan.
last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Jim Bowden of The Athletic joining us at 5:40. We'll get into the Guardians win, what exactly they need to do moving forward in a big weekend series up against the White Sox. But we start off the lead with Joe Vardon of The Athletic joining the morning show today. He was asked if LeBron James will return to Cleveland.
I think so. All the signs for years had pointed to LeBron finishing his career in Los Angeles. And privately and publicly, like all the voices that you trust were saying, he's going back to LA. And so now I think we all have to admit that we don't actually know what is going on in his head and his heart. Like, he could go anywhere. But if we are taking him at his word and the word of the people close to him about what matters now, the Cavs have as good of a chance and probably a more reasonable chance or a more reasonable case to be made than almost any other team. The Warriors also have that case. They do. And so you asked me, is LeBron coming back? I think he is. I think there are a lot of things that point to Cleveland being the most reasonable choice. We have to be ready for anything at this point.
Look, I think that the Cavaliers can offer LeBron the most. And by the most, I mean the happiness that he's looking for because the familiarity he has being from here. 2 previous stints with the Cavaliers. We all saw him tear up his last game with the Lakers here in Cleveland when they played the tribute.
I thought it was fake tears.
What?
I love LeBron. I thought it was performative.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was fake tears.
Wow. You said that, so you're accusing LeBron of faking it, huh?
Oh, often. I like LeBron a ton, but I think he's very aware of what's going on around him.
The other thing is, I think they can provide LeBron with the best basketball team to try.
I just don't think
he
was moved to tears by a standing ovation. I just never bought into that. I've just never bought into it.
It was the video with the standing ovation.
Yeah, I just never bought into it.
This is the one place where he was legitimately loved and revered. You can't say that about Miami. You can't. Yeah, no. You certainly can't say that with Los Angeles. And if he goes to Golden State, that ain't going to be the thing either.
Yeah, I watched him win finals and not cry. I don't think a video board tribute did it. I think he wanted to deliver that moment for people.
Trying to say he put some eye drops in.
Yeah.
Before that.
Yeah, and that's all right. Listen, hey, you do what you got to do, and that maybe that right there is the hint and the key as to why the Cavs actually do or should be in the front seat of this, or the driver's seat of this, is the idea that LeBron loves a story. That's the biggest thing we know about LeBron. Over everything in life, he loves a story, and he loves being a great story, and the Cavs do offer the greatest story
so you're
that
saying,
he can deliver.
Can I ask you another question then?
Yes.
Did he fake it after winning the NBA championship when he was crying on the
genuine.
floor?
That was genuine.
Oh,
yeah.
So he wasn't faking it then?
No. I thought that one was genuine. Okay. Again, it's all open to my interpretation.
Okay.
Like MJ crying on Father's Day, that whole day, like that was real. MJ did it for real. LeBron did it for real in those moments. The video board tribute. Nah.
Faked it.
Performative. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. And again, I don't fault him. And if anything, look at that as a positive. The idea that he's
willing to fake it when he's in Cleveland?
So much. Yeah, he cares so much about what us Clevelanders think about him that he wanted to deliver us that moment. Well, deliver us another moment, LeBron. Come back home. Give us a title.
LeBron James agent Rich Paul spoke with Max Kellerman on the Game Over podcast. He talked about what LeBron's considering as he looks to sign with a new team.
We normally sit down and we talk about best fit. He's always been a max player, so that's always been the team have to have max cap space, so on and so. And we haven't been here much, right? But for this particular time, Max was a lot different. And I asked him, I said, listen, this is going into year 24. You don't owe anybody anything. You've accomplished more than any player has ever accomplished. You got every record, all the stuff. Let's find one foundational thing to build off of. And if I asked you that what would it be? I don't need to answer now, but let's just try to find that. He said, okay, fine. Took a day or so, and he called me back. And he said, okay, man, you know what? I just want to have complete happiness. And I said, great, let's start there. And then we talked about what does that actually mean, because it could go either way. Happiness is not like you're getting a box of chocolates on Valentine's Day. Like, what do you describe it as such? And so as we're going through it, we got to a place where it can't be about money if it's about happiness, because if it's the most money, then it's not necessarily the most happiness, etc. Where we landed was, this is not about money. Obviously, I don't want to play for $1, but at the same time, I'm not basing this on the premise of finance, and this will be based on whatever I choose to do when I choose to do it.
That was a clever way for Rich Paul to get LeBron to vocalize and make it seem like that was his idea to not care about the money. That was a clever way of doing that. That's appreciative of. I like that. That was a good tactic by Rich Paul. It was very clever of him.
You know what? Yeah, certainly clever of him, but I think he did a pretty good job also laying it out that, you're not going to get the max money, but at the same time, you got to have your priorities. Like, what is most important to you? Like, when LeBron was making other free agency decisions in the past, right? He went to Miami because he thought he had a better chance to win an NBA championship with the Heat than he was ever going to have here in Cleveland. As painful as it was for all of us to acknowledge, in that moment, that was that reality. He came back to the Cavs partially to make good on the decision, and then also, too, because he felt like, okay, I'm going to make it my mission to win a championship back in Cleveland and do what no one has ever been capable of doing in the last half century. Then he goes out to Los Angeles with the thought of, hey, I'm going to improve my finances, but I'm also going to bring back the Lakers to respectability, because at the time, the Lakers were in shambles.
Yeah, they were. They were really bad
at that moment, right?
They were really bad.
And what did he do? He went out there, got him back to the playoffs. I know, it was the title in the bubble, but hey, doing a fourth championship there, and now he can do whatever. To me, once he won the 2016 championship. Like, yeah, I'm going to pick on him if he goes to the Warriors, but am I really going to care that much about? No, he made good. I think it'd be soft if he went to the Warriors, but I can't hate on the guy. He made good. Once he won that championship, and I said it at the time, you can do it with your life as you please. You have made good. And then some.
So he doesn't owe us anything, obviously. Right. But I do feel like this is deeper than just LeBron. It's the idea that if you don't get LeBron, you're also then just kind of screwed as a team.
Yeah.
And so it's a double-edged sword. It's not just not getting LeBron that would sting.
I don't think that the Cavs are in this respect. Like, right now, I don't think that it'll be disappointing if they don't get him, right? But as we sit here right now, I don't think that they've made one move that you're like, well, they are up the creek without a paddle because they didn't get LeBron.
Well, no, it's a combo here because if you don't get LeBron, it also likely means you didn't make any trade for Jaylen Brown. Because if you traded for Jaylen Brown, you also then would have gotten LeBron, right?
If they trade for Jaylen Brown and they don't get LeBron, then that could be a thing. Yes.
I called it a BOGO for a reason. You trade for Jaylen Brown, you get LeBron, in my opinion. That you showed him enough there that you also then get LeBron. And so the reason why I'm looking at this as a double kill almost of sorts is that if you don't end up with LeBron because he goes to Golden State, and obviously that coincides with you not making some sort of big blockbuster trade attached to it, then you're running back the same team that did nothing last year, Daryl.
Right.
All things considered. They made it the conference title, but you know what I mean. The one that is not going to get over the hump because Donovan's not going to be the lead dog on a championship team unless he's loaded up with a bunch of other really talented players, the ones that aren't currently on the roster.
And I think that's what we've learned.
And so I think that's where it's a double punch to the stomach. It's a double not only do we not get LeBron, that stings, but it also comes with the idea that we're this late into this, you're out of moves in the chessboard. There's nothing else you can do to turn this around, and so we'd be likely staring into a season that we are not only nowhere close to being the favorites in the East, we probably are like the 6th or 7th best team in the East.
I almost feel like if the Cavs don't get Jaylen Brown, they're not getting LeBron. But if they get Jaylen Brown, that will seal the deal.
Yeah, no, we're lockstep there. Yeah, lockstep. Okay. Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel joined us today at 3. He explained why the Warriors make sense as a suitor for LeBron.
I think it comes down to the Warriors and the Cavs. And from where I'm sitting right now, it feels pretty 50-50. Because as far as stories go, if LeBron is looking for happiness at the end of his career, and he can play with his friends, Steph Curry and Draymond, and he knows Steve Kerr from Team USA, then the Warriors make a hell of a lot of sense. Northern California is gorgeous. He loves his wine. He loves his golf now. He can do all those things, and the Warriors have a culture in place where they let the players kind of do what they want so long as they show up and they play whenever they're ready to roll. So on a lot of different levels, the Warriors make sense. But from a storybook standpoint, you can't beat Cleveland. I think if you're looking for a realistic chance to win a title, I don't think either of those places are going to provide it.
Yeah, I think that the better chance to win a title is Cleveland over Golden State. If you just want to go have fun, pal around with your boys, Steph and Draymond, then yeah, Golden State's for you. Drink some wine, play some golf like we've been talking about.
Yep.
Then Golden State's the retirement home, if you will. But if he's still serious about basketball and he's committed to trying to win, look, I think the Cavaliers give him the best chance to do it. Now, do I think that it will be enough? Probably not. But let's not forget the Cavs were in the conference finals and the Golden State Warriors were not. Regardless of the results of that series and what happened with the Knicks, the bottom line is Cavs were there. The Warriors weren't. And the other thing too is this is not a situation where the entire team needs to be blown up and retrofitted for him. I know we've been talking about Jaylen Brown and the buy one get one and all that kind of stuff. And if Jaylen comes, then LeBron will probably come, and that's all well and good, but I don't think that there's a ton of things that the Cavaliers need to do to position themselves to be a contender. But yeah, if he just wants to go have fun and chill out and season 24, whatever it is for him,
and he might,
then yeah, Golden State's the perfect place for him. But if he's still serious about this basketball thing, and knowing the competitor that LeBron is, I do think he is. That's why, like I said, I've got the Cavaliers in the pole position to get him.
I'm like that Chappelle meme right now. I'm like scratching. I'm like itching. I'm like, I need an update. I need something.
Where's been
an update today? Why is it too quiet in these streets? I don't like how quiet these NBA streets are right now.
I did just get a cryptic text from a friend of mine, but
is your friend Rich Paul?
No, my friend.
I don't care. No. Who is it? Who's your friend? You're going to say who your friend was. Who's your friend?
No, I wasn't going to say who my friend was.
I didn't think you would. Now I got really interested. I'm like, oh, he's going to put it out on the air who his friend is.
No.
All right, what did your friend say?
No, just said keep your ear to the ground in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm itching. I need
I know.
Need some,
right?
I'm even taking your friend that may or may not. It's just like how close of a friend are we talking?
We're on speaking terms.
Oh, that's actually a really good sign for people. That's a really good sign for people.
I have to be careful. Listen, I can't reveal my sources on these things.
Hey,
I am saying yes, and oh yes.
I asked for intel.
I'm saying no.
I asked for some sort of insight. You gave me something, even if I find out later on that it was not something I should have gotten excited about.
I'll just tell you this: we're not off base having a lot of conversation about Jaylen Brown.
Oh, Daryl, the BOGO's going hard right now. The buy one, get one is going real hard. 216-474 to below 92. I can say things like that without jokes coming, Mac. It's for this week and this week only, and also Monday, because there's a buffer day attached to this. All right, we come on back. Want to hear from you guys. Could LeBron ruin his legacy by returning to Cleveland? A prominent Cleveland member suggested that that's the case. I know, Daryl, I'm going to shock you with this one, okay? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Hear the big moves from around the NBA every 20 minutes. Your source for sports is Cleveland Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Jim Bowden joining us in about 20 minutes. Baseball analyst, insider, former baseball GM. He's on CBS. He's on SiriusXM Radio. He's basically everywhere. He's going to join us in about 20 minutes for the latest on the Gardos, how important this weekend is for them up against the White Sox. But, Daryl, we're obviously talking about LeBron James, and I told you I'm itching for a story. I'm itching for some sort of update. The only other update we've gotten outside of your friend texting you and saying, hey, keep your ears to the ground, that type of mentality. We do have news. Mark Stein saying the Spurs are out in the LeBron James sweepstakes. And so I think we've all kind of had a top 3 team list here already between the Warriors, the Heat are still in play, and the Cavs. The Spurs were in that. If you had to pick a 4th team, I think the Spurs for a lot of people were that 4th team. Maybe you'd argue Denver creeped in there, but the Spurs were probably the 4th team, so they're out.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, I just need to knock off teams. That's all I'm doing. Yep. Just one by one. I'm just going to knock out teams until we're ended up where.
Can we knock Denver out of that too? Can we just
Can't do it yet. Too many people in the basketball intelligentsia are telling us to keep an eye on that. They want to put one take chip in the center of the table in regards to Denver, and so I'll allow them that one take chip, and I will not remove it from the table quite yet.
Then they're 4th. What? They're 4th in the power rankings.
Yeah, that's fine. Like this Minnesota stuff, stop that nonsense.
Yeah, the Timberwolves get an honorable mention.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. But they're not serious. No one's taking them serious. All right. So I told you that there was one prominent local media member that was speaking about LeBron James and whether or not he could be ruining his legacy. The reveal on this is that's Terry Pluto. Terry Pluto was on the station earlier today, and this is what he had to say about LeBron potentially coming back.
If LeBron were to come back to Cleveland, let me throw this out. You guys should ponder this. All he can do is ruin his legacy, unless he happens to win another title here, which is difficult. But right now, he is viewed as, the preeminent, not only of the best player that they ever had here, but making the greatest accomplishment in NBA playoff history, coming back from 3-1. As you mentioned, that team is always revered. He'll always be revered. You come back here at the age of 41, you're playing next to 37-year-old James Harden and trying to kind of make this work. If I were him, I think I'd rather go to Golden State and try it with those guys.
All right, and that was yesterday, by the way. Actually, I was in my car listening to this as we were going on, and I'm getting my days confused as all this is. So maybe we can give Terry a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Maybe in the 24 hours, his opinion has changed a little bit, and I say that only because I feel like everyone's opinion on this LeBron deal has changed in the previous 24 hours. Mine
has changed 6 different times.
There's just been so many different things.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the ultimate roller coaster right now. Are they going to get him or are they not? Where's he going to end up?
Well,
who's
and ultimately,
who's out?
We just don't know because you're tapping into LeBron's brain,
right.
And that's impossible to do. I love segments, I really do. Most sports radio hosts don't, where you have to put yourself in their shoes, right, and then try to play with what they're thinking. I love it. I absolutely love this stuff. But I go overboard with it constantly, and I know that it's a flaw that I have. I like putting myself in other people's shoes, but then I also like being like, well, what would I do and how would I act? And when it comes to LeBron and how I would act, we have the similarities in the obsession with golf. That's about where it stops. That's about where that's over. And
what it is? You're just trying to work yourself into 18 holes with LeBron.
I'm really not. I don't think he'd be a great hang.
Really?
I would do it. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't do it. I would definitely do it. This isn't Nick's take of how he didn't want to show up to dinner with LeBron and Tom Brady. Or no, it was Michael Jordan and Tom Brady. He'd rather have dinner with Jared Allen than Michael Jordan and Tom Brady, and I think that's just insane.
Wait, what?
That's the appropriate response. Yes, wait, what? He's like, I'd rather have dinner with Jared Allen. He thinks he's a more interesting convo. And I said, in no world is that a better convo than Jordan and Tom Brady. But that was a whole discussion for a different day. I would do 18 holes with LeBron.
I do think that Jared probably has a better personality.
Not. I don't even know that that's true, okay? I don't even know that that's true. He's a nerd is all he is. And so you'd probably have more to talk about because you guys are talking about like Marvel movies.
Michael didn't even want to talk to Ben Affleck about making that Air movie about.
What do you mean? They sat down for 2 hours. Michael not only had him, Michael had him in a cart riding in back of him for all 18 holes, and then spent 2 hours with him afterwards in the clubhouse. You didn't think I'd know that, did you? You didn't think I'd know that one, did you? Yeah, MJ and Tom Brady. If you can't find them interesting, that's a you problem, not a them problem at this point. They got stories for days.
I'm sure they do. I don't know that Michael's a chatterbox.
I don't know that I want a chatterbox on the golf course. I think I just want to play. I want to play 18 and talk. The cool thing about golf is that, and I've had this with my wife. I'll go out with friends or something. We'll go golfing, and then she'll come back and she'll just be like, "So what'd you guys talk about? Like, what'd you do?" And I'll be like, "You know what? We spent 4 hours out there. I have no idea what we talked. We talked about golf. Like that's what we talked about. We talked about the shots we were hitting. We talked about the different things around golf and all the different things you could do there." And like really important stuff will happen too. And she'll just be like, "So did you get any input on like what the gender reveal of their child is?" And I'll be like, we missed that one. We didn't get to that one. But you know what we did discuss? Golf. And so like I think LeBron would be a lot of fun, but that's not the point. The point of the conversation is that
LeBron got himself in trouble on the golf course for talking too much.
Oh, was he too loud?
Well, no. Remember the whole fiasco about
that was
on the course
with Bob Does Sports on the YouTube video. Exactly right. No, but the point is that is there anything left for LeBron to damage if he comes back? Is there any way you could look at a LeBron time here and say, boy, we really put all the chips in the middle. This didn't work out. We blame LeBron. And I do think when we talked about pressure earlier, this is part of that. I don't think it'll hurt his legacy. His legacy's already intact. But there will be enough people if you put all this in.
I kind of feel like if he goes to Golden State, he hurts his legacy.
All right, explain.
Because you're teaming up with guys that beat you 3 times in 4 years for championships. And now you're going to do your retirement tour with those guys?
I think that makes you mad. I don't think that hurts your legacy. I think that just makes you confused as a sports fan as to how you could be one of the game's greats and then want to team up with people that
beat you?
That if Steph Curry didn't exist, you'd win 4 straight titles.
Right.
I think that's confusing for us, but I don't think that'll impact your legacy.
I would never want to team up with those guys. Now, you want to hang out after I retire and, fine. But, I don't want to be on your team after you beat me. That's almost as bad as Kevin Durant joining the Warriors and hopping on that bandwagon.
All right, but would LeBron take a fallout?
No.
If you trade for Jaylen Brown and then you make this big move and you mortgage the quote-unquote future with Evan Mobley, although I still don't even think Evan Mobley is this awesome future that everyone talks about. I think he's a nice player. But everyone acts as if Evan Mobley is a 30 and 15 guy and your franchise revolves around him. 5 years from now, if Evan Mobley is the only thing on the team, you're a play-in team at best.
His game was altered and his development changed because of the Donovan Mitchell trade. I think that had the Cavaliers never traded,
but they didn't.
I know. I'm just trying to explain because you're going after Evan here, and I'm defending him a little bit. I think Evan Mobley would be a different player had they not traded for Donovan Mitchell. Now, the Cavaliers wouldn't be where they are today had they not made that trade.
But I'm not operating in the idea that he could have been something. I'm operating with what he is.
Well, I think that his game would have developed differently. All right. I think part of the challenge for Evan is they don't include him. They should be including him more than they do. And so yes, the criticisms of him not being able to create his own stuff offensively, that's very real, okay? I'm not crazy about him dribbling the ball up the floor.
But shouldn't we operate with what he is currently and not what we all projected or wanted him to be? Or even if we put blame at the Cavs' feet for not being able to develop him, you can't then build a roster 4 years from now off of, boy, we feel bad about how we didn't do this for him.
Well, I'm just trying to explain that I don't think you're making it sound like this guy isn't a good player. He's a
good player. I'm just trying to make sure that people don't think that he's LeBron James himself.
No,
because I feel like that always gets confused in the Evan Mobley is going to carry the torch and be the franchise conversation. If 4 or 5 years from now he single-handedly by himself is going to do something wonderful and great, and it's like, He's like the 30th best player in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not doing much with that.
There was an expectation that he was going to take a greater leap this year, and that didn't materialize. And so the Cavaliers and Chris Fedor has talked about this on the station.
Right. That's part of why we're in the mess that we're in is because he didn't materialize the way that people wanted him to.
So, but I
have to live with that being the reality.
But you are taking a gamble that if you do trade him, that when this thing has to be put back together, whenever that's going to be, whether that's next year, the following year, the year after that, or whatever, you are literally, or as an organization, going to be left holding the bag, and it's going to be empty because you're not going to have anything. Like if you,
but what I'm trying to say is, I don't think you have anything, even if it's just Evan Mobley anyway.
Yeah, see, and that's what I disagree with. I think he's a player you could build around.
But by the way, that's also assuming that 5 years from now he's going to want to stay here, and he's going to want to keep re-signing, and he's going to want to be the focal piece and the centerpiece of this team. What if he looks around and says, you know what, you guys are the reason why I'm not nearly the prolific offensive scorer that I want to be. I blame you guys. Get me to a different city. There's so many. I think there's so many people that just think there's so much guarantee with Evan Mobley 4 or 5 years from now that you have to hang on to him and be precious about it. And I just don't look at it that way. The NBA world changes so quick and so fast anyway. You don't know who the Cavs could draft. You don't know who they could trade. You don't know all these things. But Evan Mobley is going to put on the cape and save us. He's not even as of this last postseason, he was the third best player on this team. He's going to take some sort of magical leap and all of a sudden become a top 10 player in the sport. From where? From where? I get so confused and almost angry about this idea that you have to be so precious when it comes to Mobley and keeping Mobley and for this fantastical land of what? Being a play-in team half a decade from now? The time is now. The time is now. If you can make a trade for Jaylen Brown and it costs you Evan Mobley, do it. And if that means you also get LeBron because Jaylen Brown is on this team and he wants to take you seriously as an organization, you do it. And you deal with the carnage later. You give yourself this 2-year window. You try to operate as best as you can, and you go for it. And if 5 years from now, the difference was Evan Mobley got you into a play-in game or you're the 10th best team in the East, I can live with that. I'm perfectly fine with that being the reality.
Well, I think if you're the 10th best team in the East, you are in the play-in, aren't you?
At this point, you are. They're 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I should have said 11. I got heated about it. I should have said 11.
Sorry to let facts get in the way of your good story.
Should have said these damn playoff changes. They just keep coming after you over and over again.
They just keep adding team after team after team, and pretty soon the playoffs won't even mean anything.
So do you agree with Terry Pluto that LeBron could ruin his legacy by returning to Cleveland?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. I don't think many people will.
I don't think there's anything left for this guy to prove.
But I do think there's a lot of pressure attached to this. If he comes here and it's with the combo of Jaylen Brown and they mortgage Evan Mobley because I don't look at it that way.
To me,
I clearly don't look at it that way, but there's enough people that look at it the way you do.
That's where the pressure comes in. Okay, if LeBron just comes here with this team as is, and maybe a move, an ancillary move here or there, there is no pressure. But if they do trade Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown, then yes, that's when the pressure kicks in because you made a move to attract LeBron to come back.
And when you create pressure for yourself, then you create expectations. And when you don't deliver on those expectations,
you get the reaction to what has happened since the Cavaliers were swept by the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Exactly. You get the ding on your legacy that Terry Pluto is talking about. And these got to be things that I'm sure LeBron is weighing in his brain and with his camp of if I come back and force the Cavs to do all these things and then I don't deliver, what is that going to mean for me?
But I don't think it's on him to deliver. I think that's the lens, or that's something that fans need to understand. If LeBron comes back, you're not getting 2014 LeBron. Okay? You're getting a guy who is, at the end, who still is a magnificent player, can still produce.
I understand what you're saying.
But
I get what you're saying, but we didn't do that in regards to James Harden. I told everyone you're getting 36-year-old James Harden. Yes, at the time he was still averaging 25 and 7, but you're getting 36 and now 37-year-old James Harden.
Yeah, and I was ripping him for dribbling basketballs off his ankles in the playoffs.
People treated him like he was 2018 MVP winner James Harden. We have a hard time as fans doing that, acknowledging. And I think LeBron's been... people talk about his Lakers, his whole tenure with the Lakers. He went to 8 All-NBA teams and won a title. Okay, that is people's careers.
Yeah.
And people talk about it and they're like, "Oh, what a disappointment."
You know what
he did that from 34 to 41.
He's had 3 different Hall of Fame careers. First time with the Cavs. Actually, you could say 4.
I think Haberstraw tried to make the case there was 5 different Hall of Fame careers.
4, but.
He tried making some case. He split it up into like 5 different ones.
All I know is every city he's played in, or 4, I should say, is going to retire his jersey and probably give him a statue.
What made the Lakers part of this more impressive that people don't want to recognize is the age thing that I'm talking about. He did that from 34 to 41.
No, I know.
Like that's. I mean, you're supposed to be done playing at that point.
Yeah.
Not having another Hall of Fame career. All right, Jim Bowden's going to join us coming up next. What exactly should the Guardians do with the Cooper Ingles situation, and how important is this series against the White Sox and getting them back on track? It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Do you want to restore your hairline?
weekdays at 5 a.m. with Jeff Thomas. He'll catch you up in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
July could make or break the Guardians season. Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder here with you guys. And we go out to the Wise All Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline. Jim Bowden of The Athletic, of course, insider, former baseball GM. You can watch him on CBS, hear him on SiriusXM, and, of course, read him on The Athletic. He joins us here on The Fan. Hello, Jim. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, Jonathan. Dan, great to be back with you guys.
Yeah, as always, fun to talk to you, and it's much more fun when we are coming off a win like the Guardians had today, but they did lose another series. They've won one series without Jose Ramirez. They're at least calling up all the players, and we're intrigued by that. But, Jim, right now it kind of feels like, how do you stop the bleeding? What do you see with this Guardians team?
Yeah, look, I think the Guardians are going to win this division because I think they've got the best and deepest starting rotation. I like the bullpen. I think the biggest question is how do we fix the offense? And I think for Chris Antonetti and Mark Chernoff, it's going to be what can you do between now and August 3rd to make this offense better? Obviously, getting Ramirez back is huge. Obviously, recently getting DeLauder off the IL was big as well. But, you know, this is a team that is 25th in home runs and 26th in runs scored. And, you know, I think they'll be able to outpitch the White Sox. I think they'll be able to hold off the Tigers. But I think they've got to find a way to go get another bat somewhere, somehow, between now and the deadline. That's just my opinion.
Jim, pitching has been the hallmark of this organization for what it feels like nearly 2 decades now. They've produced multiple Cy Young Award winners. It just seems when they lose a guy, they always seem to find a guy. From the outside looking in, what do you think makes the Guardians so good when it comes to their pitching development and the success that they have had?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they're tremendous at evaluating not just talent, but they're tremendous at evaluating people, human beings. They're really, really good at figuring out baseball IQ, figuring out teammates, figuring out pitchers that have the ability to adjust. And then their pitching room has always been phenomenal. They know how to maximize a pitcher's strength. They know how to lead them to avoid their weaknesses. And, you know, it's impressive. I mean, you know, when you look at the development of Parker Messick, which has been incredible, and to watch the, you know, the off-speed stuff coming off the four-seamer at the top of the zone, and Joey Cantillo and the job that he has done. I mean, those two guys are game changers. Gavin Williams is a number one waiting in the makeup. Tanner Bybee had a great month of June. I mean, you know, that four-man rotation is better than anyone else in the division. So it has to do with scouting, it has to do with developing, and it has to do with being able to, you know, use science, engineering, and analytics to maximize the talent that they have. But they deserve a lot of credit. I mean, every single year, you know, we look up, and Tampa Bay and Cleveland are two teams that are just always going to be there because they're so good at what they're doing.
At what point would you bench Stephen Kwan?
I wouldn't. You know, I know it's frustrating when guys have bad years. I mean, was he hitting 214? I think the last time I checked. I don't know if it's still sitting there.
Yep, that on the money.
Plus defender in the outfield, and the great Jim Leland, the Hall of Fame manager, once said, "It's just a statistic waiting to be corrected." And so that would be my guess with Stephen Kwan. I think he'll figure it out and get hot. That, again, I don't know for sure, but, you know, there's a lot of guys in baseball each year that slump, get off to really bad starts, dig a really deep hole. Everyone gets down on them, depressed. Are they going to get out of it? And then normally when we're done 162 games, you look up and their stats are pretty similar to what we're used to. I don't see any reason why Stephen Kwan can't get hot and become the player that Cleveland fans are used to watching.
What do you make of some of these young kids like Travis Bazzana, obviously former number one pick in the draft, got to the majors in relative quick time. The Guardians, frankly, needed that to happen. But what do you think of him and some of these other youngsters that they've been able to bring up in the minor leagues to try and keep the boat afloat here?
I absolutely love Travis Bazzana. I was a fan when they took him first overall. I know, it's easy to look back and go, ooh, Connor Griffin was there, ooh, Nick Kurtz was there, or Jack Caglione was there. But at the time of the draft, he had the best hit tool of anybody in that draft. It was what it was. It was a good pick, and I think he's going to be a star player for years to come. I think he's only scratching the surface of what he's going to be. And I love Chase DeLauder. I think he's, I think he'll end up being like Bazzana, a player that we cover in a lot of all-star games. I love the fact that he uses the whole field, foul pole to foul pole, and that he's got power at all fields as well. So I love those two guys, and when you have Jose Ramirez healthy, I was really worried about the Guardians offense coming out of spring training. But with, and I said back then, the key would be Bazzana and DeLauder. Those are the two guys that'll be key. And then both of them have lived up to expectations. And then the other guy that was so good that I wasn't expecting was Angel Martinez before he got hurt. I was really impressed with what he was doing in terms of power, speed, and the defense in left field, making as many diving plays as he had. So there's some really good pieces there. And it was nice to see Manzaro get a little bit hot here as well, recently. But let's go get another bat. Let's go find someone else that can be an upgrade at either first base or DH. That is to me something that Cleveland needs to be obsessed with. I think they need to do this. See, the problem is the White Sox can score runs. It's a good offense. It's a young offense. It's not going to go away. Detroit's better than how they played. They've dug themselves a pretty big hole, but I think they're going to get back in the race as well. So, at the end of the day, pitching and defense normally wins. One more bat for Cleveland, and I think I'll be able to visit Cleveland in October.
Jim Bowden joining us here on 92.3 The Fan on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned first base, you mentioned DH, potentially outfield. What names are you thinking for the Guardians? Remember, they just don't. We don't make big splashy trades here typically. Once every 10 years, it feels like we'll make an Andrew Miller type move, but that's about it.
Yeah, and I don't expect another big move either. And the other problem we have is Cleveland's not going to spend the money to go get a Rafael Devers bat, and they're not going to trade top prospects to go get that piece either. So, it's got to be, you got to set your sights lesser. For example, if Houston were to drop out of it, would Christian Walker be a fit? If the Reds were to fall out of it, would Spencer Steer be a fit? I think you kind of have to look at that third level of bats. But, the one thing I learned many years ago, and in fact it was in 1990 when we won the World Championship with the Reds, and Bob Quinn was the general manager at the time, and we made a couple of small moves, picking up Billy Doran and Glenn Braggs down the stretch, and Bob Boone and Bob Quinn would look at me with Lou Piniella and say, we all want to improve a team by a yard or a foot and even an inch, but sometimes if we improve it by a centimeter, it's enough to win. So let's always try to get a little bit better, even if it's not as big a move as we want. So that's kind of how I feel about Cleveland. Who's going to be available between now and then? None of us know for sure. Curtis Meade could become available with the Washington Nationals. He could be a guy to watch. I'd pay attention to what the Orioles are doing if they were to drop out of it. They've got a lot of depth in terms of younger bats. So again, I'm not expecting the big splash move, but got to find someone somewhere.
With the parity in the American League, though, 6 teams are above 500, and actually that's an improvement because earlier this week it was just 4. So the AL West, nice of them to join the party and get a couple teams above 500. But with the parity right now that's in the American League, and we talked about how the Guardians rarely push the chips to the center of the table with a big move. Do you feel like this would be a year when you look at the landscape in the AL for one of those all-in type of moves?
Don't think it makes a lot of sense to do that. I don't see that happening. I like the strategy that they're using right now, which is we're going to give the young players, they took that gamble out of spring training and they're continuing with it. We're going to give our young prospects the runway to try to win. So I don't think the all-in move is kind of what the goal should be here. I think the goal should be how can we keep adding to this without having to give up, the huge pieces. Maybe the Royals decide that Caglione is their first baseman of the future, and maybe Vinny Pasquantino becomes available later on. I don't know. Maybe the Rangers are in first place right now, but they're just one game over 500. If they were to fade, even a Jock Peterson would be an upgrade, somewhere. So, look, there are guys out there that can fit. I'm not expecting that huge move. I'm not sure that is exactly what this team needs. Get Jose Ramirez back, get DeLauder and Angel Martinez hitting the way they did, and then let's just go try to find a guy somewhere somehow. Maybe it's T.J. Rumfield from the Colorado Rockies. Maybe he's the answer when Charlie Condon is ready and they want to put him at first and you trade for Rumfield. So, again, maybe a smaller move, not that big. I'm trading my top prospects trade.
Jim, yesterday in the game, there was a play with Cooper Ingle, who's now been up in the big leagues for a week. You saw the play, obviously, and I don't know what you do in that spot. For those that are just listening in and they're like, what are you talking about? Yesterday, he threw the ball. It was the second out of the inning, and he threw the ball in the stands. It allowed the Rangers to score the run on a two-base error, and at the time, it cost the Guardians the game. What do you make of a play like that? Is there anything you can even... There's nothing you can teach off of that. What would you instruct your manager back in the day to then do in response to that?
Well, anyone that watched me be a GM for 17 years knows what I would have done. I would have optioned the kid out in between innings. He would have been not only out of the game, he'd be on his way to AA, not AAA. He'd be gone. That's just it's unacceptable. Sorry, I can't. Well, I can't lose games that way. You come to the big leagues, you know how many outs there are? No, then you're not a big leaguer. I got to get you out of here. So I'm sorry to be cold like that. Fortunately, the Guardians have leadership that has more compassion and more patience in Stephen Vogt and Mike Chernoff and Chris Antonetti, so they didn't handle it that way. You have to talk to the player, and you have to tell the player that's never happening again. Never again will you be on the field and not know how many outs they are. That cannot happen at this level, period. And if it happens again, there will be no conversation. You will be back in the minor leagues. So, you have to communicate. You have to tell them the way it is. But that stuff's just not acceptable. Sorry about that.
Jim, fantastic insight as always. We appreciate you, and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
All right, good stuff right there. Jim Bowden on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Check him out, obviously, on CBS, Sirius XM Radio, and also read him on The Athletic. We're at what he had to say, in particular with the Cooper Ingle stuff. We have not touched it yet today. Guardians played a day game. We did do a little recap of what happened in that game, but when it comes to the top bonehead plays we've seen, Daryl's got a list. And I want to see if Ingle cracks the Cleveland version of this. There's a lot of national ones we can go to, Daryl, but I want to see if he hits your Cleveland list, all right? We'll do that next. 216-474-0092.
Top three.
It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Teams dead even at 2 going into extra time. Belgium scoring twice within a 3-minute span. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Well, anyone that watched me be a GM for 17 years knows what I would have done. I would have optioned the kid out in between innings. He would have been not only out of the game, he'd be on his way to AA, not AAA. He'd be gone. I can't lose games that way. You come to the big leagues, you know how many outs there are? No, then you're not a big leaguer. I got to get you out of here. So I'm sorry to be cold like that. Fortunately, the Guardians have leadership that has more compassion and more patience in Stephen Vogt and Mike Chernoff and Chris Antonetti, so they didn't handle it that way. You have to talk to the player and you have to tell the player that's never happening again. Never again will you be on the field and not know how many outs they are. That cannot happen at this level, period. And if it happens again, there will be no conversation. You will be back in the minor leagues. That stuff's just not acceptable. Sorry about that.
Former big league manager, GM, general manager, Jim Bowden joining us last segment. It's interesting because he did it in a joking way, but he was not, he wasn't joking.
He'd be out of here.
Even when he did the Hawk Harrelson, hey, gone. It was like he meant it. Like he'd be out of here. And I love that. I think that's interesting. I was thinking about the minor leagues last night when I was watching the game, and I was trying to figure it out with Engel because I just don't know, Daryl. I have no idea how many minor league games you've attended in life.
I've seen my fair share.
Maybe you can answer it for me then. I don't go to minor league baseball. It's not something intentional. It's just not something I really take part in. Right? I have big league baseball.
You're missing out. It's a lot of family fun. You should take. You should take the wife and kids. They'd have it. They'd really enjoy themselves.
So this area is blessed with a lot of minor league baseball in a way that I just didn't have growing up. Okay, because I in Chicago, you just didn't. There's not a lot of minor league baseball to go to, and you have two major league teams. You just kind of go to the White Sox games, you go to the Cubs games, and that just is what that is. And when I grew up in Chicago, both teams were bad enough that you could afford to go. Okay, like it wasn't a cost thing. Now it's an arm and a leg to go to Wrigley. It wasn't that way when I was growing up. People gave me tickets for free. I'd hang outside the ballpark and people just give you tickets. It
used to be like Browns games where they just staple the tickets to telephone poles.
And the other thing I would do is I would go on games that I knew was like a cool promotion, and there were enough adults that would go up and they would say, "Hey kid, you can have the ticket. I just want the Mark
item.
Grace beanie baby that comes with it." And I'd say, "Okay, fine." And then I'd go to the little side area and I'd give them through the gate. I'd give them what the promotion was, and I'd go to the game for free. I did a lot.
It's a great bit.
Yeah, it worked. It was, and I went to so many games because it was just what it was. But the point is, and what I'm trying to get to, when it comes to Cooper Ingle, I was thinking about him last night. There's a dream I think you have as a young kid when you think about making Major League Baseball. As an 11, 12-year-old, you just have these dreams. And one of the things I always thought was really cool, that if you made it to the big leagues, you got to give out baseballs. I just always thought that was fun. Like, again, I talk about going to all these games. I'd go and I'd go 2 hours early for batting practice, and I'd have balls thrown to me, and I loved that part of going to the park. It was almost as much fun the 2 hours prior and having balls thrown to you as the actual game was at times.
100%.
And so I always thought, 11, 12-year-old me, I'm like, well, if I make it to the big leagues, that'd be the coolest thing ever. Now, obviously, I came nowhere close to the big leagues. That's been established. We don't need to go down that road. But I was thinking, like, with Cooper Ingle, do they do this in the minor leagues? I genuinely do not know. If you
throwing the balls into the stands?
Yeah. How many balls do they throw into the stands in a minor league operation?
Yeah, they'll throw balls into the stands. I don't think as much as Major League Baseball does.
I mean, because it's such a mom and pop operation, minor league baseball to begin with. Anyway, they're so stingy as is. I would imagine you don't have the same flexibility to just throw out $15 baseballs.
Yeah, no, they're like I said, they're
maybe you could do one a game, maybe I don't know, maybe even comes out of your pocket. I don't know the dynamics of that. You seem like you have a better idea than I do on it.
I've seen it. No, I haven't been to a minor league game in a couple years, but I've seen it in the past where.
Okay, because what I was thinking was this has just been something that Cooper Ingle had wanted to do for so many years, and he just got excited. And this is one of the few things that you don't get to practice in the minors that you would then have a chance to do in the majors.
Well, so what I would do is when I would get a ball, I would try and get the player who tossed it into the stands. I try and get them to autograph it later.
Yeah. But you can't sign during game play. Yeah,
I understand that. But I'd wait after the game, or I'd come back the next night. So before the game,
that's cool.
And then I'd do
for sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, it really became a big popularized thing after the strike in '94.
Yeah.
It was one of the easy ways that baseball was like, well, we're going to get you fan by fan back, essentially. And that's when they started tossing all these balls into the stands and making sure that they were doing it.
Get ready. They're going to have to do a lot of it next year.
And that was like part of the campaign was that they didn't do that before '94. They didn't throw balls in the stands. That was not a part of Major League Baseball. And then the strike happened, and then their way of winning people back one by one was doing things like that. And I love it. I think it's a great part of the game. And so part of me doesn't want to bash Ingle because I think there's a part of it that's so cool that he even likes that and does that because not every player does. I don't want to beat him up over it.
That's a regular thing in the bigs. The third out, they throw the ball into the stands.
Not everybody does, though. Not everybody does.
Every foul ball gets tossed over to the bat boy or whatever, and eventually those balls find their way into the stands.
But that's at the bat boy's discretion, though. You know what I mean? Like that's not. It is not universal that a third out in any situation.
Balls down the line. The ball boys or ball girls that are down the line, they grab them and they hand them to fans in the stands.
But even I'm talking about one of the things that has kind of gotten rid of a lot of this is it used to be obviously third out to first baseman, and it's common play. First baseman ends the inning on a ground ball, whatever that is, and they used to just throw it up over the dugout. And because of the fences now, or the nets, the nets, like that part of it has kind of gone away.
Yeah, guys throw it over the net.
No, they don't. And that's huge. And that's huge. Like they don't do that. And so like that part of the game has just kind of been it still happens obviously with outfielders.
I legit saw that at Sunday's game. It's Sunday's Guardians game.
A first baseman
where they toss the ball over the net. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a first baseman do it.
Not a first baseman, but seen third baseman, seen a shortstop, seen an outfielder.
Yeah, that happens. Third baseman, because if they catch it at, let's say, third base or something, and then just do it to end it, whatever.
It's not hard. They just lob it.
I'm speaking specifically to the first baseman that used to be commonplace, where they would just roll it over the dugout end of the inning, and it was what it was. You never see a first baseman going back to the visitor's dugout that just chucks it up in the air and does it.
There is plenty of baseball distribution to fans still going on despite the nets.
Yeah, but it has limited it. It's turned it down,
yeah.
and this is a weird discussion to have anyway. It's like how many baseballs are distributed.
I actually read an article one time about how many baseballs actually get used in a game, and how many dozens of baseballs have to be prepared prior to a game by like the umpires. Like, yeah,
what was that number?
it's like 12 dozen baseballs.
How much of it has been I don't know, maybe limited now because you do have the nets up further than you used to?
Well, here's the thing.
I would imagine that's taking a hit.
I mean, if the pitcher throws a ball in the dirt, okay?
Yeah, they get rid of it.
It immediately is taken out of play.
Yeah.
If the ball is hit.
But that goes to the ball boy.
If the ball is hit, that ball goes out of play. Like, as soon as, like, if a ball touches the ground, a bat.
Oh, no, they're very quick on all this.
Yeah, they go through baseballs like water, man. But
one of the joys, I think, of making it to the big league level is that idea that you can make as the third out, you can make that out, and then you can throw the ball up into the stands.
Yeah.
Like that's to me, that's fun.
He had a brain cramp. It happens. I mean, it's boneheaded. It's there's no excuse for it. But Oscar Gonzalez did it a couple of years ago in a game.
We've had a couple players. I remember, was it Benny Agbayana with the Mets so many years ago?
Yeah.
That just came to my brain randomly.
I mean, you don't understand. I watched Manny Ramirez run from second back to first on a single to center.
The old flying Hawaiian, yeah. It does happen, and that's part of baseball. And Manny
Ramirez cut off a ball being thrown to the infield.
I felt bad for him, but he also did cost the team the game.
Yeah. I mean, that was ultimately. I mean, I know Texas tacked on an extra run, but yeah, I mean that cost them the lead, cost them the game. And I did get a little bit of a kick out of Stephen Vogt talking about how his teammates picked him up, and that actually no, they didn't because they didn't score another run. Like, picking him up would have been, you would have rallied together, you would have gotten the run back or the runs back.
Bibby's response was, you'll make it up with a home run here or something along those lines. It's like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
That, to me, would be rallying around the guy, right? Picking the guy up would be, you guys put together a little rally, get the run back, and all this forgiven.
I know, but if it was that easy for this Guardians offense, maybe we wouldn't be in such a hole already as we...
Listen, I told you.
I struggled to score, even though we scored today.
I told you, I was shocked. I walked into the newsroom today, and there was a 5 spot next to Cleveland on the score bug, and I couldn't believe it.
In memorable Cleveland boneheaded moments, where does this one rank for you? Because that was the gist of this. I would think, if I could guess at your list, I would imagine J.R. Smith in Game 1 is at the top.
J.R. Smith is on that list. Brandon Whedon's backhanded flip to a Detroit Lion.
I thought that one might be in the list as well, yeah. How deep do you go in this?
We can go pretty deep. Manny Ramirez running from second to first on a base hit is on the list.
Is Dwayne Rudd removing his helmet on the list?
Dwayne Rudd on the yes, absolutely. That is an all-timer.
That's an all-timer.
That I don't think will ever get, like, that actually still may be number one.
It might be. It might be.
Oh, it's last play of the game.
I know. It might legitimately.
So, I've seen a lot of bonehead. Ricky Davis going for the triple-double, tossing the ball off the wrong backboard.
That's tough.
Yeah, he shot it on the opponent's backboard thinking that he could get a triple-double. That actually happened.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
Wasn't funny at the time.
It's funny to think of, though. It is funny. On like a big picture, on like just a national stage, you think of like Chris Webber and the Phantom Timeout.
Yeah.
Is one of those that it always comes to people's mind. Because we're describing boneheaded plays. It's basically you have a brain fart.
Let's
you have a brain fart playing a sport.
I don't think I'm going to remember Engel for the rest of my life the way I remember Brandon Whedon, the way I remember J.R. Smith.
I don't think people are going to remember this 2 weeks from now. I don't think people are going to remember this.
Yeah, so it's funny to have the conversation now, but when you're talking like all-time boneheaded plays, yeah, I'm probably not going to remember that one.
It cost you a game in, at this point, it was end of June.
Yeah.
Now we're in
the
July.
End of June. Yeah, they can make that up.
If they lose getting into the postseason by a game, maybe people have this conversation again. But I doubt it, mainly because the Rangers did score one more run, and it didn't seem like the Guardians, you could have given them 12 more innings. They weren't scoring yesterday.
Yeah, Rudd is number 1. JR is number 2.
Okay.
JR because the stage, the stakes, all that, right? And not understanding.
Hey, we have a blockbuster NBA trade. Are you ready for this one? All right. Shams Charania reporting in the NBA. The Celtics have agreed to trade Jaylen Brown to the 76ers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, And then, let's see, and 2 second-round picks. So that's the deal. Celtics have agreed to trade Jaylen Brown to the 76ers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. So what this instantly means is that the Cavs are out, obviously, in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes, which means I think that's a hit for the let's get LeBron here, and that's also a hit for how do we shake up this roster, and how do we change this thing in a meaningful way? How do the Cavs get this thing different? Right now, it feels like the only eggs you have left in the basket, they're all occupied by LeBron James.
Yep.
That's the only way you can make an actual big enough move and change at this point to have anyone tipping the odds in your favor or at least putting you into the NBA Finals. And I would argue LeBron himself doesn't necessarily do that. What I always loved was the idea that you trade for Jaylen Brown and then you get LeBron, the BOGO, the buy one, get one we talked about earlier, right? If you get Jaylen Brown, it tells LeBron, as Windhorse has indicated, that you are serious and you're willing to make the changes and you're willing to go ahead and do what it takes to impress LeBron in a way. And then that would mean you get LeBron as well. Now that's gone. He goes to the 76ers. Massive shakeup across the NBA, Derek.
Yep, and that very well may send LeBron to Golden State.
Yeah, I mean, it might. Legitimately, it might. Because what are you selling LeBron on anything outside of it's just feelings at this point. That's all it is. You're selling him on the return home with the idea that you're going to have standing ovations every single night and you're going to have a bunch of adulation.
Yep.
And that's maybe one thing that Golden State can't necessarily occupy. But the idea that you're selling him on some sort of championship caliber team, well, LeBron, it's just adding you, buddy. That's it. It's not adding Jaylen Brown. It's not adding another superstar.
And the 76ers, you're talking 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. Those are things the Cleveland Cavaliers did not have.
No, they didn't. And so that's a blockbuster across the NBA.
Remember the conversation we had about Evan Mobley and having to pick up the pieces whenever this thing, whenever this train ride comes to an end.
Yeah.
For the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to be, if you thought the post LeBron 1.0 and the post LeBron 2.0, those first 3 years in those stretches, or even the couple of years leading up to LeBron 1.0, if you thought those were painful, whenever this iteration of the Cavaliers comes to an end, right, and they have to reset and whatnot, it might be just as painful, if not more painful. It might be 26-game losing streak painful. I remember those days. I covered a lot of those games.
Well, but you still have Evan Mobley is the point here. And I believe that Evan Mobley himself is not going to make you...
Wait, time out. You don't get to act like them keeping Evan Mobley is good news for them.
You didn't let me finish. I was going to attack the people that think that Evan Mobley is going to save the franchise. That was the whole point I'm trying to make, is the idea that the people that think that because you still have Evan Mobley, you're going to be some sort of great team. You're arguing the point for me. I thought, if anything, you were coming over to my side. You just said...
I can't bring myself to come to your side.
But it feels like you just did. It feels like the reality set in. That, like, post this, whatever 2 years is...
All I know is Mike Gansey's having himself a hell of an offseason in Philadelphia.
Well, and that's another side of that as well. When we can get to that angle on it, we'll get to all the angles on it. 216-474-0092, blockbuster across the NBA.
Could the Browns have gotten Jaylen Brown if Mike Gansey was still here in Cleveland?
Browns couldn't do anything. All right, but Jaylen Brown to the 76ers means he's not coming to the Cavs, which means the Cavs' options now for this upcoming season extremely limited, all things considered. You got to hope you get LeBron, and you got to hope that's enough to shake it up. This is not good news for getting LeBron. If the notification was Jaylen Brown to the Cavs, then I also say we get LeBron. Now, no idea, no clue. I would lean it towards Golden State. 216-474-0092. We'll do that next. This afternoon drive right here on the Fan.
Welcome to the Northfield Park Racino.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, back at it here on The Fan. Jonathan Peterl and Daryl Ryder with you guys, reacting to the blockbuster NBA trade. Jaylen Brown, now a 76er. Paul George, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks going to Boston. And this is, I mean, you made a comment in between the break of like Mike Gansey fleeced him or something to that effect.
Mike Gansey should go to jail for this.
Yeah, and you're right. You're not, well, he shouldn't go to jail. But like, you're right about the idea that he robbed him.
Okay, he should be charged with robbery.
There
How
we
about
go.
that?
Yeah, and then acquitted on all charges because
Yes.
it's just the NBA.
Because he's so good at his job.
But like, this is what happens when your superstar goes on a live stream and says he had the best season and most fun he's ever had in his life in a year that you got taken out by the 76ers in the first round. Like this is the repercussions of that. When you're, and in many ways, I'm going to relate this to the Myles Garrett trade, okay? When your superstar player throws a tantrum, and Myles did a year prior to being traded, but we all know the result there, and we all know what he was going for, right?
And he was rewarded for doing it,
When you
too.
throw a tantrum and when you make comments and you say you don't want to be here and you're having, and I mean, let's be honest, Brown did this 7 different times in different ways, talking about how much fun he had this last year, and the idea is that Tatum wasn't there. Tatum was injured, so he got to have all this fun. He wanted to be tweeting out about how he wants to be a lead dog, all these other type of things, right? The idea that the Browns got what they got in the Myles Garrett trade, you're not supposed to end up even considering that you win these type of trades where it's so obvious the player doesn't want to be here.
Right.
Okay? Like you're supposed to get deep-pantsed in these trades. Brad Stevens is great at this.
Yeah.
Brad Stevens is not a buffoon. Brad Stevens is not an idiot. Brad Stevens is great at this. And Mike Gansey, who's been now in charge of a program for 12 seconds, took him to the woodshed in this. Because that's what happens when you have no leverage. And I mean, honestly, I don't disagree with the sentiment that what Brad Stevens probably should have done is sit down with Jaylen Brown, all his people, and be like, you're going to have to get over it because we're not going to get anything close to value that we want out of you. So like, you just get over it, find a way, because this trade is great. You get 36-year-old Paul George. You're going to get some first rounders that are just like, all right, what is that? I mean, like
You know what this trade reminds me of?
All right.
You know what this trade reminds me of?
What's that?
When the Cavs traded Kyrie Irving to the Celtics.
Oh, the Isaiah Thomas deal.
Yeah, I feel like, you know what? Oh, this is good. You got a Northeast Ohio native and Mike Gansey now running the 76ers, and he just robbed the Celtics blind. This is payback.
All
Cavs
right.
don't benefit. They suffer, but this is definitely payback for Mike Gansey ripping off the Celtics for Jaylen. I can't believe this. I mean, the terms that Shams Charania has reported here in this trade are obscene.
Go ahead, read them out.
Here they are. 2028 first-round pick that could convert from a first to a swap that is more favorable to Boston. A 2031 unprotected Philadelphia first. Okay. 2028 second-round selection that's the most favorable between, I guess, the Warriors, Thunder, and Milwaukee pick. And a 2030 second-round pick, most favorable of a Washington, Portland, or Phoenix pick. This is highway robbery here. I mean, great job by Mike Gansey. Give him his flowers. He pulled off a hell of a trade and a coup here by pulling this off. But, man, what a bunch of idiots the Boston Celtics are.
And so, like, I like a lot of what the 76ers have. I just do. I like Tyrese Maxey. I like Edgecombe. Joel Embiid's not my favorite. I don't think this is some great team, Daryl. I don't. I think that actually, the good news out of this might be the idea that Boston is taking a significant hit. They're not going to be. They were the favorites as of earlier today. They were the favorites to come out of the East. Okay, according to my betting people, my friends in the desert.
Okay,
right?
yep.
It was Boston was number 1. The Knicks were number 2. I would imagine after the Jaylen Brown trade and getting 36-year-old Paul George in return, I would imagine that flips. So the Knicks are now going to be the favorite in the East, and then we go ahead and we kind of pick up the pieces from there. Right? As far as the East getting better in all of this, I don't see that being the case. I look at this more.
You don't think the 76ers become more dangerous with this?
I mean, they're definitely more dangerous. They're a better team. I just don't think they're going to win with Joel Embiid, and maybe I'll be proven wrong on that. But I'll as of right now, history's on my side in that equation, okay? I don't think they're going to be good enough. I love Edgecombe. I really do. I think he's going to be great. I like Maxey an awful ton. There's a lot of this 76ers team that I like. I don't think they're a juggernaut, and I don't think they're going to be a juggernaut this year with this. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens with Brown, especially with him being the main guy in charge and all this. But I can't rely on Embiid to be healthy, nonetheless be consistently awesome. And so if you take Embiid out of the equation between Maxey, Edgecombe, and then what you'd have with Brown, it's a fine team. It's not a bad basketball team by any stretch, but it screams 4 seed to me.
So here you go. Where does this leave the Cavs? When you look at the Eastern Conference, right, the Raptors just got Kawhi back, okay? You've got the Knicks.
And the Raptors, I think the Raptors right now have better odds than the Cavs do to come out of the East.
Yeah, the Knicks are the defending champions.
Because of the Kawhi trade.
Right,
yeah.
But you got the 76ers, the Heat getting Giannis, right? Detroit.
Detroit's gotten better in the past couple of days.
Right. Where does this put the Cavaliers?
I know, it's tough. We're kind of in that little bit of a mess somewhere between 4th to 7th, and it's not like you could be either one. You could be 4 or you could be 7 right now, and so it's not great. But I get the trade out of this
7 is playing, right?
Yeah. I think right now,
Could you imagine the look on Dan Gilbert's face if the Cavaliers were in the play-in tournament next year?
So this is the sad part about this, is that if you don't get Jaylen Brown, which obviously they don't get Jaylen Brown now, what are your options? What are you relying on? You now have all your eggs in the LeBron basket, and you didn't do anything to showcase to him that you've gotten better this offseason.
No.
All you've done is lose pieces. And I'm not going to make a big deal about losing Dean Wade and Keon Ellis. That's not the point. The point is you have a roster that I don't believe can already I don't think Donovan's winning a title unless he had another running mate that is going to be close to him.
Right.
Jaylen Brown would have been that, okay? He would have been that. You don't have that now.
Yeah, because I don't think it's James Harden.
It's not. It's 37-year-old Harden. He's going to average 20 and 7. He's a fine player. I like James Harden a lot. He's not what Jaylen Brown would have been. He's not going to be the 11th best player in the NBA. You needed someone like that, some sort of sizzle, some sort of pop. And so not only does it not impress LeBron because you weren't able to go ahead and shake it up.
Right.
The fans, you guys, Cavs fans, if they don't get LeBron, and it looks like now they're staring down that path. I mean, where's the interest going to come from? They did nothing in a Dan Gilbert tweet expressing that they were going to change everything and make this look different and do everything he possibly can. And I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but they have done the exact opposite of that. They have done absolutely nothing to this point.
No Giannis for you in Boston, but you get Paul George. The funniest thing I just saw was on the Deadspin feed. It said Paul George on the Celtics, and it was a picture of Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. I saw that as a tweet too.
Oh my goodness,
he's 36-year-old Paul George. I mean,
it's so good.
My goodness, I don't know.
Hey, you know what? Maybe the Celtics can trade Paul George to the Warriors too. If LeBron could go to Golden State, and they'd have the all arthritis team.
Daryl, if LeBron even signed with the Cavs, they haven't done enough to shake this in any sort of way that would give you the confidence that they're coming out of the East.
Obviously, it would move the needle a little bit.
You missed out on Giannis. You missed out on Jaylen Brown. You missed out on the pieces that would have really shaken this thing up.
And to play into what you have been arguing all day, I'm going to throw the kerosene on the fire here. Just after 6:30. All that to keep Evan Mobley.
All that to keep Evan Mobley. Congratulations. I hope everyone really enjoys, losing in a 10-9 matchup 5 years from now because Evan Mobley's on the team. Thanks. I hope we enjoy that. It's tough. There's no other way. This is tough.
Did I do that right, by the way?
I guess so. It didn't make me feel good, so I think that's mission accomplished.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't trying to make you feel any better.
But it's not. I mean, it goes to my point more than it goes to anything.
Yeah.
Like these people that want to hang on to Evan Mobley for what? So that 5 years from now, even if and that's a long 5-year projection, by the way. But when this thing's burned down to the studs and the house is on fire and there's nothing but rubble left, you got Evan Mobley to pick up the pieces. And you're enjoying watching us battle out to be a 10-9 matchup in the play-in round. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, and
you have Evan Mobley, and you could have used a trade. I'm sorry, you need to be better now.
Well, and what this tells me is that Evan better really validate, when you talk about pressure's now on Evan Mobley. Because he better validate Kobe Altman's faith and belief in him.
That's a good point. Because he's got to live up to some of these expectations at some point.
Yeah, it's at some point you can't just hide behind. Well, he's a young up and coming player. No, he's got this. He's going into year 6.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. At some point, you got to do it on a consistent basis. Yes, we've seen glimpses of greatness from this guy, but the offensive game. Has the self-creation in the offensive game, I should say, has never really developed. He's gotten a little better shooting the three-pointer, even though I absolutely hate the fact that they're having him shoot threes, but I get it. I understand that's the way the game's played now. 7-footers got to shoot threes all of a sudden. But I think there's a lot of pressure on him now going forward because he's the guy that they kept and did not get Giannis, and now he's the guy they kept not to get Jaylen Brown.
I'm bummed. There's no other way to describe it, Daryl. I'm bummed. Ever
since this news broke, your mood, and I don't. This isn't a criticism.
No,
it feels.
I'm bummed out. I'm genuinely bummed out.
The air has come out of the balloon. The energy with which you were firing in all cylinders early in this show, and right now I can tell you are just absolutely devastated by this news. You seem shocked too.
I am shocked. I didn't think the 76ers were in play, and I don't know why. Maybe it's the Windhorst audio. Maybe it's just how this whole offseason had been trending. I had convinced myself that the Cavs were going to make a big swing, and a big swing is either Giannis or Jaylen Brown, and now both are not on the table, and they're going to have to rely on somehow landing LeBron James, while in the process of it, not doing any changes to showcase to LeBron that this is going to be any different. And so, yes, it's a gut punch. There's no other way to describe it right now. I'm bummed. And shame on myself for maybe buying into the idea that this team was going to change and shake it up in some sort of drastic way, but I didn't see any other way out. They have a belief in this Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley thing that I just don't. And I thought last year should have showcased to them why they don't have to believe in this and why they need to change it.
Look how long it took them to move off Darius Garland.
I know they don't want to accept that. Either they don't want to accept it or they don't want to try hard enough to make the changes needed.
They moved off Colin Sexton rather quick. I don't know. Is there some trauma there from regret? I don't know what. I don't think they should regret moving off Colin Sexton.
No, he's going to be like the sixth man off the bench for a bad Lakers team.
But my point is I don't feel like that there's a move where they look back and go, boy, we really blew that one and we can't make that mistake again. Because that does happen to organizations as well.
Yeah.
But this, wow. I first of all, I can't believe how badly the Celtics just absolutely got fleeced by Mike Gansey. Kudos to Mike, local kid. Good for him.
That's a good start to his career.
Oh yeah, he's had a very good start to his tenure in Philadelphia. I can't believe it
because this is what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to get massive discounts when the player in question goes on live streams and talks about how he wants to be traded and how he had the best time of his life. Not in a year where he won a title,
you know what?
But in a year where he got knocked out in the first round.
Myles Garrett trade's not looking so bad all of a sudden, is it?
That's exactly right. All right, in case we missed it, we'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's Carrington Harrison here to help you beat.
about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Overtime with Jake Vona coming your way in about 15 minutes. He dodged me yesterday. I don't know what that was about, Daryl.
He dodged you yesterday?
He dodged me, yeah. We spent like a whole thing trying to figure out did Jake Volnick finish college or not, to find out that Jake Volnick did not finish college. And that's okay. That's fine. But
I didn't.
No, but it was trying to figure out if he left college because he got the job offer here and then just kind of gave up on it. And then I went down the path of the sports radio host in Houston who was doing mornings. Mike Meltzer's his name, who, while doing mornings in Houston, went to law school. Passed law school, passed the bar, and is now an attorney. And it's like handed off being a sports radio host. He does on the weekend still.
Okay.
But like passed that up. But he was like a morning show host. And so I was making the argument, like Volnick could, in theory, because he does the night show, you could still go to school during the day and then, do the show at night. And
but do you really want to rack up that kind of college debt?
He's so close to graduating.
I know. I'm just saying.
He's right there. He already racked up the college debt. He already did enough hours in racking up the college debt. Like, you're going to rack up.
He just needs to get across the finish line.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
And you could easily do it. I really don't think it'd even be that hard. But I think I was making things happen for him, and I don't think he wanted to address that. That's all that was.
Gotcha.
I don't really know. He might have just been late getting over here. That's all that was.
I guess we'll maybe find out in about 15 minutes or so.
Well, I don't know. I might duck out early.
I was going to say we're probably looking more like 10 minutes. With you ducking out early.
Maybe. Now it's time to get to, in case we missed it.
Hey, are you going to duck out early so you can make your way to whatever it is they're calling Levi Stadium for the World Cup?
Oh, yeah, it just has to be stadium now.
Yeah.
Everything is sponsored, and you can't...
Yeah, you can't say the name, so I don't know what... Is it
San Francisco Stadium.
Is that what they're calling it?
They call it by the city.
Okay. So the San Francisco Stadium, if you are, I don't recommend driving because you have to put your car somewhere. And sources, photos on X, $200 to park your car.
San Francisco's expensive, LeBron. We've been talking all day long. San Francisco, it's an expensive place. And that's not even downtown San Francisco. Because Levi Stadium's like 45 minutes outside of San Francisco.
That mid-level exception's going to go quickly out there west. But if you do it in Cleveland, that mid-level exception's going to stretch.
It just goes further. LeBron, it just goes further.
Yes.
$200.
$200.
Are you parking on the field?
At some point, I think we do need to have, as a society, this is why I bring this up, Jonathan, because I've seen it in downtown Cleveland here, where lots are $60 and $80.
We get to 100 on opening day, and really, really exciting events. We get to 100,
where you're just price gouging people to park a car.
Yeah,
you have no overhead whatsoever.
I feel no sympathy for the parking lot people downtown.
No,
the people in charge of all the. You never win. In that world, we always get hosed as far as the rates are concerned. We get hosed to park these vehicles. Yeah, it's a big racket.
I saw that and I was appalled. So yeah.
$200.
$200 to park your car.
What's the most you've ever paid to park your car?
$75 in Pittsburgh to cover a Browns-Steelers game because the Steelers are very stingy with their parking passes.
So they didn't give you any passes? They made you pay your own freight? I hope Odyssey reimbursed you. Oh, that didn't happen. Okay, never mind. That was a sensitive subject. Maybe we weren't even Odyssey at that point. I don't know.
So the the Browns do their best to try and trying to get us.
I'm a company man.
Parking passes in Pittsburgh, but they are hard to come by, and so there are just some years where you can't accommodate everybody. And so this was way, 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 way back in the day, long time ago, previous management and everything. But yeah, it was $75 to park, and I parked and Mac knows where I'm talking about, straight up the hill from the stadium, and it's like a mile walk down the hill. $75 across from the stadium was $100. So I've seen $100 parking plus for NFL games. That's why people are like, it
was a work trip though. Why did they reimburse you? I'm a company man, but it's a work trip. Did they feel like you parked in?
Oh,
like you should have done better.
The reason why is because I didn't have a receipt.
Oh, that's on you. Right, that's on you.
It was a cash. It was a cash lot with no receipts. I asked the guy for a receipt.
I mean, how you can expense it if it's like
I know exactly.
No. I mean, I know, but like you have to.
He didn't have. There were no receipts.
That's why you have to park in a place that will give you a receipt, though.
I took a photo of the sign.
That's not good enough. They think you just pocketed $75 is all they think.
They
now
thought that's
I'm on corporate side on this one. I wouldn't have reimbursed you either.
I couldn't get a receipt.
We need proper documentation, Daryl.
Not all these lots give out receipts either.
I would never pay
They're
$70.
cash business, so I'm guessing they're not reporting all their income either.
I would never pay $75 to park anywhere. I feel like I would, if the walk becomes 3 miles to avoid paying $75.
You'll
guess
walk
what?
the 3 miles.
Now I got a 3-mile walk. I feel like I would take it to the extreme of how far I have to walk in order to then make sure. The only exception there would be if I was running late to the event. Like if you had shown up and it's like, I don't know, 20 minutes before kickoff because you had a bunch of traffic or some unknown reason. And then it's like the only way you get to cover the game is if you pay $75. Then okay, I guess you're screwed.
If you were going to a game and you saw those kind of prices, but you had great tickets, would you just go home?
No, I would just park further away.
Okay,
that's all I would do. Or I might like open up my eyes and be like, wait, if parking's $75 or parking's $200 for this game, what are the tickets to get into this thing? Have you looked on any of the ticket broker sites? No, what is the United States Bosnia game tonight, round of 32, going for? It's got to be in the thousands, which is insane because it's just United States versus Bosnia. This isn't an awesome game. I'm debating whether or not I'm even going to watch the thing tonight.
I'm looking up right now, see what the tickets are going for.
Not much of a soccer guy, though, admittedly.
No,
Belgium
they're
did just
saying
win.
Around $1,300.
Yeah. I mean, I would think so.
I just want to know, where did all these people get this money to be able to afford like the World Cup? Especially like the folks that have come over and they've stayed here for weeks at a time.
Yeah, and
they're traveling city to city. Like, what world do they live in that we don't live in where they can afford to do that?
All right, so a couple things on that. A lot of European countries, they take a lot more vacation. They get a lot more vacation than we do.
Okay.
And so a lot of them will take like a month off. For a month vacation is not unheard of in some places. Okay.
Wow.
And so the other
thing, you were giving me grief for my 2 weeks off.
I was not giving you grief. You've earned your 2 weeks. I'd never give you grief for that.
We're happy to have you, Daryl. Brought to you by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I need you to know that. You've earned your 2 weeks. You've earned it. You take them whenever you want. I don't care. But the other thing on this is the idea that a lot of Europeans prioritize experiences in a way that I think younger generations here are starting to. But it is definitely more of a European way of thinking that they will go broke. They will buy bad cars. They will do whatever they need to do, but they care about experiences more than we do in America. So they prioritize it. So these type of things are things they do. Anyway, that was learning about Europe from Jonathan. All right. Thank you to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Thank you to Jake Murrin producing today's show. Matt Corrali running the updates today. Daryl, appreciate you as always.
I'd see you tomorrow.
All right, we'll do it again tomorrow at 2. Jake Vona coming your way next right here on The Fan.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.